He got to. I'm not mad at him.
I'm surprised he didn't go 3 hours.
I'm surprised too.
Shalom, Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. We have a lot of information to go through today, so we're going to try to get through it as fast as possible and efficiently. Shout out Calvin Covenant's congregation in Guatemala. Hope everybody's doing well. Cali, all the way through Georgia. Hope everybody's solid and staying faithful and strong. Also, shout out SOW family in Virginia, Kazaki, Shalom. Hope everybody's doing well today. Also, SOW Houston, Quatazop, and SOW Rochester, New York, Zion. I hope everybody is strong and fighting a good fight. We're going to look up. It's going to be May 2nd. We'll have our gathering in Houston, so that's going to be a great time. In the time being, we just want to sit back and give everybody a shalom. And get that on real quick. And we're going to send our prayers real quick. So without further ado,
Yeah,
I just cut it on like a second ago.
Oh, come on, man.
Watch it. If it's on.
It better not happen.
Oh,
come on, man. What's the problem?
I hope that showed on camera.
It's the spirit.
Listen, what is that? What's the difference? What's the difference?
I make fire from spirit.
Listen, bro. I'm gonna bring my own lighter.
I make fire from spirit.
That's not even right. This ain't. If you buy the lighter, it works.
Shazam.
That's the secret. You buy the lighter, the lighter works.
Well, somebody get us in trouble because we're lighting fires on the Sabbath. But let's go. Let's keep going.
Sit down. Stop.
Yeah, how dare us light fire on the Sabbath? Right there, how about Shem Shai? Hawa Neka Lanawa, Awar, Zayawam, the water, Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, and the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Right there, how about Shem Shai? Hawa Neka Lanawa, Raya, Naya Kata, the water, Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, and the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine what Ponyak Yerushalayim.
Stand and face with you.
Rakhtay how about Shem Shai?
Rakhtay how about Shem Shai?
Hawa
Lanawa,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Shalom, the water,
Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, and the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the Sabbath today, the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha,
Ayam
Ahoria, Maya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemaiah, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishon, Shashamamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Zalia, Ayam, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemah, Yala'a, Hakaya, Hayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaria, Makol, Rai, Yashemar, the Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Abalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, I will love,
Aman.
Psalm 21 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From which comes my help? My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in. From this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad. Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh. Allahayim. Yahweh. Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, he is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Shema Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shemka. Yahweh. Malak Wafkad. Raba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Baharatazah. Hawa. Hayah. Washemayim. Betalanawa. Lachom. Chol. Yawam. Wasalachanawa. Chawatinawa. Hasalachanawa. Chawatinawa. Wala'ah. Rabiyanawa. Onasawan. Abo. Amshanawa. Mayan. Right. Hayah. Lakah. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapa'ara. La'ayim. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this daily bread, Give us our daily bread, and forgive our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahayim. Lakah. Alahayim. Achayim. Ayim. Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
2. La'ah. La'ayna. Lakah. Saw. Wala'ah. La'ibadu.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Talaq. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Ayawam. Ashabat. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep the holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Dana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'ina. Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Ta'chamad. Ko. Asherah. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Everybody sit.
Okay. What we're going to do, we stopped last class and we kind of took a little deep dive in the deal that King Demetrius was offering to Jonathan as the leader of the Hebrews in his response to the up-and-coming leader Alexander Bala, who claimed to be the son of Antiochus Epiphanes. I want to kind of go back over that again, starting back with the initial offer that Alexander Bala gave him, and go into that. Okay? Then we're going to sit back here and just continue reading through.
And Alexander Bala was
Antiochus Epiphanes' son, or at least he claimed it. Claimed that was the case. So, what we're going to do is, Karai, let's get started. We're going to need the Josephus today.
Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shala.
Correct. Shah Shabbatah. Bana Shah. Bana Shah. Amaj. Rock. Yahweh Shem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakatah.
Yashabakatah. Okay. So, what we're going to do is first of all go into Josephus, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1. We're going to start at the quarter portion of paragraph 1 of chapter 2. So we're going to start off where it says, when therefore Demetrius heard that Alexander was in Ptolemais. So pretty much what's happening before we get to this point, I don't want to keep reading over this over and over and over again, but we have to set the tone real quick. Demetrius was living comfortable. He was in power for around 11, 12 years as the head of the Seleucid Empire. He also had control and dominance over the Ptolemaic Empire. But what ends up happening is this man named Alexander Bala comes out of nowhere, claims to be the long-lost son of Antiochus Epiphanes, goes to the country of Ptolemy, which is in Egypt, convinces the emperor of Egypt that he is the son of Ptolemy. I mean, it's the son of Antiochus Epiphanes. And then a lot of men that had prior allegiance to Demetrius, the king in Antioch, switched sides and went to Alexander Bala's aid.
So there was an option presented.
Yes.
And when they got an option, they chose from that point
Well,
because of
they chose Alexander Bala because they felt slighted by King Demetrius. We talked about it ad nauseum for weeks that King Demetrius stayed in his towers, cut everybody off, didn't give the necessary attention to leading the empire. So as soon as they had a chance to overthrow this guy, they took it. So now we're going to go into what Emperor Demetrius does in response to this threat that's brewing in the land of Egypt.
Okay.
So let's read that correct. So
this is the reaction of Demetrius then.
And then it's the reaction of Demetrius because he knows he's lost Egypt. Now he has to sit back and secure the Levant. We explained that the Levant is a region, is the Middle East region, where present day it's Israel and what do you call it, Hezbollah and the Palestinians in Gaza.
So he's
along with Jordan and all those in Syria. That region is the Levant.
So he's fighting for the power that he has left.
So he has to secure that region so that he can secure the rest of his empire with hopes of stifling this issue only in Egypt versus having to fight multiple fights all around the region.
Okay.
So he's like, I got to secure the strongest soldiers and group that I have in the Levant, which is Jerusalem, Israel, the Jews, the Philistines, the Tyrians, Sidonians, the Syrians, the Edomites, Ammonites, and Moabites. So he the Most High put it in his spirit to approach Jonathan first.
Yeah.
So this is King or Emperor Demetrius sets this letter up to Jonathan because now he has to sit back here and kind of protect himself. So read that one, therefore.
Antiquity of Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1. When therefore Demetrius heard that Alexander was in Ptolemais, he took his whole army and led it against him. He also sent ambassadors to Jonathan about a league of mutual assistance and friendship.
Oh, so you're saying this league of mutual assistance is him like, we should be boys now. We should work together.
We should work together, and I need your help. I need your muscle, your military muscle, to help fight Alexander Bala in Egypt.
But before that, that wasn't the case.
Before that, Demetrius was using that military captain Bacchides to constantly send waves of attacks against the Jews. There was political persecution of anybody that was on Judas' side, Jonathan's side. They were getting snatched up, thrown in jail, imprisoned, tortured, the whole nine. So it was an all-out assault against Jonathan and his men prior to this. Don't forget, they're in the swamps taking L's against
at the moment.
They're in the swamps and hiding at this point. So, let's continue.
For he resolved to be beforehand with Alexander, lest the other should treat with him first and gain assistance from him. And this he did out the fear he had, lest Jonathan should remember how ill Demetrius had formerly treated him, and should join with him in this war against him.
So what he's saying is, I have to beat Alexander Bala to the punch. Don't forget, Alexander Bala is just getting a feel of the territory.
Yeah.
He's getting a feeling of what's going on in the region.
He doesn't have all the intel yet.
That's the point. So he just has Egypt locked down. Now he's figuring out his next play, but Demetrius knows, okay, who are the other best warriors in the region? Let's get them on my side. So let's get these Jews on my side. And hopefully they'll forget how ill we treated them. How negative we treated them.
Is this equivalent to how you saw today? They have multiple companies fight to dominate the market. So we're trying to fight to dominate semiconductors. We're fighting to dominate...
Or microchips, especially in Taiwan.
That's what I'm saying. But you have these two factions that are warring to secure a resource to have power long term.
But what they do is, in order to secure the microchips, we'll send our fleet to Taiwan. We'll send our military fleet to Taiwan. Are you going to help us out? Let us get access to your natural resource or the skill that you provide, because in Taiwan, they have the uncanny ability. They have enough resources in Taiwan to make these microchips at a fast rate. And I read that it's very difficult for American companies to outcompete these Taiwanese companies for microchips, not because necessarily of the natural resources, but the work ethic of the Taiwanese people. Because they'll sit back and work a damn 15-hour day.
No problem.
Try to get Americans to work 15 hours a day. Try to get Americans to work 8 hours a day. They're going to complain working 8 hours a day. Am I right or wrong? Listen, how many Jews, I'm just going to pull Jews out. How many Jews work optimal for 8 hours, just busting your tail? Or how many self-proclaimed breaks do you take?
Oh.
No, not the regular break that the boss man gives you. How many breaks do you take throughout the day?
Side breaks?
When you're at the warehouse. Did you like run to the corner? You run to the corner somewhere and hide out for 15 minutes or so?
The hiding?
Everybody knows at the warehouse, they sit back, where's Johnson? Where's Johnson? Yeah, he's in the bathroom sleeping. Yeah, how many people I know they'll be in the poop or taking a nap? Like, what are you doing?
Hey, Justin, you're fired.
I'm just in the bathroom, boss. I'll be right out, boss.
You were snoring in the bathroom, bro. You're fired.
Nah. You got to prove that. You got to prove it. You can't prove it. I might have been listening to something on my phone. That's snoring guy on my phone.
That's the app I watch.
Yeah, that's an app. How can you prove it? And that's because you can't put cameras in. It's my privacy.
No.
So once again, but what am I saying? Everybody knows they take breaks and fudge off when they can. You take as many breaks as you can, but they understand in Taiwan, that's not acceptable. They'll work multiple more hours and more efficient with their work. They get more things done. Quotas are hit. So the efficiency of the work is more on point. So China and Esau is fighting for that particular area. They're fighting for that natural resource, and their goal is try to completely dominate Taiwan and remove Chinese influence from Taiwan.
Wow.
Even though they're the same people. Anyway, that's the point. That's what's happening here with Alexander Bala and Demetrius. Demetrius is trying to make sure he secures the Hebrew sword.
Yeah. Let's
get the Hebrews on our side and hope, if I give them a sweet enough deal, they'll forget how we treat them.
Yeah.
But that's what Esau does all the time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yep. They'll sit back and destroy the Syrian people for many years with sanctions. And now the new guy that got in there, they're treating them nice. I did that, but you sat back and destroyed the Syrian people for 10, 15 years through economic sanctions. Now you're going to play nice to the next leader?
Yeah.
This is what they do all the time. Anyway, this is what's happening right here. So let's continue.
He therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed to raise an army and should get armor made and should receive back those hostages.
But you know what it shows right there? They should get armor made. Then if they should get armor made, that means they didn't have armor made.
What does that mean? They were sitting back here fighting they were throwing hands like
they
was throwing hands like surviving.
They're going to war against professional
And all they had was a
military
sword out.
fit outfits.
Yeah.
And they have like prison armor, like phone books, phone books and duct tape.
Duct tape. That's hilarious. Zach. That grade tape, that hard grade tape.
And they're fighting the battle of the Lord
It's crazy.
with nothing.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot of faith.
But it looks like I'm giving you weapons for you.
Yeah.
And armor for you. But really, I'm giving you weapons and armor so you can fight for me.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the game.
Yep.
I'm going to give you the illusion that I'm backing you up and giving you supplies so you can establish your
You
sovereignty.
should have armor.
But this is no different than Ukraine. Ukraine, you guys need Patriot missiles.
Oh, really?
Ukraine, we're going to give you guys all the Abrams tanks. We're going to give you F-16s. We're going to bring you some Top Gun pilots. We're going to train you guys in all the Top Gun systems. And they're like, yes, we will beat the Russians. Then they get mopped up. But all Esau did is give you all the weapons you needed so that you can get killed.
Yeah.
You know there's over like 1 million dead Ukrainians.
That's crazy.
Over 1 million.
1 million now?
Yes. And now it's so bad, it's like 32 dead Ukrainians to 1 Russian.
What?
The numbers are getting worse and worse.
They're expanding like that?
They used to be 10 to 1. Now it's like 30 to 1.
I mean, the Russians
They're
are
getting
more skillful.
steamrolled. The problem is this. Russia has gone through their 4th or 5th army. Ukraine's 4th or 5th army. And Russia got 1 million men, has 1 million man army now. We don't have 1 million man army. And the army is filled with women. I'm not knocking women, but you know what? You're going to fight a man in hand-to-hand combat? How about women and men are going through caves or going through abandoned buildings, and you run out of ammo,
Oh, my God.
and the other guy
Are you
runs out of
serious?
ammo, and he brings out his knife,
Oh, yeah.
and you bring out your knife. You gonna win? Because now it's power against power. You ever seen
That happens to men.
Have you ever seen Saving Private Ryan? When they were in that building, and you had the coward let the German go right past him, and then he killed the poor little Jewish kid, and they were fighting hand to hand, and the German guy had leverage over him, and he just kept pushing his knife closer and closer to his chest, and the little Jewish guy was trying and did a little engine that could, and this guy just kept bop, 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 and that was it. Why am I explaining that? Men get dominated like that in war, hand-to-hand combat. How do you think it's going to look when women are in hand-to-hand combat? It's cool to have army boots and soldier military gear, but you got to squabble hand-to-hand with a knife in your hand. You gonna be Ronda Rousey out? Or Black Widow, and she jump on your neck and twist you around and beat up all the bad guys out? Get out of here, Act. Yeah, exactly. John Wick, but that is that badass. They're just flying in the air and doing all these acrobatic things.
You're going to be Queen Latifah.
Ooh, but all that was choreographed, Doc. Oh yeah, the female equalizer.
Or the long kiss goodnight.
Yeah, come on. That's TV, man.
She has attitude today.
Oh yeah, come on, Elektra. And these chicks are so badass, throwing ninja stars and killing guys.
Wonder Woman.
Come on, it's just not realistic.
Real. Yes,
And what am I trying to say? All I'm saying is they're using Ukraine as proxies. And what's happening here, even in Josephus, is Demetrius is trying to set up the Hebrews as proxies. So we're going to provide weaponry to you. We're going to send back the military prisoners of war that we took and send them back to you so that they can what? Fight more for us. So they're going to send the military POWs so that they can sit back here and fight, throw hands for the cause. All these things are happening. And this is the offer that is provided to Demetrius so far. But let's continue.
All right. It says, and should join with him in this war against him. He therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed to raise an army and should get armor made and should receive back those hostages of the Jewish nation whom Bacchides had shut up in the citadel of Jerusalem.
So they can free those Hebrew prisoners in Acra. Get them out so they can fight for you. Read on.
When this good fortune had befallen Jonathan,
No, it's still good fortune, and it's still the blessing of the Most High. Read on.
by the concession of Demetrius, he came to Jerusalem and read the king's letter in the audience of the people and of those that kept the citadel. When these were read, these wicked men and deserters who were in the citadel were greatly afraid upon the king's permission to Jonathan to raise an army and to receive back the hostages. So he delivered every one of them to his own parents. And thus did Jonathan make his abode at Jerusalem.
And this also goes into a lot of the people, the young people that were in Jerusalem were captives, were sons of the leaders in the region adjacent to Jerusalem. And that was how they were using the hostages as a leverage to make sure that the political figures did what the Greeks said. So pretty much sovereignty is being allowed to be given back to the Hebrews under Jonathan's authority. Okay, let's continue.
Renewing the city to a better state and reforming the buildings as he pleased.
And Esau understands how to use leverage and power to stifle a nation. That's what they were doing. But the Most High is opening this entire process up for the liberation of Jonathan and his soldiers and the people that were living right. But let's continue.
For he gave orders that the walls of the city should be rebuilt with square stones.
Now, why is that square stone?
I don't have an answer, but I would imagine that the square stones are more secure. Mm-hmm.
That makes more sense. Okay.
But let's continue.
That it might be more secure from their enemies.
There you go. There's the answer. I guess the circular stones were nigger rigged.
That's all we got. All we got is circles. Just put it in there. Just throw it.
That means you can just put it out. You can put it out when you need it and get in and get out. I would imagine. I would imagine. Remember earlier in the reading, I think it was Antiochus Jupiter. He forced Judas and the men to open up a portion of the wall so they can have access in and out. So probably that area that was able to get access in and out was easily to be put down with the circular stones or something like that. But I don't know ancient archaeological masonry to be able to give a clear breakdown on that. So Salakia. Continue.
And when those that kept the garrisons that were in Judea saw this, they all left them and fled to Antioch, excepting those that were in the city Bethsura, and those that were in the citadel of Jerusalem. For the greater part of these was of the wicked Jews and deserters. And on that account, these did not deliver up their garrisons.
Just a quick recap. Bacchides had garrisons or police stations or military bases, so to speak, in each city that was a Hebrew city. That's how they maintained power and influence in the region. Just like now. You know that there's like 3 or 4 military bases in Iraq? Why? To keep control over the region. It's no different reason why there's all these military bases around Iran. Because whenever they want to pounce on them, they can. There's military bases. There were military bases in Afghanistan, Pakistan, all these different countries. Point is this, that's how when you keep these military installations in your city, you have access to controlling the region if you need to, or you have access to bring men back and forth to the region.
Yeah. The same reason they have police stations in Windsor Park Mall back in the day.
Yep.
I was the mall. Back there, you go to the mall to go shopping, and you're seeing like FYE, Warehouse Music,
Dillard's, Macy's,
Lady Foot Locker, Man Foot Locker,
Kids Foot Locker,
KB Toy Store,
and that police station.
And you see Popo Station. I'm like, what the heck? What's the? It doesn't even mix together.
I know exactly why.
There's a cop station.
They got to keep that element humble.
Listen, bro.
Listen, if you know the cops is like 2 stores down, you gonna sit back and be silly and crazy? You'll be less apt to go crazy.
It was a police station, not like a couple cops.
Yeah.
They had a whole police station in the mall.
Yeah.
In the blackest mall. It was the best mall.
Yeah. It's no different than, in Oklahoma, when I was living in Oklahoma City for a little bit, they have policemen can take their cars home.
Oh, word.
And then when you have the when you have a police car in the neighborhood, you're less apt to wild out.
No, you're not.
Because you're just a phone call away.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
So that's the point. So the point is that garrison was used to keep people in order. And what Demetrius did, he alleviated and took away those garrisons all throughout the nation of Israel, except for Bethsura, which was the southernmost city of Israel. And there was still a police station in the citadel in Jerusalem that wasn't completely pro-Jew and anti-Greek. Yeah. So we had got a lot more sovereignty than before, but not complete sovereignty. But let's continue. I don't want to focus on, I'm going through it faster than normal because I'm not trying to extract the point from here. Let's continue.
Paragraph 2. When Alexander knew what promises Demetrius had made Jonathan.
So now he's got spies and intel in the region, and he's kind of figuring out how Demetrius is trying to move in preparation to fight against Alexander. Everybody, when they say we're about to go to war, it doesn't happen in 2 minutes. I don't know if you guys know, but there's a lot of leaked information that the United States is planning on attacking Iran. But the leak, how do you leak the information? People don't go from like zero to a pure war. What are they doing? They're sending naval ships, naval carriers. Naval carriers have F-16s, F-35s, long-range missile capacity. They're sending carriers to the Iranian region. So when you start seeing all these carriers being sent out to Iran, you're kind of getting an idea that they're about to start something. Okay? Yeah. But so all I'm bringing out is that war takes time to prepare and plan. Even right now, before Demetrius physically goes to war with Alexander, he has to make sure he's got his ducks in a row. He has his allies all lined up, and the region is ready to protect and back him during the time of war. So this is what's happening. So now Alexander Butler found out the deal Demetrius gave Jonathan. Now it's time for Alexander to retort. Now, keep this in mind. Jonathan took the first deal. That's why he read it out to the people. Because, listen, you got to take what you can get at this particular point.
You got the mud out, literally.
Exactly. But now he's able to sit back and move to Jerusalem and start reestablishing the city. Well, let's keep going.
When Alexander knew what promises Demetrius had made Jonathan, and withal knew his courage and what great things he had done when he fought the Macedonians, and besides what hardships he had undergone by the means of Demetrius and of Bacchides, the general of Demetrius' army, he told his friends that he could not at present find anyone else that might afford him better assistance than Jonathan.
The enemy of my enemy is my what? He's like, Bacchides and Demetrius was giving these men hell. All I got to do is make a phone call and say, my friend, come with us. And they're going to come. This is, I got to go to him and give him a good offer. Read on.
Who was both courageous against his enemies and had a particular hatred against Demetrius.
You know, he's like, I need dogs to go to war with me. So Demetrius, I need some dogs and some guys that have an axe to grind against these people. Listen, this sounds like an old school story. No, Alexander is like, listen, Jonathan, out of anybody in the region, would have the greatest motivation to fight against Demetrius.
Yeah.
Look what Demetrius and Bacchides did to him. And even though they were getting hammered, they didn't fold, they're still fighting, they're still there. It's no different. This is how Esau sits back here. He divides and conquers all countries the same way. He takes advantage of little beefs, little discrepancies. Yeah. And he lets these little beefs become major conflicts. Don't forget, before the British, because the British were the kings of this, before the British left India, for hundreds of years, the people of India coexisted between people who were Hindu beliefs and Islamic beliefs. They were able to cohabitate for years. Without a problem. And all of a sudden, the British come in and say, we're about to leave, guys. Before we leave, everybody that wears blue, go over here. Everybody that wears red, go over there. What that means, well, this is what they said, listen, all the Hindus move to the west. All the all the Islamic people go to the west. Everybody who's set tripping on Hindu, go to the right, go to the east. And this is what happened. And when it happened, you're taking people's ancestral lands and flipping them upside down. He said there was mass killings, genocides that happened just in them reframing the country. Now the region is called Pakistan and India. Pakistan wasn't even a thing. Now you got Pakistanis who are the same people as the East Indians, but they're just Islamic faith. And then the Hindus have their faith, and they create this divot in this separation between the two. Even China and Taiwan, they're the same people. The people that live in Taiwan were the ones who got beaten by Mao Zedong. When Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek fought around Civil War time, the loser got banished to Taiwan. They're the same people, but they used that enmity and festered it to create a true rift. And this is how Esau operates. Divide and conquer. North and South Korea, the same people. It's just communism up north, quote-unquote democracy down south. This is how he just back here and keeps, when you read in Daniels, this is how you read about how it's always brother against brother. Brother against brother in the end times. This shows you how geopolitically Esau operates around the world. You separate Kurds from Christians. I don't know if you guys know what's happening in Syria. Once this pro-Taliban leader got in power, he's killing all of the Christians in Syria. There's a strong Christian population in Syria. He's just wiping them out, executing just because of their beliefs. But they allowed him to take the position. Because what they're saying is, okay, we're okay with you having your Taliban forces really run Syria. And if you want to kill Christians, cool. We just want you to keep control of these Kurds. Different factions of the same nation in the same country. Because those Kurds have been giving the people of Turkey problems. So the president of Turkey, Erdogan, financed this guy and got this guy in to stifle the Kurdish problem. All of it's about stifling one group with another group. And this is what's happening even now with Demetrius and Alexander. And Alexander's like, okay, you got beef with Demetrius? Mess with me and we'll give you a deal. And I ain't got to give you a great deal. I'm going to give you a deal so you can fight your enemy for free. So let's continue.
As having both suffered many hard things from him and acted many hard things against him. If therefore they were of opinion that they should make him their friend against Demetrius, it was more for their advantage to invite him to assist them now than at another time. It being therefore determined by him and his friends to send Jonathan, he wrote to him this epistle. King Alexander, to his brother Jonathan, sendeth greeting. We have long ago heard of thy courage and thy fidelity, and for that reason have sent to thee to make with thee a league of friendship and mutual assistance. We therefore do ordain thee this day the high priest of the Jews, and that thou beest called my friend. I have also sent thee as presents a purple robe and a golden crown, and desire that, now thou art by us honored, thou wilt in like manner respect us also.
So all he's saying is, I'm going to give you the position of high priest. So that means I am going to acknowledge you as the leader of Jerusalem.
High priest
as the leader of the Jews, yes. Because that's how the Greeks look at our belief system. You know, in the Hebrews' belief system, there's no separation of church and state. Like in United States. Same thing with Iran. Iran, the Ayatollah is a supreme leader. But there's a leader under him that operates on the political affairs. But the Ayatollah is looked upon as the top dog, is the religiously revered leader of the nation. And he's like the Jews, they're surmising that the high priest is the highest level guy. So let's deal with the religious leader is also the political leader. That's how the Greeks recognize it. But what the Greeks is like, well, Alexander is like, I'm going to recognize you as the leader.
Yep.
And what did Demetrius provide? I'm just going to give you weapons. I'm going to give you weapons, dog, so you can hold fight.
Yeah.
And I'm going to release your political prisoners. So all these things are happening, right? So the robe was sent to him. It was probably plush and shiny with little sparkly things on it.
Yeah.
He said, this robe is yours, dog. It's purple. It's luscious purple, man.
Good,
it's great.
It's that velvet gray.
Yep.
You carry that velvet gray.
You know it's velvet out.
Like you came out. You know who I am, right?
Some gold pieces too, some chains too, man.
Yeah.
So he's giving him everything he needs, man, to look sharp out and lead the people.
Yeah.
And this is the deal
Yeah.
that Alexander gives Jonathan. You can lead the nation. Read on.
Fine.
I'm going fast because that's not what I'm focusing on either. So I'm just trying to show you the different deals that are being brought back and forth amongst Jonathan. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Paragraph 3. When Jonathan had received this letter, he put on the pontifical robe.
So he put on that priestly robe. He gonna put that purple on.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. He was in sackcloth out here in the swamps for years. He don't take this deal. Read on.
I came from nothing. Listen, I was in the swamps last week.
Kinda.
Look where I'm at.
But it wasn't pride though. It wasn't
No.
pride. You sound like Biggie. Listen, you ain't Biggie out here, right? He ain't been from Ashley to Classy.
Things are better
it's
now.
Not that.
Coogee
That's what I'm saying. Keep going. I know why you said that. Read on that.
He put on the pontifical robe at the time of the Feast of Tabernacles.
It's always the Feast of Tabernacles is that first major gathering of the year. And everything kind of resets from Tabernacle. You kind of see it.
Yeah.
All throughout history, that Feast of Tabernacles was special. It was like our new season. Starts at the Feast of Tabernacles.
Yeah.
Read on.
4 years after the death of his brother Judas. For at that time, no high priest had been made. So he raised great forces and had abundance of armor, got ready.
So now he got all his military ready to back who? No, not Demetrius, Alexander. So he takes the robe, he takes both honors, he took the weapons, he got his men released, but he really flip-flopped and went to Alexander Bala.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Now let's go to 1 Maccabees, chapter 10, verse 15 through 21. We're going to read the same thing, and now we're going to kind of show the spiritual context behind it. Because now what's happening is the Most High has two Edomite kingdoms fighting and vying for this Jew to back them.
Yeah.
This came out of nowhere. Just a little while ago, they were in the swamps fighting for their life, running and swimming to safety because they were outmanned and outnumbered.
Now, that's my question. People always say that.
Before you get too deep, I want to get through 15:21, but keep going.
People always say that Edomites always work together behind the scenes, right? Which is true. But at the same time, because of resources, they don't work together.
Well, not exactly.
Because the scripture says that a
Listen.
house divided against itself shall not
Listen,
stand.
Esau works together when it benefits them. Not here. They're not going to work together here. Alexander Bala and Demetrius want the same thing, the region. They're going to use whoever pawns they can to get to the end goal. So let's read 1 Maccabees 10, verse 15 to 21.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 15. Now when King Alexander had heard what promises Demetrius had sent unto Jonathan, when also it was told him of the battles and noble acts which he and his brethren had done, and of the pains that they had endured, he said, shall we find such another man? Now therefore we will make him our friend and confederate. Upon this he wrote a letter and sent it unto him according to these words, saying, King Alexander to his brother Jonathan sendeth greeting. We have heard of thee, that thou art a man of great power, and meet to be our friend. Wherefore now this day we ordain thee to be the high priest of thy nation, and to be called the king's friend. And therewithal he sent him a purple robe and a crown of gold, and require thee to take our part and keep friendship with us.
All this means is when it's time to go to war, you're going to be on our side versus siding with Demetrius.
Yeah.
So Jonathan obviously takes the deal. When you take on the rope with the robe on and you take and have the gold crown, I agree. If he was going to disagree, he would have sent it back to him. So he took it, right? That's verse 21, right?
No, verse 20.
Keep going.
Verse 21. So in the 7th month of the 160th year, at the Feast of Tabernacles, Jonathan put on the holy robe and gathered together forces and provided them much armor.
So now if you sit back here and you look at Jonathan's battle, even when he was working under Judas, all the wars, all the fighting, all the temporary peace arrangements and agreements, all the ups and downs he was going through. And now it's his time to be the leader and the steward of the nation. And all the hell he's going through. You do the right thing. You suffer. You lose. You're on the run. You're living in swamps. You're living in these jacked up conditions. And the crazy thing is you try to fight and you fight and you fight, and the Most High just doesn't let up. Doesn't that sound familiar? You try to do the right thing. You try to have honor. You try to stick with integrity. And the more you stick with integrity, you're still in that same rat race and that same difficult pattern of life.
The conditions don't
magically
change. Transition to a better condition as one would expect.
For serving the Most High.
Yeah.
The thought is if you serve the Most High and you do good, all of a sudden things are going to turn out the way you want it. But this is an important thing. I'm going to stop on this, on the story arc, to kind of provide some spiritual context to this situation. Let's go to Psalms chapter 44, verse 1 through 4.
All right. Psalms chapter 44 and verse 1. We have heard with our ears, O Yahweh, our fathers have told us what work thou didst in their days.
So, it's funny. Remember in Psalm 78 and 5 where it says we're supposed to teach our children the laws?
Yeah.
Part of teaching our people the laws, do you think it's just about teaching your child the 635 laws the Most High gives you out? Do you think it's just that? Because when you're teaching the law, you're also trying to teach how the Most High thinks.
Yeah.
You have to teach your child how life operates and how to correctly look at life spiritually.
The spiritual reasoning behind
the spiritual process, that you can look at life from a carnal lens or a spiritual lens. What's that?
This is what made Christ so great. Christ gave the finality of the understanding of the principles of the law.
And I want to say this. He gave the finality, but he really gave the message that was consistently in the Old Testament. He just made it clear. Because when you sit back here and read some of the things David talks about in Psalms, where do you think Paul got a lot of the messages and understanding that he taught? You think he just made this up? He didn't. I'm going to show you something down the line. Paul didn't make up finding joy and affliction and all these things and learning how to look at things spiritually. He just sat back here and was a student of the scriptures. And he was a student of the Old Testament and Christ. And he was able to put it together where a lot of men can't do it. Because if you sit back and read between the lines, David showed you how to look at things spiritual. If you just read about David, you'd understand what Paul's teaching about. But a lot of people can't extract it from that because we're just so hyper-focused on you can't do this and you can't do this, you can't do this and you can't do that. So, read verse 1 again. Psalms 44, verse 1 down to verse 4.
We have heard with our ears, O Yahweh, our fathers have told us what work thou didst in their days, in the times of old.
And what's important, on top of being taught the law, you have to teach your children how the Most High works, how he blesses, the process in which he blesses, and the conditions under which the Most High takes care of you. And this is what was being passed down in David's time. Read on.
Verse 2. How thou didst drive out the heathen with thy hand, and plantest them.
He says, the Most High is the one who drives out the heathen out of your land. So that means the Most High blesses you, and he can pull out and take away your problem that is prominent in your life, whether it's a boss, whether it's a physical condition, whether it's health, whether it's outlook. He can take away the heathen. Or why does it say heathen? Because the heathen is an example of an obstacle.
Opposition. Yeah.
So the Most High sits back here and can take away the obstacle out of your life. And it says the Most High plants the obstacle in your life.
It says it's both sides.
That's the point. So there's an obstacle in your life. Who put it there? So the Most High put a difficult boss in your life. Why did he plant the difficult boss in your life? Because you need to go through it.
It's of the Lord.
So it's of the Lord, and this is the mindset that was taught in the olden days. Now, did we receive it? Probably not. Whether it's your children and there's a coach that's riding, or it's a teacher that's hard on them, or it's a boss that's hard on them, or there's just conditions in life that are ultra difficult. The Most High plants this adversity in your life, and he's the one that can pull that spirit off of that person to ease your conditions.
I remember when I was a kid, bro. 13, 14, went to bowling alley on Bandera, Grismer, I guess.
Okay.
Bandera Bowl.
Greater Northwest.
Yeah, Greater Northwest. We were out there just stealing gumballs. And I wasn't. Everybody was stealing gumballs at the machine.
What did you? So you know gumballs, Zach?
I didn't care about the gumballs.
Well, the question is, okay, if you didn't steal the gumballs,
I didn't.
Did you eat any of the gumballs that somebody stole?
No.
Okay.
That wasn't my thing.
Just make sure.
We're gonna steal some gumballs and eat like, what is that?
I didn't say you stole the gumball. Did you benefit from
No,
the
I
stolen
didn't.
gumball?
I didn't benefit. Listen, I was
Sometimes people don't got the guts to do the dirt, but they'll take the spoils.
Well, this is the lesson. I was in a flock with mixed birds, right?
Yeah.
We were. It was like all the basketball homies.
Sticky fingers, huh?
All the basketball homies. You guys are robbing the gumball machines. I'm like, well, I don't care what they're doing, bro. It doesn't bother me. And then we walk home down this dark alley, and this cop car comes with no engine. You can't even hear the engine. And it's flashes the lights.
Whoop, whoop.
And then the cop pulls a gun out on my boy. My boy pulls the gumballs out of his pocket and throws them on the ground. Right? He pulls the gumballs out and throws them on the ground.
It sounds like the love of money song with Easy. For the love of money, the cops come out. He's like, we're on the corner just slanging rocks. Oh man, they come the crooked damn cops. When the cops crooked, or when you selling drugs in the community.
Bro, listen, bro.
And then they sit back and run off. They throw the drugs everywhere. What is this?
It was a Trayvon Martin situation. So I'm like, he pulls the gumballs out, and throws them on the ground, and the cops flashing like the light on the inside, and he pulls his pistol out. And I'm like, what the hell?
Did you stop or did you run?
No, I stayed. I'm not gonna run and get shot. Everybody knows you run, you get shot. You run, you're asking for it.
Yeah.
So I just played cool, bro. I played coy, right?
Yeah.
And what I did was I relaxed, and then the cop just got bored and just got out and just left. And I learned from that day, you don't run around with mixed birds out. You don't run around with people that you know but you don't know. Because the same guy I hang out with, he was a star basketball player. He got arrested at the store for stealing like polo shirts. He got arrested again. I said, you know what? Every time I hang out with this dude, someone's getting arrested or something bad's happening.
Yeah.
So the lesson is you learn who to navigate with. Yeah. But to the story, you said the Most High plants situations in your life so you can see the difference.
Yeah. But this is
we can blame the cop.
Yes.
The crooked cop popped up. But without that crooked cop, whatever you want to call it, I learned, listen, there's certain people you can't hang out with.
Okay. And that's the point. The lesson is, read Psalms 44:1 again.
Psalms chapter 44 verse 1. We have heard with our ears, O Yahweh, our fathers have told us what work thou didst in their days, in the times of old.
So he's saying the Most High has taught our elders how the Most High operates and does his work. Read on.
How thou didst drive out the heathen with thy hand.
So with the Most High's power, the Most High has the power to save and remove you from a difficult condition. Read on.
And plantest them.
And the Most High has the power to bring the affliction in your life.
Yeah.
So if you're going through difficult times with difficult people, with people that make your life difficult. There is a lesson there to learn and extract from this person or situation. Why am I slowing this down? Because when we get offended at a boss or a person that you have to work with or a brother or sister that you want to work with, what do you want to do? You want to say this person is off. Man, I can't stand this person. This is what this person is putting me through. Yeah. I can't stand this situation. This boss is unfair. This sister is unfair. This brother is unfair. This husband is unfair. But we don't want to accept that the Most High plants this person in your life. And the Most High can pull off the pressure from this person. Yeah. But it's all in the power of the Most High. And the Most High rewards or blesses based on our what? Spiritual obedience. Spiritual. That's why I said. That's why I said spiritual. I said spiritual obedience on purpose. Okay. So
that's a key point.
I know it is. It is. Read on.
How thou didst afflict the people and cast them out.
So the Most High afflicts the people and casts them out because of their actions, and He also removes the adversity from them. He does both.
All three of that.
But it's just two. He brings the hell, He brings the pain, and he brings the relief. So if there's pain, if there's stress and calamity, He brought it. This is an important lesson that you have to process on top of this following the law. And when the pain or the difficulties come, there's a lesson that has to be extracted from it.
I have to say a very obvious statement. The lesson's there because this is an inadequacy in my spirit.
Yes.
It's very important because people say in their mind, you're doing this, but I already understand why. I already get this. Well, if you already got it, why do you keep going through it?
Yep. If
you already got the lesson, why did the Most High give you the same lesson 3 and 4 times? Well, if you fail a test, why do you get the same test 3 and 4 times? Yep. Because obviously you didn't pass the test to the teacher's standard. So if you get the same patience test or the same personal problem going on multiple occasions, that means you might have passed the test with a 75, but the Lord expected a 90%.
But I'm going to go even more specific. And we're going to why the Most High keeps having these conditions in your life. Read verse 3.
Verse 3. For they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but thy right hand.
This is important. He says, no matter what you're going through, it's not how awesome you are that's going to pull off this problem. You're not going to fix the problem. The Most High is constantly showing us whatever problem is presented in your life, you don't have the power to change your situation. Didn't Christ say, which one of you can sit back with your own power can change your stature?
By taking thought.
By taking thought. We don't have the power we think we got. And the Most High was constantly reminding Jonathan the same concept. You don't have the power. You're not going to sit back and defeat the Greek army. You can keep treading water until the Most High steps in. It's the same thing with Judas. Could Judas have fought any harder?
He maxed out. How about
He did everything he could, and his fighting wasn't going to change the tide of the war. Meaning, his fighting was not going to break and collapse the mighty Greek Empire. The Most High was going to collapse the mighty Greek Empire.
His way.
His way. And this is a reminder that we must have moving forward serving the Most High. We don't have the power to change our condition. The condition is presented to us in our life.
I got to bring the scripture up on this point.
I just want to say this one. The Most High puts us in these conditions for us to learn obedience and to learn how to wait. Until the Most High changes the situation up to work in your favor. What was you going to say?
Psalms 37 and 1 through 3. Because it's not for us to try to control the narrative and dictate, when we could blow the whistle and say I had enough.
Yeah.
I'll try to remove myself or become presumptuous in the situation. Read that.
Psalm chapter 37 verse 1. Fret not thyself
Yep.
because of evildoers.
And so that fret means to wear away
Yep.
or to corrode. So he says, don't fret yourself because of what?
Because of evildoers.
Read.
Neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity.
And don't be mad at who you think getting away with
Whatever.
whatever. Because, sometimes we get mad because other people get away with talking however, treating people however. But that's not our business. What other people do is not our business. Read on.
Yeah.
Kind. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass.
Because the Most High will take care of anybody that's causing havoc anyway. That's the Most High's doing. That's his job. Read on.
And wither as the green herb.
Read.
Trust in the Lord.
Our job is, while we're going through something or catching hell from people, is to do what?
Trust in the Lord.
That's all our job is. Put more emphasis and faith in the Most High. Read on.
And do good.
And what?
And do good.
What's my responsibility?
To do good.
Yeah, because you know what we do? We want to do evil for evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did me dirty, so I want to do you dirty.
Or we want to take ourselves and remove ourselves from the situation
Yep.
with the thought that I have the power to get away from this hell. He's like, no, you got to trust the Most High and do good, and stay in that distress until the Most High removes you from this distress.
If you don't, how would you ever trust the Most High?
Exactly the point.
If you try to take yourself out of it, then you're controlling the circumstance. You're controlling the narrative.
And that's why the Most High said, we didn't get into the land of Canaan by our own hand. We didn't get. What does that mean? If the Most High didn't give us the land of Canaan with our hands, then who did it? The Most High controls the blessings. He gave it to us. Just like us sitting back here. He told Joshua, just sit back here and walk around Jericho 7 times and blow a horn.
Yep.
And it's going to collapse. That's it. But why did he do it that way? Because if we would go in there and just run roughshod through all these countries, we would think it's us.
Yes.
And not the Most High. But this is how the Most High works constantly with us. This is what was taught to our children for so many years. It's a reminder that you don't control your blessings or your curses. You can't manufacture with effort what you want in the spirit. So the Most High is the one who brings the adversity, and he removes the adversity. You don't have the power you think you do. But this is the understanding that Jonathan knew. Now the Most High has Demetrius and Alexander vying for the Hebrews' help.
And who would have envisioned that?
And
Who would've thought that?
all the Hebrews did was just fight to not get eradicated. And what did we do? We just treaded water in war. If we're going to be honest, we treaded water. But what happens when you're in the middle of a spiritual battle?
You're treading water.
You're treading water. That's the point.
Yeah.
You're treading water into the Most High, or you doggy paddling to the Most High change you out of your situation.
It's treading
Because
water.
I'm not really good at. I can't tread water. I'm like this.
Yeah.
I'm doggy paddling scared as hell.
That's not what-
Let me get to that edge.
Yeah.
Let me get to that damn edge. I'm a doggy paddle till I get to that edge. That's us. And you have to look at your life that way. You're doggy when you're at the zone and they're just saying no. What do you gotta do? You guys gotta keep calling people with vigor and pray the Most High comes through for you. You ain't gonna say something with some pizzazz. You gonna say some awesome statement and they're gonna want to buy from you. That ain't how it goes. There's been times I was literally falling asleep on customers because I couldn't stay awake. I'm talking about the counsel from last night. I literally remember myself I was like, yeah. He's always 100% pure. Man, counsel was very tiring last night. I was like,
Yeah.
And the guy was like, I know you're tired, man. I'll buy that bottle. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Con! And I'm walking around like smile like a chest cat, running and jumping and smiling. I got energy all of a sudden.
Banging about.
Yeah. Especially when they say I take it.
Yeah, I'm like, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
But what's the point? He blessed me. Was it because of skill? Hell no. I just kept talking and kept fighting, even though my body wanted to stop and shut down.
But how about that goes back to Jacob?
God.
Jacob, his hip was out of joint.
That's not, listen, for those who don't know about hip side, when your hip is out, it is excruciating. It really is. You can't do nothing. All you do is hold on to him. Listen, when
What can
your
you
hip
do?
is, you have no leverage. You can't do nothing.
Your hip is
But hold this guy's leg out.
Yeah, upper body strength. That's it.
All you got is this.
Yeah, that's it.
You gonna roll? You gonna work? You gonna be rolling out?
I'm not letting you go.
You can't like press off with your hip. You can't push off with it.
Exactly.
You're just holding on like this.
Exactly.
All I control is this. I can do this. I can't do nothing else. And there's no grappling techniques. There's no fancy grappling, nothing. You just got to hold on for dear life until the Most High says you've held on long enough, I'm going to bless you.
But that's the war.
And that's the lesson.
Yep.
The lesson is you don't control nothing. You don't control who gives you, how long the blessing is going to take, how long the problem is going to be, how long the adversary is going to be in front of you. You don't control that. All you control is how long you can hold on doing good works.
Yep.
Wow.
And if you can hold on doing good works, you control that. And the Most High is the one who provides the blessings or brings the curses. That's the lesson. Read Psalms 44:3 again.
Psalms chapter 44 and verse 3. For they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them.
Our own arm doesn't save us from nothing. Our words don't save us. Our action, our us controlling the narrative doesn't save us. Read on.
But thy right hand and thine arm and the light of thy countenance.
The only thing that saves us is when the Most High sees us fighting and he smiles on us. And he acknowledges that we fought our tail off. And then he lightens up the situation, lightens up the person, lightens up the circumstance. Half of the problems, or more than half of the problems in Israel, is the thought that we can control our situation. Is the thought that we have the power to control our circumstances. And we don't. And the more we try to fight to control our circumstances, the Most High ends up sitting back here and making it longer and harder. So continue.
Because thou hadst a favor unto them.
So the only way your situation changes is when your actions impress the Most High and then he shows favor to you. That is the key to connect to the Most High. And this is what our parents told us as children. Those are the real lessons. Israel wants to sit back here and battle, argue on Esau. Esau is the devil that the Bible speaks of and all this. Nobody talks about this enough. What does it take to get the Most High to procure favor to you? Because this is the title of the class. How Jonathan procured favor from the Most High. That's the whole point. What did Jonathan do to gain the favor of the Most High? What he did is he knew he couldn't control defeating Bacchides. He understood that he had to stay in order long enough for the Most High to say, okay, I'm going to lighten up your condition. I'm going to look at you more favorably now.
That's a great statement, though.
Done.
You're giving, and if you're listening online, not online, online, or on the internet, on the web, and in the classroom, that key equation is, this equation will save you 10 to 15 years of wondering. Because there's I wonder why I'm suffering conversation going on in people's minds.
And they suffer longer because they try to control something that wasn't meant to be controlled.
I'm suffering. Things aren't going my way. My life is a succession of misfortunes. Then I am the epitome of the victim. Then I'm a flawed person. I'm trying to do good. I just misunderstood. All these scenarios going on in our life, but what we're not getting is past the smoke wall. There's a smoke wall of all these variables and changes going on, and we can't see what the Most High is trying to teach us. Because technically our eyes are blind because we're suffering. We're on the inside looking out. But the Lord's trying to show us, if you maintain your spiritual order despite the storm, the rain, the wind, the condition, the temperature, and the variations around you, if you can maintain the mentality of pleasing me and maintain your order for a long enough period of time, those three factors, I will come through for you. He's showing you the exact succession of how to guarantee the Lord will be there.
He said that acceptable men are tried in the furnace of adversity.
Yes.
A furnace is hot.
Yep.
Yeah.
A furnace is not comfortable.
But the truth is, I think the thing is when you're in the furnace of adversity, can you remind yourself the Most High is in control of this furnace?
Yeah, he controls the temperature.
If he controls the temperature, why are you fighting about and complaining about how hot the temperature is?
Right.
The quicker you can accept this temperature is going to be what this temperature is until you accept the condition of this temperature and provide works that make the Most High lighten up his countenance towards you. And that's the point. You have to provide works that puts the Most High in a position to look at you favorably. He has to sit back and look at how you're handling the adversity and the how he plants your enemies in your life. He plants an adverse condition in your life. If you handle it properly, then he sits back here and lightens up the heat. We don't look at it that way. He's looking at how we think, how we process, and can we accept the conditions that are adverse to us.
But I have to take this point. This is how you know it's spiritual. Because there's a certain point in time when you're in that storm, temptation, or you're in that crucible or obstacle, or you're in that furnace,
Awesome.
right? You're in that situation. After a while, your mind, some people's mind goes into who they hate around them. I hate you, you, and you. I hate these people that make my life hell. And then eventually your mind goes to the real situation. Your mind says, you know what? I'm tired of God always putting me in this. And that's the real, people really rarely say, but it's honest truth. Why does God always have me around these kind of people?
Mm-hmm.
Or why doesn't God fix this?
Yep.
Because there's a period where you start praying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm praying, God, can you fix this? God, can you fix this? But my actions aren't matching my prayers. And then eventually you start talking directly to the Most High in your head, saying what you're upset about. And really you're going to the big boss complaining about your work conditions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, this is how you know the Most High, if you can process this correctly. Read verse 4.
Verse 4. Thou art my king, O Yahweh. Command deliverances for Jacob.
Listen, the Most High delivers Jacob. The Most High delivers us. Didn't the Most High call Jacob a worm?
Yeah.
So the Most High delivers the worm. He delivers us. So how do you know? This is another question. How do you know what you've gotten is of the Most High or not? Because we get things in our life. We get things from our own ingenuity. We get things from our creativity, from our intelligence. But how do you know it's from the Most High? Exactly. And can we live that way? Can we learn how the blessings that come from the Most High come from situations that you know damn well you didn't do? You didn't think it. You didn't process it. Your talent and your skill by no way created this advantage. That's how you know it's of the Lord. Because everybody wants to know, man, what I get, was it just me just being good at what I do, or was it the Most High? You know it was the Most High. Like Jonathan knew this was the Most High. They were in the swamps, on the run, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, ambassadors from the Greek Empire said, hey man, go to Jerusalem, man, you good. We're gonna give you armor for your weaponry. We're gonna give you the position in Jerusalem. We're gonna sit back here and send all of little Hawkenberg from jail life. We're gonna send them back to you and take care of you. Yeah. We're gonna bless you out of nowhere. And then the other guy says, I'm gonna trump him and give you the royal priesthood.
That's out of nowhere.
And give you purple and gold. Listen, Jonathan didn't do nothing to get that. He didn't literally have his hands in anything but treaded water, survive with a positive outlook, and the Most High sent the blessing out of nowhere. And the thing is this. So take it another step further. That means the Most High has to make you powerless in your condition.
Wow. Stop right there. I got a question. I got a question.
I got a sinner. He has to create the condition to make you powerless in order for him to show you that it's him. That's the point. He has to strip you down to bare bones, to where all of your moves don't work. Then he will send you the blessing. That's the only way you can know without a shadow of a doubt it was the Most High. I can attest that in my life, even how we built the school. When we had certain resources allocated for certain things, and all of a sudden it just didn't work out that way.
Yep.
It was out of our control. Then we're sitting back here like, how in the hell are we going to finish? Then all of a sudden this comes out of nowhere. That comes out of nowhere. This comes out of nowhere. Like, man, that wasn't a war in the eye, I'll tell you that for damn sure. I want to sit back here doing this. Eureka. We do this and this and this. Yeah, I know we got this, but it was just wisdom. It was just, you gotta use wisdom. You gotta use wisdom. No. He makes sure you're all out of answers.
Yep.
He like, man, I don't know how many times I sit down at something. I don't know how we're gonna do this. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I don't have no idea how to do it.
You don't have the card.
And then within a few days, boom, it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Man, this is God.
That's how you know.
That's how you know. When all of your moves don't work, and he purposely reduces you and takes all of your opportunities away from you.
That's what I want to say.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to say on that point, and that exact theme, is that the Lord, a lot of times we want to get blessed for operating in our strength and our personal wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
I know I do.
Yeah. Of course.
But then, like, I know my wheelhouse. So let me just do my thing in my wheelhouse. And it's going to be all right.
Yeah.
But how about the Lord will just freeze your wheelhouse?
Yeah.
Wherever your personal strength or element or power or skill set is, he'll make the thing that you're not good at the actual grounds where you have to operate better in to get the blessing.
Because how else are your works going to have the Most High shine his light on you or lighten up his countenance? What do you have to do to lighten up the Most High's countenance towards you? You have to make changes and do things that you normally don't do. You have to bring about fruits meet for repentance. Efforts that get the Most High's attention. But it's not about efforts to acquire what you want. It's efforts in obedience towards the Most High. Because he's telling you it's not about what you're doing to fix your condition. He said the Jews did not with their own power change their condition and get into Jerusalem. I gave them that opportunity. So he's saying you don't have the power to change your life. All you have the power to do is create acts towards the Most High that makes the Most High's eyes lighten up towards you and him value you more. This is the spiritual way to deal with your problems. And this is why we're taking so much time in these chapters. So much of our wickedness is predicated on our desire to control a situation, our desire to steer a situation to work in our favor, and to manufacture a blessing versus be in obedience and wait. Like I said, we would be able to talk this concept for many years because we worked the malls.
Mm-hmm.
But verse-wise, it was more difficult to explain it because it takes a little more time in the book to do it. But we just sit back here and how do we survive every day? Off of selling oil. How do we do it? People will sit back, how the hell did you survive? I don't know. How did you survive below the poverty line? How you do it?
Jake would ask, Jake would come and ask and say, I know if I see you guys doing it, I know I'm going to be okay. They would say that. They would say, listen, because you did it and you guys were surviving so long off of, they look at the part like, I don't know how you're going to do this.
Yeah.
But they saw us standing for a long time off a situation that didn't seem like it was.
It's not, it don't look profitable. You ever walk past the cart and the cart looks half empty? How in the hell can these guys have glass and glass on top of glass?
Yeah.
We got glass on top of glass. How are they surviving When the cart just got glass up a glass, huh?
Because they didn't know the secret to what we're selling.
I'm not talking about Egyptian bottle glass.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking about glass.
Yeah.
3-cent glass. 3 cent a piece glass out.
Yeah.
How the hell you got glass on top of glass cases out? And you're surviving for 25 plus years.
Does this sell?
How?
Does this sell?
That's the point. Those were real questions. And how are we surviving up TREs now? How are we doing it?
How much y'all get paid? That's
a hell of a question.
Yeah.
It's all month to month, man.
Yeah.
That's the answer. It's all month to month.
Yeah.
We're living by faith.
You said it 1,000 times. We said it 1,000 times. You said, yeah. We work hard, come pour our money together, and we split it and divide it amongst everybody in the bills.
You like this?
I said it 1,000 times.
Remember that African guy doing this?
Yeah.
How's that gonna work, man?
I said
African me like this.
I said you work hard, you go to practice, pass the ball around.
Yeah. Hey, what are you talking about, man? How are you gonna survive? That's the point.
They didn't know the key to what we're doing.
And listen, we didn't know it until we had no choice but to live it this way, or you leave.
Yeah. You sell it. What you're selling is spirit. That's what you're selling.
And you're selling hope.
You're selling hope, and you're selling inspiration.
Because it ain't like, listen, how many customers are we engaging a day? Have to be over 100. And you're only selling like 30 of them? That ratio.
Depending what mall you're
is
at.
challenging.
Depending what mall you're at. Because if you're at a host mall, you talk like 30 customers a day.
I know, even worse. But listen, you can look at it on one or two ways.
Yeah.
If you're selling 100 people and 70 tell you no, that's not easy either. You're constantly being told no all day, and you know the pressure is on, and you're backed against the wall. One way or the other, it's difficult. It's very hard, and the Most High is teaching you that you don't control nothing. The Most High's grace is all I'm giving you. And can you be okay with that?
But this is the thing. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to rain. It's going to be cold. It's going to be an event. Then one goes to the mall. Or everyone's going to the mall for shoes, but not one of oils. There's always a reason why you're not going to prosper, is my point. There's always something that's going to say you're not going to prosper because of these reasons. And you have to operate, like Shasha was saying, you have to sell hope. You have to sell hope to who, though?
Yourself.
Yourself.
No, you have to believe it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
You better believe this.
Yeah, if you can't sell what you don't believe in.
I know
That's
that.
what I'm trying to say. I know. Like, you're selling hope, but that means you got to believe in what you're selling, what you're saying.
But and I know we're going off on a tangent, but we're trying to really explain what it takes to get the Most High's favor, because that's what the class is about.
Yeah.
We're explaining how Jonathan got favor. Jonathan understood that he wasn't going to defeat the Greek army. Jonathan understood we just had to sit back here and hold serve and not collapse. We had to stay strong, keep faith, and wait till the Most High pulls us out of this and learn whatever lesson the Most High is teaching us in this realm. Understand that, because he brings the enemies and he lightens up the burden. Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that? Because that's the question he's going to put all of us through. He lightens the load and he brings the burden, but he brings the burden to teach you to do what? Cleave more to him. And this is now Jonathan sitting back here getting all of these blessings, and he's getting power and gaining power in the region, and he didn't do nothing to gain the power besides wait and be obedient.
He didn't fight the wars that Judas fought. Let's be clear.
That's what I'm saying.
He didn't use his sword with phenomenal skill and fortitude and get in that position. He had to swim across the river.
Yes.
He tried.
And took an L.
And he took an L in front of his men.
Yeah.
That's another one.
But once again, he understood, even watching Judas fight all these years, I don't have control over my situation. All I have control over is my obedience and my willingness to ask, seek, and knock to get this spiritual understanding about why the Most High has planted this adversary in my life. We want to sit back here and blame the adversary, blame this brother, blame this sister, blame this condition. Who brought the adversary to you? So that's why the Bible says, he that despiseth not man but the Most High. You really are upset about this person or sister, but really you're mad at the Most High. And once you realize you're mad at the Most High, you better stop being mad at the Most High. And you better realize the Most High put this spirit on this person to teach you about you. And can I learn how to fix my outlook through this lesson? That's how you look at things spiritual. And that's how you learn how to wait effectively. So the Most High can bring back the blessing to you. The blessing was always in, the Most High always intended to bless you. But you have to learn how to wait and carry yourself to earn the blessing.
Yes, and if you want to be a candidate for a blessing,
Yes.
you have to retain a fighting posture. Because a lot of times we say, "I think I've done enough. I'm gonna let my foot off the gas,
Yep.
and I think I'm gonna chill now." And then the Most High will we'll let slothfulness come in. We'll let slothfulness come in and idleness come in.
Yep.
And idleness teaches wickedness. So if we get idle and we feel like I've done enough, because the scripture says you can never go far enough.
And please let me say something else. What does that mean? You can never go far enough. Half of the reasons we don't get blessed is because we don't work hard enough for the Most High to say, okay, now I'm going to shed my light on you. You have to work hard and change your outlook until the Most High changes your condition. We work hard for a little bit and stop.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be obedient until the Most High changes the situation around you. That's the timetable. There's no how long. You stay in order until the Most High removes the adversity from you. That's the answer. That could be a year. That could be 10 years. That could be 15 years. It doesn't matter. Do you obey the Most High and do you believe in Him or not? Because if you believe in Him, it doesn't matter how long you wait. Because it's not about you. Just know the blessing comes not when you remove yourself from the situation, but when you are obedient long enough for the Most High to change your condition. That is what you're supposed to extract from the story of Jonathan. And you use that by reading Psalms 44. He changes your condition. You're waiting on Him. Not, I gotta get away from this person. This person is toxic. Now, I know what you were saying earlier about being around toxic people. This is why it's important to do good to the what?
Godly.
You're supposed to sit back here and live and operate in a realm where people are trying to live righteously too. Because when you're in a realm where others are trying to live righteously, now the lesson is to stay amongst the people who are trying.
You're kind.
Stay around people that are trying to live right. Now your waiting actually matters. Now your waiting actually can resonate into a solution. Versus sitting back here and operating around a bunch of worldly people. You're not going to see the Most High work that way. But when you're operating in a spiritual environment, and then you wait and stay in order and you're obedient, now the Most High can show you His power. Because you've removed all the variables.
Yeah.
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It's 1,000% off. I know I get it. But I will say the reason why. Because we had this class has compounded. Because Shashawan went on Wednesday and he emphasized Joseph being in the caves, not the cave, but being in the dungeon for 15 years.
13.
13 years. Slack. I said 15, 13. And then we also discussed partially, I think in other previous classes, I think War, you went over it, that David was on the run for a dime.
Easy.
David ran for a dime. Then you compound that.
He was a teenager.
So I'm saying. He didn't get the crown until he was 30.
He was 30.
So 17, he didn't get the crown until he was 30. He was on the run for a dime. Then Joshua emphasized that Joseph was in prison, hardcore prison, Egyptian prison, for what, 13 years?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're looking right now, Jonathan was struggling for a very long time. And all three situations, because in case people are skeptical about our I guess the remedy of the class or the reasoning behind the class, all three characters had the same problem. They all had an adversary they couldn't control. Joseph couldn't control being put in prison. David couldn't control. He could if he killed him, but he had to be out of order to control it. That's what Satan does. Satan will give you an answer, but you have to be out of order to accomplish it. Right? Every character we're reading about, Joseph, Jonathan, David, all had an adversarial situation with no control, and they had to maintain and be on point, and maintain hope, and maintain good works, and maintain order for the appointed period of time for the Lord to tell them, yes, I will go ahead and lift up your circumstance. I will rid your disease. I will rid your malady. I will rid your disorder. I will rid your condition. I will rid your adversary. I will change the cards you have in your hand. I'll give you a new deck of cards. I'll give you a new field to play in. I'll give you a new environment. All three of those circumstances had the same premise. So the question is, if the things written aforetime are written for our learning, that means that our circumstances also what? Have the same exact premise.
And this is what our people taught the youth in Israel, how to think. And this is our job, to teach Israel how to get the Most High's attention and how to stay in obedience to earn the Most High's blessing.
You're just saying that because you want people to be obedient to you.
All right, well,
That's what you're saying. So let's just get that get that out the way.
You know, all I can tell you is this: I don't got the power people think I might have. Listen, I can't sit back here and be like Shazam and everybody starts locking
Command
in.
the rich.
Or I remember Bewitched, we should like this. See to a twinkle or nose eye, and all of a sudden,
Fix his car.
they changed their whole thinking changes out. What was that show? It was Bewitched.
Yeah, Bewitched.
Listen, we don't have. I don't have the power. Well, it was on primetime television back in the day. It was like on channel 13. Anyway, what's the point? The point is that we don't control these things. The Most High controls everything. And can you learn? This is the greatest challenge to get Israel from the world into the knowledge. Listen, once you learn the law and all that stuff, that's great. But the real lesson is, can you give up control? I've been talking about rescinding control for years. Giving up control for years. But it's getting clearer and clearer about what that really looks like. When you know it's a blessing from the Most High, is when you did nothing to earn it. And it was strictly the Most High having mercy on you, versus you manufacturing your blessings. Which means a lot of people in the world manufacture their blessings. Which means that's not the Most High. You only know it's from the Most High when you had nothing to do with it. That's how you know it's from the Most High. Anyway, let's go now. We finished that. Let's go to 1 Maccabees chapter 10, verse 22.
And this begs the question. People say, well, then, am I supposed to just not make good choices? That's what's going to happen. That's the thought.
Listen, no. All I said is this. You can make good choices, but that's not of the Most High. You can be prudent. Listen, we're supposed to be prudent. But just know that's not the Most High's blessing. I didn't say it was evil. I didn't say that's not the Most High's blessing. So your industriousness, your skill will take you a certain level in your life. Then the Most High say, listen, you're gonna eat off the work of your hands. Cool. But that's not the Most High's blessing. That's your works. But the Most High's blessing is when you sit back here and you stay in order and you wait, the Most High brings the blessing. I'm not saying don't push for nothing. I'm not saying don't achieve nothing. I'm not saying don't fight for nothing. That's not what's being said. What's being said is, can you learn obedience? And the blessings from Him is when you give up control, you learn the spiritual lesson, and the Most High brings you something that you know you didn't bring, that you know you didn't do. So 1 Maccabees 10, verse 22 to verse 45. We're going to go into the next phase of the class. So now, we're going to read about the fact that Demetrius picks up on the fact that Jonathan takes the purple robe and the gold crown, and now he's the high priest. So now Demetrius has got to one-up what Alexander did. Now listen, what Demetrius is about to offer Jonathan, Alexander can't give to him yet, because Alexander doesn't control the kingdom. So this next offer is a big one. This is a significant offer that Demetrius brings and presents to Jonathan.
So you said so Demetrius gave Alexander, Jonathan, two offers, not just one.
This is the second offer. Yes.
So there's three total.
Yes, let me say that.
Demetrius,
Alexander,
Alexander,
and now Demetrius again.
Demetrius did.
It's a counteroffer.
It's
Yes,
a counter offer to his offer.
because he's like, listen. Before we go to war, I need to know where you guys are at. I'm gonna give you my best offer. He says, this is negotiations in general. This is negotiations you get in sports or at the job. You can do the same thing when you're negotiating for your payroll, your salary, all that. Well, let's continue.
All right. First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 22. Whereof, when Demetrius heard, he was very sorry.
And then he saw you like, man, listen, if I get them on their side, this isn't bode well for me. I could actually lose my authority. So the fear of losing his authority has really gained momentum on Demetrius' mind. So read on.
What have we done that Alexander had prevented us in making enmity with the Jews to strengthen himself?
What did this guy give? What did Alexander give Jonathan to make him switch sides? Read on.
I also will write unto them words of encouragement and promise them dignities and gifts that I may have their aid.
I'm gonna give them an offer they can't refuse. I'm gonna give them something sweet. Read on.
He said unto them, therefore, to this effect, King Demetrius unto the people of the Jews sendeth greeting, whereas ye have kept covenants with us and continued in our friendship, not joining yourselves with our enemies. We have heard hereof and are glad.
Mm-hmm.
Wherefore now continue ye still to be faithful unto us.
So he's saying if you stick with us and you cancel that bargain that you got with Alexander, read on.
And we will well recompense you for the things ye do in our behalf.
So once again, what did Alexander Bala offer Jonathan? But the purple robe and a gold crown. That's all he gave him.
Yeah.
And what did that give Jonathan the right to do? He was given the right to run the empire. He was given the right to run Jerusalem and to be the leader of the Jews. That's all he had, right? Matter of fact, he only had the power to rule Jerusalem and that region of Jerusalem. Because we're going to read later that he didn't even have control over all of the Israelite territories. But let's keep going.
Come, and will grant you many immunities and give you rewards. And now do I free you, and for your sake I release all the Jews from tribute.
So he says, can you imagine Donald Trump saying, listen, man, I love you guys. I love the Jews. I love the black Hebrew Israelites. I love them. I love them a lot.
The black guy.
For you guys, I will sit back here. You guys don't pay no taxes. You don't got to sit back here. Listen, no fight with the FICA. None of that stuff. You don't got to pay state taxes,
If you check the box,
city taxes. You don't got to pay any taxes. I love you.
On your paperwork at work, on your whatever.
All you got to do is put a shield. Put a shield in there and you guys are good. And all you got to do is show this insignia or show this ring.
Yeah.
And there's no taxes for you.
Yeah.
So he's no tax. Listen, you know how significant heavy taxes was on the people in general?
Click you the bottom.
Well, let's keep going.
God, it says, and from the customs of salt and from crown taxes.
He says, I'm going to sit back here and take away your salt tax. Don't forget, salt was like one of the most important commodities in the nation. So we had a heavy resource of salt with the different regions in our area, the Dead Sea. We had a lot of different regions in Jerusalem and Israel that had salt deposits.
Yeah.
Salt was everything back in those days. If you didn't have salt, you couldn't preserve your food.
Yeah.
If you didn't have salt,
There's no sense.
listen, back in those days, salt was more important than slaves. Salt was more valuable than slaves. There's a term that you're not worth salt. You're not worth your salt. That's what it means. Now listen, salt was a more valuable commodity, literally, than slaves. So what he's saying is, I'm gonna take away all the salt you got to give. And listen, if he's taking away that customs tax of salt, that means that's an extra profit for the nation and the kingdom.
Yeah.
That's a significant move. That was one of our major exports. Salt and what? Olive oil. So that was a significant. That's like oil back in the day, or oil now.
It's commodity.
So this is how you maintain your country. Salt was everything back in the day. Without salt, you couldn't survive. So that was an economic boost. If Demetrius like, listen, man, your money's gonna be right. I'm not gonna put any customs or tax on you for salt, or any other taxes or tributes on the people. Read on.
Says, and from that which appertaineth unto me, to receive the third part of the seed.
And he says, I'm also going to take away the levy of a third of your crops coming to me.
That's more food.
That's massive. That's massive. Because that's a third of the seed from the whole people of a nation that just does agriculture. So now, remember we talked about when the nations come in there and take over, and you're a vassal, you still got to take care of the priest. You still got to take care of the poor. And whatever's in the middle is left for you. But if you're sitting back here and you're working for, and you're a vassal, a third of your profit goes to them. That's crazy. So you're losing significant income, and it makes your family that much more impoverished. What King Demetrius is saying, listen, man, I'm gonna take that third away, that third tax from y'all, and you can keep a third of your seed for yourself. These are deals that nobody gets in the realm. This is the best that you can get.
Yep.
Read on.
And a half of the fruit of the trees that I release it from this day forth.
So maybe what he's saying is this: a third of the fruit, third of the seed is literal seeds that go to these nations. And then once you give up your seeds, you also got to give up a half of your fruit. That's even worse. So you don't have to give up half of your fruit and a third of your seeds no more. Think about that. What kind of economic boost in revenue is going to go back to the nation?
That's an era of prosperity, and if you're the man on point or the man in charge, that automatically shows. That's why that's how Trump got in office.
Yeah.
He promised economic prosperity. He referenced 2016. He referenced the stock market, and that was a strong case for why he should be an authority again. So it behooves whoever's in charge to have a strong economy. So this solidifies Jonathan as the high priest for a longer period of time anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like, why would you not take this play? I'm solidifying your power.
Got it. And that's the thing. He's like, I'm taking away those economic sanctions.
Yeah.
This is how you break economies. You sanction all the goods. You sanction the economy, and it cripples the economy. Exactly. And what it does is forces the people to revolt against the leader.
Exactly.
And that's how you get those political oustings.
Mm-hmm.
So all this is happening, and now Demetrius is like, man, I'm going to sit back here and economically enhance your country. There's no way you're not going to be able to benefit from this situation. Continue.
So that they should not be taken of the land of Judea, nor of the three governments which are added thereunto out of the country of Samaria and Galilee.
So he said also, I release from this day forth, so that they shall not be taken of the land of Judea, nor of the three governments which are added thereto out of the country of Samaria and Galilee, from this day forth forevermore. So what he's saying is, the Jewish territory was split up in three realms. Remember we read about how Jonathan was given the robe, the purple robe and gold crown?
Yeah.
He only had jurisdiction of one of the three realms. Demetrius is saying, listen, man, I'm going to alleviate this tax burden on all three realms. So that means I'm going to truly liberate the nation of Israel. Read on.
Financially, right?
Financially. Read on.
Let Jerusalem also be holy and free.
So now he's like, I'm going to liberate you guys financially. And I'm going to liberate you guys spiritually. Read on.
With the borders thereof, both from the tenths and tributes. And as for the tower.
No, read that part again.
Verse 31. Let Jerusalem also be holy and free, with the borders thereof, both from the tenths and tributes.
So all these three jurisdictions, you don't have to bring out tenths of monies and tributes. to Greece in any way, shape, or form. Read on.
God says, and as for the tower, which is at Jerusalem,
Which is Accra, which was the major hub to keep and control these damn Jews with this Greek police station. Read on.
God, I yield up my authority over
So he's
it.
like, I'm giving you the police station for yourself. I'm pulling out our military base out of Jerusalem. That's like Esau saying, you know what, man, we're going to pull out our embassy out of Iran. We're going to pull our embassy out of, we're going to pull out all our military bases away from the Iranian region. You think Esau going to do that? Hell no. He's like, I'm going to sit back here and give you all the power that you desire. Anything that could possibly prevent you from saying no, I'm just going to sit back and eliminate everything. So now you have the power to run your own country, police it how you want. Our presence, our Greek presence in Jerusalem is out of here now. If you sit back and side with us. Read on.
God, and give it to the high priest, that he may set it in it such men as he shall choose.
But he knows who's the high priest. He knows Jonathan's the high priest. So he says, listen, I'm going to sit back here and give the complete, total power and authority to Jonathan. To not just run Jerusalem, but we're going to read, to also run all three regions of Israelites.
So he's expanding. He's giving Jonathan the opportunity to expand
His empire.
his power.
And listen, and he's also guaranteeing that the people are going to love Jonathan. Because on top of the fact that you're going to have control of the three realms, they won't have tax debt on them. So they're going to love Jonathan for that. He'll be in power in perpetuity. Read on.
God, moreover, I freely set at liberty every one of the Jews that were carried captives out of the land of Judea into any part of my kingdom.
He says, any slaves that we've snatched up over the years, they are given immunity and can come back to their lands free of charge. Read on.
And I will that all my officers remit the tributes, even of their cattle.
And he says, and if you're slaves and you come back to your land, I'm going to give you some 40 acres and a mule. We'll give you some money for your time. We'll give you resources for your slavery. So we're going to bring back these Jews and give them money in their pocket to rebuild. This deal is sweet as heck. Read on.
Furthermore, I will that all the feasts and Sabbaths and new moons and solemn days and the 3 days before the feast and the 3 days after the feast shall be all days of immunity and freedom for all the Jews in my realm.
And now I'm going to be so cool. Every Jew in my realm gets 3 days off before the feast, 3 days off after your feast. Who ain't going to like that? This deal is almost too good to be true. How can you sit back and say, no, I don't want to do this deal? What Jew don't want to sit back and get 3 days to prepare for the high holy they have? Ribs can sit back here and sew. Meat can be perfectly seasoned, Doc. Everything will be perfect, Doc. 3 days before, and you can drink a party and have a hangover for 2 or 3 days, and you can recover from it after the high holy is over. Imagine like Hanukkah. That means you got a whole week plus 6 days. 3 days before the 7th, then you got 3 more days. You're chilling.
It's like 13 days.
Off. 13 days off.
That's like 2 weeks.
I know. Like, you can't beat this deal if you side with me, Jonathan. Read on.
God says, verse 35. Also, no man shall have authority to meddle with them or to molest any of them in any matter.
All that's saying is no foreign intervention. No foreigners can intervene in the sovereignty of your country. That's what all countries want. Read on.
I will further that there be enrolled among the king's forces about 30,000 men of the Jews.
Now I'm promising 30,000 jobs to the black man.
Now that's what they want to hear.
Listen, they want to hear all this stuff. I get 6 days off for high holidays, and I got 30,000 jobs for black men. And I don't got to pay taxes. And we can sit back and economically grow. And and the police is leaving our city? Come on, man.
It's a celebration.
And exactly. Celebrate good times. Come on. Bam, 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 bam,
Yeah.
That's what it is tonight.
Party going.
That's my
That's what's
point.
gonna happen. That's the spirit right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then
Yeah. At Soul Train too. Everybody's dancing at Soul
Everybody's
Train.
got to celebrate. So bring your
Everybody's in that dance line. So like this.
with the friends on. Some got tokens on though. Some got tokens in dancing. I'm trying to change.
Yeah. But it's so comfortable.
I'm just
so comfortable.
It's the Greek thing. So I'm trying to stay.
It's comfortable though. But keep going what you're saying.
Yeah, but so this is a option that would totally change Jonathan's personal situation
And it will benefit the nation.
and the nation.
It's benefits. This is a better deal than just getting a purple outfit out
Yeah.
and a gold crown out. This will change your country's trajectory for generations.
Is all money good? Is all money good money?
Well, that's the question. We're gonna keep going. There's more good. There's more deals. 30,000 new job for the black man. Read on. Now it's 30,000, but it's 30,000 security jobs. But that's what Jake does half the time anyway. Security.
Yeah.
It's the truth. Read on.
Yeah,
Until-
go. You gotta get out of here, man.
It bounces out. Anyway, keep going on.
Unto whom pay shall be given, as belongeth to all the king's forces.
You're gonna be a soldier. 30,000 new jobs to be soldiers in my army. Read on.
And of them some shall be placed in the king's strongholds,
You gonna guard the king. Read on.
of whom also some shall be set over the affairs of the kingdom.
Mm-hmm. So that means there gonna be some senators, so some officers that run jurisdictions,
Yep.
some mayors, some senators. Read on.
Which are of trust, and I will that their overseers and governors be of themselves.
So that means that there's going to be black men in positions of authority looking after our people. Because this is what, when you sit back here and think about in the 40s, in the 50s, and some of the things that led, or even in the 30s and 20s, some of the things that led Hitler into invading like Yugoslavia and Serbia was that in these countries that was like ethnically mixed with Slavs, Germans, Croats, and all these different type of people. The battle was to make sure that, for instance, if there was Germans in Czechoslovakia or Yugoslavia or in the Serbian countries, were the needs of the German people taken care of in political positions. A lot of times you would have Serbian leaders that ruled over German districts. And the Serbian leaders would take care of the German people the Serbian leaders would take care of Serbian political needs over the needs of the German people.
And that makes an inequality?
It's an inequality. Certain factions that people are taking care of and others are not. Certain people are given access to jobs and certain people aren't. So voting was very important back in those days to make sure that there were German people in political positions to fight for German conditions in comparison to being you're in Poland, and Poland laws are pushing to take care of Polish people and not German people. That's what wasn't talked about. One of the first countries, the first country that Hitler went to was Poland, because the Polish people were abusing and taking advantage of German people. So they took over the country to make sure that the Polish people couldn't have that leverage and authority to take advantage of sovereign German citizens.
Isn't that what
Because
Trump is doing right now?
Because what happened is in World War I, German territory was taken over by the Polish people. So it's not like when you read about, Hitler went to take over Poland. Did he take over Poland or did he take over German land that was awarded to Polish people, but the German people were still living there and being taken advantage of? So what Demetrius is doing is, in these different jurisdictions that I'm going to have Jews be put in authority, they will be able to take care of the needs of the Jews in that region. So it's not just I'm having Jews be bodyguards. You're bodyguards, and you're going to be in a position of authority to have an effect to take care of your nation. So he's ensuring that we're going to be covered regardless in whatever region we're in. Not just the three regions, that are being consolidated in Jerusalem, Samaria, and Galilee. Read on.
Kind. And
You got to get out of here, man. It's 12:20. You got to tell me if next time, man. It's 12:20. You just want to get the class out and buy some time.
That was last sentence.
Last sentence.
Last
It's
sentence.
12:20. Come on, man.
It's 11:55. Really got it.
I know. 11:45. You got to say something.
No, I was here, bro.
Yeah.
Says, and that
You just chill out. If he don't say nothing, I don't say nothing. If he says
He
nothing,
texted. I
say
saw him
nothing.
text him, man. Because they're both Asherites. He's trying to do a sharing agreement. Now.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
and that they live after their own laws, even as the king have commanded in the land of Judea.
So he's saying that the same laws and freedoms that we have in Jerusalem and in Judea, in those three realms, we'd have those same freedoms in different countries. Taiwan, we need you to keep going. Let's get you saluted in.
Let's hit him.
I see it.
Bahawar Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Bala Shah, Baya Sha'ala.
Taiwan, Makat, Shah Shabbatah, Bala Shah, Baya Shah, Amaju. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabbatah.
Yes, Makat. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so let's do what's verse 36? We finished 36, right?
Verse 37.
Okay, so let's do 38. We're gonna run to verse 45.
Now, First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 37, 38. And concerning the three governments that are added to Judea from the country of Samaria.
So he's saying now he's going to address the consolidation of power of all the Hebrew regions: Jerusalem, Samaria, and Galilee. Read on.
Let them be joined with Judea, that they may be reckoned to be under one.
So what is he saying? Listen, these Greeks knew that there was enmity between the southern kingdom of Judah and these non-Israelite Samaritan people. And they used this calamity or this schism as a leverage to keep the Jews under control. So now he's like saying, listen, remember Samaria was the haven for all rebel Jews that didn't agree with how things were being done in the south of Judea. He says, now I'll even make it better. I'll take away your enemy from the north. And now the Samaria is going to have to operate under how you guys want things to be done. Listen, this is he's giving the sweetest deal. This is the deal of all deals. Read on.
That they may be reckoned to be under one, nor bound to obey other authority than the high priest.
So now that means all the high priests and those fake guys that were in the Samaritan kingdom. Remember they had a fake temple up in the north, up in Samaria. I think it was in Mount Gerizim. He says now they're going to have to sit back here and lock in to your land, to your high priest and your temple. So they're going to squash all these power vacuums that are happening in Jerusalem. Like, I'm going to give you that deal now. So let's continue.
As for Ptolemaeus.
So pretty much he's saying the uniting of Galilee and Samaria and Judea is all going to fall in your lap, and you're going to be the high priest that runs it all. Read on.
As for Ptolemaeus and the land pertaining thereto, I give it as a free gift to the sanctuary at Jerusalem for the necessary expenses of the sanctuary.
So what is he saying? He says, on top of that, I'm going to give you the revenue or portions of the revenue from the Ptolemaic Egyptian kingdom to sit back here and take care of repairs and maintenance at the temple. So because he's going to punish the Egyptians once he wins this battle, and he's going to give a portion of their revenue to y'all to upkeep your temple. Listen, he's giving them everything. Read on.
Moreover, I give every year 15,000 shekels of silver out of the king's accounts from the places appertaining.
So now he's going to give 15,000 shekels out of his own military coffers to send to Jerusalem too. So now you're gaining money on all levels. You're gaining money that can be sent to the maintaining of the temple. You have access to your salt deposits, which means that's like your gross domestic product. That's your GDP. That's your GDP. Your olive oil shipments and your salt is going to boost your GDP up.
Yeah.
You don't have taxes. The people don't have taxes on their seeds and their fruit. You're gaining 15,000 shekels of silver annually to go to your temple. The Egyptians got to sit back and put money to your temple. You guys have extra high holiday days off. Your neighbor and your rival to the north has to bow down to y'all. Galilee bows down to y'all. No foreign interference.
That's a huge stimulus package.
Oh, that's reparations. Those are real reparations. It doesn't get better than this. And Demetrius is giving Jonathan way more than Alexander could ever give him. Read on.
Verse 41. And all the overplus which the officers paid not in as in former time, from henceforth shall be given toward the works of the temple.
All the overplus which the officers paid not in the former time, from henceforth, meaning what is it saying? The profit of the people in the region that we didn't mind them keeping, got to go to you now. So now the profits of the region come to you. Listen, what kind of crazy deal is this?
He's talking to a king.
Khan, he runs the whole region. This is boss stuff
He's
right here.
making him a business partner.
I know. It's the best deal ever. Let's continue.
And besides this,
On top of that, read on.
the 5,000 shekels of silver which they took from the uses of the temple out of the accounts year by year, even those things shall be released.
So what they're saying is, now I'm going to give you back pay.
Oh, what's that? Back pay.
What he said? He says 5,000 shekels of silver, which they took from the uses of the temple. Meaning, the temple would make money of itself to sustain. You would take the money from whatever tithes and offerings people come into the city. You would take the profits to go back into your temple. Those monies that were taken, that the Greeks said, no, you guys can't stack money. Remember a few, like in the beginning of Maccabees, I think 2 Maccabees 3, Seleucid the fourth heard that there was a stack of money in the temple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got to go in here and get this money.
I think he sent Lysias, or he
Yes,
sent,
it was the Korban.
Yeah.
It was the Korban savings. All these years, they were taking that savings money and bringing it back to Greece. Like all those years of arrears money is going to come back to you, to your temple.
And the thinking would be, you know what? This must be the Lord. Because
Yes.
that's the thinking anybody thinks when these opportunities come in mass.
This is a win. This is a win-win.
This is from God.
God, how can you turn down this offering and this opportunity? This is the greatest deal ever. Read on.
Even those things shall be released, because they appertain to the priests that minister.
So he says that's a financial scenario that should go to the priest to determine what they want to do with it. That shouldn't be, we shouldn't have took that from the beginning at all in the first place. Read on.
And whosoever they be that flee unto the temple at Jerusalem, or be within the liberties thereof.
So he says anybody that makes the temple their haven, their habitation, who lives at the temple. Anybody that lives at the temple, that's all the Levites. Because the Levites are the only ones that can actually live in the temple. So now the Levites get what? Read on.
Or be within the liberties thereof, being indebted unto the king, or for any other matter, let them be at liberty.
So the Levites don't have no debt to the king. All the Levites' debt to the Greeks, it's done. Don't worry about it.
There's no tax farming.
No tax, and you don't owe them anything. If you owe them anything, the taxes are forgiven. Bro, everybody gets squared away. The priest gets squared away. The common man gets squared away. The visitors get squared away. The region gets secured. Everything is turning in our favor. Read on. What verse are we at?
This is the end of verse 43.
Okay.
And all that they have in my realm, for the building also and repairing of the works of the sanctuary expenses shall be given of the king's account.
So all this money in arrears still goes to the temple. The Egyptians' resources still go to the temple. And I'm going to be the one that flips the bill for the repair of the actual temple. So the temple just blows up. The financial monies of the temple goes from zero to abundance. If the king is paying for the maintenance of the area, then it goes to how potent were we as fighters to get this kind of damn love. We're done.
Yea, and for the building of the walls of Jerusalem, and for the fortifying thereof round about.
So he says, no, not only will I pay for the building of the temple, I'm going to pay for all the wall repairs. Everything a person could want, everything a Jew could want was in this spill out, in this letter out. It couldn't have been written clearer and with more benefit than it was.
It had to be by the Most High.
But the question is, was it? Because did they take this deal? This came from Demetrius, the one who also hunted down these Jews for dead and made them public enemy number one. So you got to ask yourself, you going to take the deal from the guy that wanted to kill you just a week ago?
Right.
How long will the deal last?
Huh?
How long will the deal last?
That-
It
and
only
that's
lasts
the
Until they win the war.
Yeah, it lasts as far as, okay, once Alexander, whatever his name is,
Bala, yeah.
Bala, once Alexander Bala is neutralized, then the doors open. Well, now we can just take
We don't
that.
need you no more.
We don't need you no more. You're no longer a necessary factor. So we're going to have a renegotiation and take away some of these repairs and some of these promises got to get amended.
Yeah. And all these promises were to make sure that they fought on Demetrius' side.
But the scripture says your enemy's iron as rust.
Mm-hmm.
He might look clean and useful initially, but the scripture says his wickedness is as rust that ironeth. Or iron that rust.
It's a sure thing. Iron's going to rust.
It's going to rust.
And how does it rust? Because it's around oxygen.
He said, though
You can't hide this iron from oxygen. You can't hide iron from oxygen. Oxygen will hit this iron and it's going to rust.
Yep.
Just like this man's going to be wicked.
Little by little.
Yep.
You're going to look up, it's going to be red.
Yep.
A red iron.
Yeah. So let's keep going.
Expenses shall be given out of the king's accounts, as also for the building of the walls in Judea.
Another example of that in the Old Testament was Pharaoh. He said, go ahead, let him go. Let the Hebrews leave Egypt. Get out of it.
Yeah.
And then 10 minutes later, you know what?
Yeah.
You need to come on back. Report back to Egypt.
Yeah. Now.
So this is what they're weighing too. But the deal that's offered is out of this world.
Sweet deal.
Well, let's continue.
That was the end of 45.
Okay, now, hold that. Now what we do is this. Read verse 46.
Verse 46. Now, when Jonathan and the people heard these words,
Now this is Jonathan and the people. So obviously he gave the people an opportunity to look at it themselves also. Don't forget, this guy was in power for like 11, 12 years. So he had given 11, 12 years of just brutality to him. And now that don't forget, at this particular time, they'd already pushed away that pro-Greek influence. Those pro-Greek guys were kind of pushed aside, or they were hiding in the citadel. That's what was happening with these guys. Read on.
now when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they gave no credit unto them, nor received them.
So, they didn't believe it. They didn't give credit to it. They didn't believe he was going to stick to this once he got what he wanted. Now, once again, to even think this way is remarkable. Because most of us would do what? Would take this deal. And then say, this is the Most High gave us this deal.
Yep.
Let's take it.
Would have been a bad
These
decision.
men were men of principle, though.
Well, it's no different than the PPP loans. Because the PPP loans was exhausted by a lot of our people that were in small business.
They were
And
sitting out here getting cars.
They thought it was free money.
Yeah.
They thought it was free money, and the PPP loan was, it's time to flex and, buying all kind of jewelry and stunting. And next thing you know, a couple of years later, after they start doing, auditing, we need this money back with the interest.
Yes.
With interest.
with interest.
Oh.
And then a lot of people got arrested.
And then they were Instagram stunting. And all these are listen. All these are gonna do is look at your Instagram page.
Go to Instagram.
Yeah.
That's where the money is.
Yeah.
That's where the money's at.
Look at May through the September.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, okay. So this is what's happening. So now, and this is what just for y'all to understand all that Facebook and Instagram. Do you think that Zuckerberg guy he's went from Asher to classy act? Zuckerberg and all these guys, they're just these brilliant Edomite guys. Don't you realize they're industry plants, and they were just chosen to bring this software?
With the face.
You're gonna be the face of this software that we need as a government way of tracking people.
Yeah.
That's really what it is, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. It's how they track information. The new age is all about information tracking. They can sit back and figure where you're out just by the people you follow, the sites you follow. You ever sat back here and you were talking about a certain good or service that you might need, and then you go on Instagram and that good or service pops up on Instagram. Have you ever experienced that? Like, are they listening to my conversations? The answer is yes. They know exactly what you're talking about. Or have you ever gone on Google to search for something, and then what you're searching for on Google pops up
Other places?
on Facebook?
Yeah.
It pops up on your Instagram? What is it telling you?
They're listening.
They're listening
They're
to
in
you.
conference.
And all these devices are used to track your behavior and your actions and collect data on you. It's all about data mining. So they can data mine you, they know how to sell you and how to specifically get what they want from you. And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Whether it's him or it's Elon. You ever read about Elon? You realize Elon Musk stole most of the stuff he got? He didn't sit back, look at this damn genius. Listen, even Tesla, he took it from somebody.
No, Einstein.
He was on the board. I'm talking about Tesla. I'm talking about the Tesla vehicle.
Oh, okay.
The Tesla company. He partnered with somebody and got him out. The guy that was the real brains behind it. This guy wasn't some genius act. He was backed.
Facebook did it. You just mentioned him.
Zuckerberg.
He did it. Bill Gates did it.
They all did it. They were chosen to be the face of a scenario, and they ousted the guys around him.
Yeah, he stole Microsoft.
Einstein stole some from other.
The patent office.
Yeah.
He went to the patent office, stole everything, and acted real smart.
Yeah. He was not a genius. He was not a genius. He took it from other smart Germans.
And he got it from guys that took their patent.
And how about he was Amalek?
Alexander
That's
Graham
what they
Bell,
do.
too. Graham Bell
Took it
stole
from a brother.
Yeah, stole the light bulb idea from a brother.
But what they did is they keep you in litigation till you're broke.
Yeah.
That's how they break you. They just keep taking you back to court, and you exhaust your millions of dollars or whatever money you got in court.
Or they deny the patent, and then they just redo the patent in another name.
And that's why patents have a shelf life. And after a certain year, everybody else can have access to your patent.
Yeah.
That's the game.
It's only protected for 10 years.
What was that? Yeah, Eli Whitney. Yeah, he did a lot of things.
Yeah.
How about that Tennessee whiskey was made by a brother? What's that drink? The black container. No, not Hennessy, man. Come on, man.
Jim
That's the only
Beam.
one that matters.
No, it wasn't Jim Beam. For a lot of people, yeah. It was
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels.
There you go.
Well, it was really by a brother.
Uncle Nearest.
He talked
Something
about
like that.
how to do the
Yeah.
barrels and everything.
And he took his own. This happens all the time. But
You got to keep that moonshine secret.
Tendenism.
Tendenism. Yeah.
tenderism, man.
Yeah.
If y'all know what's going on now, you can see.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
dude was great at marketing.
Yeah.
His
He was able to appeal to the community, and while the whole time getting played by a white guy.
Yeah. He said who's that?
He's got to smoke the meat fall off the bone.
Oh yeah, and he
He
sprinkles the
just
salt.
shake the meat. He just shake the meat. The brisket is falling apart.
And he sprinkles it with a
no.
salt.
No.
That salt guy, he's got the picture. Now.
He's
This OG black dude here at the gas station, now, all grayed up, big eyes out with a little Applejack hat to the side, little button-up shirt, real skinny. But he has this company that sells the world's best. It's called Black Diamonds in California, and it has the world's most tender oxtails on earth. Remember that dude from Texas?
Earth, huh?
Yeah, Texas. This
Yeah,
Texas.
Candy
Texas
red.
in every way.
Yeah. Candy
Candy
red.
red.
Yeah.
And it's all
Less barbecue.
they got them softballs out there all red. You got that guy, and then the counterbalance of that is this black guy with the black diamonds. He has the most tender people are flying out the state to go to California to eat, which I would love to do. Right? If we ever have a move,
Yeah.
I need to get some softballs. But these are black diamond oxtails, and it's like this online black community argument uproar right now because the white guy patented his term. His term was called tendenism. Now all the food chefs online that are like popular chefs are starting to use his term.
Of course.
But the white man,
Is this a restaurant?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's his restaurant. So the black guy, is this your restaurant? Whose restaurant is this? It's the white guy's restaurant. Then we heard that the black guy got fired. And the black guy said, I didn't get fired, I still work here. But the whole idea is, I thought this was yours. How come he runs it?
Yeah.
His business partner patented his terminology.
That's why in 20 years, Tupac's gonna be a white guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the truth. Tupac gonna be white.
Yeah.
They got to find a way to scrub all the old images of Tupac out and make him white guy with some tattoos, like all eyes on me.
Well, I already saw that. They had Tupac on a skateboard, right? On a Obama skateboard. And his whole body was just like, he's like just a skateboard, chill black guy. He's just a black dude. He's like,
They gonna water him down, and he
Jordan gonna be white too. Jordan
Yeah,
gonna be
Jordan
ducking. Blonde hair.
They like Brian Scalabrine out. They like the red hair.
Blue eyes.
Blue eyed Jordan.
Red hair. Like, you gonna have a red goatee out.
Yeah, black Jordan. They're gonna have AI shooting.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how they're gonna break it through AI.
Yeah.
But anyway, so everything we're saying is all on point.
So everybody else became white.
And so this is I'm going back to the point, but this is the concern that Jonathan and the men are saying, listen, bro, this offer is too good to be true.
Yeah.
I don't think we should follow it. Okay? Let's go through some verses and kind of it doesn't this is also another thing. Just for us as people. We have to really be conscious of the fact that it's not, when you're making a decision like this, it can't just be based on intelligence and common sense. From a common sense perspective, you take this deal 10 out of 10 times. But if you're looking at it spiritually, you don't take this deal. We're going to go into the scriptures to show why you have to make spiritual choices and turn down really good deals to maintain a spiritual perspective and a stance. So the first verse you're going to go to is Proverbs 18 and verse 19. Proverbs 18 and verse 19.
Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 19.
I want some of that candy red though, man. I want to try some of that. I just don't want to ship it out, man, and ship it in the mail. I don't want that. But if I just get it right off the grill, some candy red
He
out.
came to Austin maybe like a year ago. We missed that. He came to Austin.
Yeah, he do a tour.
He do a tour.
Yeah.
Next time we got to do it at.
You got to go.
We
He
gotta
do
go.
conventions
Get some
in
candy
Atlanta.
red
He be in
out.
Atlanta too.
Oh, that's where we're going to make the money at. Let's do Proverbs 18 and 19.
Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 19. A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city.
And this is the truth. 11 to 12 years of taking advantage of our people. And now you give us the greatest deal ever. It's damn near impossible to trust that they're going to have the integrity enough to stick to what they're saying. And this is what they're saying. They have to make a decision
Real player.
that they're looking after their people spiritually. Like this guy, if he's doing all these deals, he's going to switch up on us. And another thing, for many years during this time, remember there'd be like a 2-year time of peace.
Yep.
And then the wicked of our people will go to the king and he'd send forces to sit back and attack. It was like 2 years on, 2 years off. 2 years of a hot war, 2 years of peace. It kept being this rotation. So it's like this guy's, what they were thinking is, this guy is fickle. All it's going to take is a sellout Jew to complain to this guy.
That's
And
it.
he'll turn on us.
Yeah.
Like he had been turning on us. Whether it was Antiochus Jupiter, then it was this guy, then it was Demetrius. They keep flip-flopping on us with short-term peace, and they come back and turn around and bring war to us. This is what they're thinking also. He might give us this deal, but they gave us peace negotiation terms in the past
Last time.
and reneged on it. So
Yeah.
how can we sit back here and trust this?
Look, this is a problem. If you look back enough historically, if this guy is coming from Alexander, didn't his daddy do the same thing?
Well, yes, yes, and it goes back to all their bloodline. Their whole bloodline has been now. Now, to be fair, Demetrius came from Seleucus the Fourth's line,
Yeah, I'm saying that.
and he was more just than his brother Antiochus.
I'm saying, but even
But the bloodline is dirty.
but even from the
bro.
historian perspective, you look at the historian perspective. You know what? Let's go with Demetrius because Alexander or Septimius Severus has a history.
Septimius, right?
No, not Septimius Severus, but
Seleucus.
No. I'm talking about
Antiochus
Antiochus Epiphanes. He has a history of flip flopping. This
Yeah.
is his son.
Yes.
So what is his son?
This is his grandson.
His grandson, if it's
Or his nephew. It's his nephew. I'm just saying, I'm
Whoever-
not checking. I'm just trying to make sure.
If they're the
Because
same-
these names get kind of confusing after
Sorry.
a while.
If he comes from a line of flip floppers, then if we take the deal from this guy, he'll probably flip floppers from the historical perspective.
Yes.
But this way you have to
Well,
be in the spirit.
I'm going to say this. Yes, but what they're saying is they'd rather go with Alexander Bala, who is still of Antiochus' family line. Because he hasn't screwed us over yet.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
This guy has definitely screwed.
Yeah.
Demetrius
Yeah.
has definitely screwed us. Listen, it's both the white man.
Yeah.
They're both bad deals.
Yeah.
But you don't got no power to say no to both.
Yeah.
So if I got to choose one side, then I got to choose the side of the guy who hasn't screwed me over yet versus the guy who gives me a better deal, but has definitely screwed me over in the past.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
And Demetrius had sent 3 expeditions of soldiers against us
At different times.
At different times.
That's my point. And that was in between peace sessions.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's
Right.
peace, then some snitches go and try to create more war, they come back and they fight. Then there's peace. We sit back here and stave off, then they come back 3 or 4 different times.
Yeah.
You're right.
And they're sitting back here and we're going to sit back and arrest and put cases on all y'all dudes and lock y'all up. You just can't trust it. You can't trust the rabbit hole that he's about to take us on. And he says in Proverbs 18 and 19, we're offended and it's going to be harder to win than a strong city. They can't sit back and trust this guy. It would take years of goodwill for us to sit back here and loosen our guard up. And justifiably so. Justifiably so. Now, let that go and go to Proverbs 26 and 25. Proverbs 26 and verse 25.
Proverbs chapter 26 and verse 25. When he speaketh fair, believe him not.
Listen, when you don't trust and your trust has been burnt, and when he speaks fair, because this is a fair, great deal. When he speaks fair, read on,
Believe him not.
you can't believe him. But why can't you believe him? Because he's shown a pattern of distrustful moves and hateful moves. Read on.
For there are 7 abominations in his heart.
7 just means complete. It's hard to trust your enemy because you know in the back of his head, he can flip-flop any day of the week. And you know he hates you. You know he hates you because if he didn't hate you, he wouldn't have sent these hordes of soldiers to you. So he hates you. He just needs you. And he wants to use you until he don't need you no more. And that's what they're well aware of.
It's a fake peace treaty.
Con. And he understands that. What was that verse that a brother many years ago said it? He doesn't need you anymore. So he gets rid of you when he don't need you no more. Remember that? You know what I'm talking about when the brother threw it out there behind the A-can angle.
Yeah, it can't.
No, but it wasn't A-can, but it was about, it's in Ecclesiastes when it says that beware of a person in power that, when he doesn't need you, he gets rid of you. When he has no need of you.
Has no need.
I think it says, I'm just going to put no need of thee and hope that hits. And I don't, it's not that. But look for that as we're going into this. Let that verse go.
I have no need of thee, or you're not.
No, it's in the Apocrypha. I'm pretty sure it's in the Apocrypha, I think. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 12 in the Apocrypha, verse 10.
Lest when you have no need of thee? Lest when you have no need of thee?
Maybe. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 10 through 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 10.
Let me Okay, 10 and verse 18.
Oh, if he have needed thee, he will deceive thee and smile upon thee and put thee in hope. He will speak fairly and say, what wantest thou?
That's what we'll do. It's actually 13 and verse 12. It's the rich man. That's the one. We'll get that after this. Let's do Ecclesiasticus 12, verse 10 through 16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness.
He says, what he's saying is, your enemy, a person who has perpetually shown himself to be an enemy, is your enemy. And you have to be able to call it like it is. If a person has a problem with you, a person has beef with you, a person sees the worst in you, then he is your enemy. Now, the scripture also says, be at peace with all men. So can you be at peace with all men while knowing he's your enemy? That's the challenge. Can you accept this person does not have my best interest at heart, but also maintain respect? Because this is what Jonathan has to do, and this is what we should do. Can both things be true? This person doesn't have his best interest in mind when he's dealing with me. This person has a problem with me, and I'm still supposed to be in order. So keep that in mind. He says don't trust your enemy. That doesn't change the fact that I'm not supposed to trust my enemy, but I also got to accept that I don't have to be negative towards him. Well, let's continue.
Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him.
Now, this is a crouching letter. I want to give you everything. He says, even though he's crouching, you better take good heed and beware of him. Read on.
And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wipest a looking glass.
He says, if you sit back here and take heed of him and look past all the humble gestures, you can clearly see him for what he is. Yes, sis.
I just don't understand what that balance is. Like, how do you do that piece of person? How do you interact with the person?
Listen, does that mean I have to have a negative outlook toward the person? No. Listen, we don't have the right to be negative towards anybody. None of us have the right to be negative towards him. Why? Because the Most High put that person in your life. So the Most High put that person in your life, then that means you're supposed to still learn how to work. Listen, if that's the case, why didn't David have the right to kill Saul when Saul was sleeping? And Saul did all this harm to him. He was like, listen, Saul's the Most High servant. Why am I going to judge another man's servant? The Most High made this person hateful and ungrateful. Why am I going to be mad at the Most High made him hateful and ungrateful? The Most High made him that way. So if the Most High made this person hateful and ungrateful, then I still have the right to be in order with a person that's hateful and ungrateful. I don't have the right to retaliate. Didn't Christ say, turn the other cheek? What does that mean? You hurt me. I'm still supposed to open myself up to be hurt again. That's the way of Christ. Didn't it say your enemy takes your coat? Let's give him your cloak also. Why am I going to fight you? That's the point. None of us have the right to be hateful.
This is amongst an Israelite biblical culture, structured, governed environment.
Not Ned the Whiner.
Gotta remember that, 'cause people hear that and say, "Why do good things happen to bad people?"
Yeah.
No, this is based off of an environment with spiritual government.
Yes, not in the world. And that's a significant difference. But let's continue. But so once again, does it mean that because I don't hate you, I trust you and work with you every day? No. It's not that easy. Can I understand who you are and still work with you at the capacity I'm supposed to work with you? That's the point. I can have respect for a person I don't trust. Continue.
And thou shalt know that his rust has not been altogether wiped away.
And that's the point. This letter looks like his enmity and his anger and hatred towards us is gone. But it ain't. Most kings back in those days hated the Jews because the Jews came off like they were better than everybody. And all their customs were opposite of the rest of the world's customs. You know, you guys think you're better than us because you don't eat pork? What the hell are y'all? Forget y'all. I'm going to make it harder on y'all dudes. Point is, so just because Demetrius is acting like he cares now, if you look deeper, you'll still see the rust or the wickedness in you. Because he only, listen, that's why it says, talks about when you're dealing with the counselor. Know what this counselor wants.
Know what they have need of.
What does he have need of? He needs bodies. He needs fighting bodies. He's going to tell you whatever you got to hear because he needs you. Right? But keep that in mind. Let me see. Read hold that and go to Ecclesiastes 13 and verse 3.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13 and verse 3. The rich man hath done wrong, and yet he threatened withal. The poor is wrong, and he must entreat also.
Okay, so we're talking about how the rich man can get away with things a poor man can't. Read on.
If thou be for his profit, he will use thee.
And this is what he's doing. Demetrius is the rich man, and he's like, I can give power, but I can also take power away. So because Jonathan and his forces can profit Demetrius, he's going to pull that profit card and use him and promise all these nice things and promise all these goods, but he can also take those goods away just as quickly as he gives them.
As it came.
We'll keep going.
But if thou have nothing, he will forsake thee.
But if you don't have nothing he can offer you, or you can offer him, he's going to turn his back on you. Because that's what Demetrius did in the past. Demetrius sat back and exploited us because there was nothing we could give him to help him. Now we can sweat for him. And we can shed our blood for him. Now I'm going to use you and give you a deal. And this is what Jonathan and him are processing. He's only being nice to us because he needs us. When we don't serve his purpose anymore, he's going to chew us up and spit us out. And this is why you couldn't trust the enemy. Because he's only smiling in our face because he knows he needs us. And he can benefit from us.
Yep.
Continue.
If thou have anything, he will live with thee.
If you have anything that benefits him, he'll rock with you. Read on.
Yea, he will make thee bear and will not be sorry for it.
He will sit back and use you all the way up, use all of your resources and all your men, and wouldn't lose any sleep that your kingdom falls apart and all your leadership is worn out and all your good soldiers are gone.
I could care less.
Because he just wants to use you. And this is the thinking that they have.
Because you're utility.
Yep.
We have to understand, are you someone's utility?
I was looking for this verse. I couldn't find it all last night, man. I'm glad we got to it. But let's keep going.
If he have need of thee, he will deceive thee.
Once again, and this is why this is don't trust your enemy. If he needs you, he's going to lie to you and give you these deals and promises that he doesn't plan on sticking behind. Read on.
And smile upon thee.
There's that smile, though. Yeah, that smile thing. Yeah. Read on.
And put thee in hope.
That whole letter is hope.
Yeah.
Like that picture of Obama. I like that picture of Obama when he says hope. All black people. My president is black. My Lambo's blue. Everybody thought it was going to be hope.
Where are all the hope pictures out that people hold on to? People are celebrating now.
Just one word, hope.
That's
hope.
it.
Okay.
And so what's happening is, what Demetrius is giving Jonathan is hope. He's only giving him hope because he needs something from him. He's smiling in the face because he needs something
I
from
need
him.
to squash Alexander.
Okay. So I'm going to give him hope. Read on.
He will speak thee fair and say, what wantest thou?
This is what he's saying. This is literally what's happening. What do you want? What do you need? I got it. Read on.
And he will shame thee by his meats.
He's going to make you embarrassed by the luxury he's going to provide to you. He's going to overwhelm, to be shamed, he's going to overwhelm you with everything he can provide for your cause. Read on.
until he had drawn thee dry twice or thrice.
He says he's going to sit back and allure you with all of these options until he can dry you 2 and 3 times over. Because with this kind of deal, a person would run through a wall for the white man.
Yeah.
And this was the expectation.
You'll say, I'll be stupid not to take this deal.
And you'll sit back here and you'll work 10 times zealous to sit back here and get this deal he's offering. And he knows that. Read on.
And at the last, he will laugh thee to scorn.
And once you sit back here and utilize all your resources, he's going to laugh at you and take your power away.
Because he pimped you.
That's a pimp
That's what I
move.
was saying. It's a pimp move.
That's what you were saying.
I'll be saying it. No, it sounds bad. But this is a manipulation tactic. And he's just using your need against you. Using your poverty and your condition against you.
Con.
And that's why it is more important to hold on to the Lord than to whore from the Lord and look for any option beyond the Lord for stability.
Con. And read verse 8.
Verse 8. Beware that thou be not deceived and brought down in thy jollity.
What's jollity? Let's try to find that word.
Is you feeling good?
Well, I know that because
Thank
I believe that's the answer. I just wanted to see if there was
We're
anything
winning
to it.
now.
Because the thing is this: people will sit back here and stop making sound decisions because of all the deals you're getting. So I got jolly, and it's mirth, noisy mirth.
It's elevation of spirit.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's that celebrate song.
Yes.
Everybody, oh, we got the deal, y'all. Everybody gonna celebrate, dance in the streets.
Listen, we don't have
a
no
good time.
taxes.
Come
We don't
on.
have no debt.
Yeah.
That's the point. So he says, with all this smiling and jollity,
The happy ending.
you
quote,
stop
unquote.
thinking about how things really are.
You start thinking strategic. You start being aware of your enemies.
Got it.
You start sleeping on the possibility of bad things happening. And you, most importantly, stop depending on the Most High.
Con.
Because when you get these physical scenarios that make you no longer have to live spirit tight, decisive in the book, and make sure you you have multiple counsels, make sure you're following the right decisions, and make sure you're on point. You let your collar open a little bit, you let your hair down, get comfortable, then you fall asleep. When you fall asleep, then the adversary rusts again, turns back into rust, and then cankers your kingdom, destroys your kingdom. Once you're no longer of need. Once you're no longer of need.
And that's the point. So now let's go back. Where were we at?
I got a modern example of that is Gad with the code talkers.
Okay.
That's a good example.
Yeah, you're right.
Gad, Esau, World War whatever. I'm not the best of those wars.
I think it's World War One.
World War One.
Or it could have been two.
They, the Germans were reading all of Esau's messages, and
It was two.
They were reading the messages, and they were, picking apart their strategy because their codes wouldn't work because the Germans broke the code.
They're so intelligent.
But the German could not break the code or the language
Native Americans.
of the Native Americans, quote unquote, the wind talkers. So what Esau say, man, we like you. You Native Americans, you're such good guys.
Well, we need you.
We need you. We'll give you honor and dignity. We'll give you some medals.
We'll give you a nice blue suit.
Yeah, we'll put on with some white man clothes and to take your feathers off, put the white man clothes on, and go ahead and get these messages that we're giving you, and put it and codify it into Native American language, so that these bad Germans don't take us over. And then Gad said, no problem. They did it, and guess what? Gad got a benefit temporarily, and then when they were no longer needed, you see them taking their land over again and polluting their water.
They're going back to the Reds.
Yeah.
They're back to the Reds.
Standing Rock and all that. What happened to them being heroes and saving you from all the problems? Happened with the black man. The black man flies
Buffalo Soldiers, huh?
but a little more Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah.
They fought the war. They fought the German.
Yeah.
Came back home.
They fought the Krauts, right? They fought the Krauts.
and they came back home to racism and getting lynched.
Yeah. Vietnam too.
And
That story gets forgotten if you don't preserve it.
listen, this situation that we're reading about happens in history all the time.
All the time.
Yeah,
And like idiots, we sit back and eat the cheese, because we want fame. We want to feel good. We want to feel like we matter.
Yeah.
We want to fit in with our enemies.
And it's happening with Issachar right now.
Yeah.
You know what? If you become a border soldier.
ICE is
ICE
the worst job you can take if you're an Israelite.
Look.
Why would you want to take that job? It pays good. It's good benefits. Like, are you serious?
Listen. You want to play that game now? Play it until they don't need you no more, and then see what happens. until they deal with you.
And that's the thinking. That is the correct thinking. And that's the thing we're going to be having to sit back and deal with down the line. But Jonathan, like, listen, bro, this sounds too good to be true.
Yeah.
They're going to use this up and take this away from us. So we can't be so focused on
The outcome.
gaining and the financial relief that comes from taking this deal.
Supposing gain was godliness.
Yeah.
And that's why I say, not all money is good money. Not all angles that come to you are good angles and opportunities. And they were wise enough. And once again, this is where the Most High put Jonathan in the right place at the right time. He gave Jonathan enough war experience with these Greeks to know this guy ain't to be trusted. Now, Jonathan might not have been the greatest warrior, but he was put in the right place to make the right time and to make the right decision to steer Israel right. Because all Alexander gave Jonathan was what? Was a purple robe and a gold crown. Demetrius gave Jonathan all this other sovereignty deals that were literally weren't going to last for long.
But it's also catered to a man's lust.
Yes.
Because this is why we have to keep our lust in check.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes when you have those strong propensities, I want this, I want that, I'm just, they have this, they have that, I want things, I'm smart, the whole spirit.
And you fight for what you want, and sometimes you might get something and you think this is it, but it's really a curse.
That caters to your want.
That flesh,
That caters
exactly.
to your flesh. And then it pulls you out the spirit.
Yeah.
It happens to a lot of people.
And a lot of brothers and sisters get job opportunities that sound sweet.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to pay me 6 figures. And then when you analyze that, like, you're going to get 6 figures for what? What are you going to be doing for 6 figures? I got to take this job. It's 80 plus a year. Why would they pick you for this job? And what exactly are the details of the job? I don't know yet. We haven't talked about that. We haven't talked about what I'm going to be doing yet.
So
but
either you're getting it and you're working crazy hours, you're a slave, or it's not even all the money you think you get.
Yeah, and then what's happening right
So
now?
Consignment, or not consignment.
No,
It's commission based.
It's commission based,
or
or it's an internship.
Yes.
And what's happening right now is a lot of blacks from Cuba and from the islands are taking jobs in Ukraine,
Oh my
and
God.
they end up in a Ukrainian uniform
In a foxhole.
fighting for Ukraine.
That's a nightmare.
They were tricked. Russians are doing it to Africans right now.
God.
Africans are being tricked, thinking that they're gonna be they got an engineer job, and then they find themselves getting
them guns.
Getting
Who
drone,
to be
no,
Russian
they're
engineer?
getting, yeah, they're getting drone attacks. They're under fire by drone attacks. So,
This is not math.
yeah, the engineer. You got drones zipping by over your head, but everybody thinks that an opportunity. This is my chance, and if you're not spiritually grounded, if you don't have a foundation, if you don't have understanding and good counsel, many people through lust, like I said, through lust, and the thought that this is a beautiful opportunity, I can't let this slide. I got to take this chance, and you find yourself in a bad position, out of state, calling back home, saying, "Give me a bus ticket back home." I thought you had the $100,000 job. I know, it didn't go through.
Listen, I hate sitting back here and talking about this, but there's scenarios like that where organized crime will sit back and put ads in the paper in poor, like, Slavic countries, Belarus, Moldova, Lithuania, places like that, and say, "Listen, man, if you come to Germany or come to this country, we'll sit back here and give you promise you 6-figure salaries and make all this money, only work the weekends. You be a model." They'll literally sit here, and these young broke girls will come down,
Sad.
and then they'll sit back here. They'll come to them and
Sad.
then they'll take their
Passport.
passport, and then they're stuck. Once they take your passport, you're gone.
You've been trafficked.
Now you're trafficked. That happens every day for decades. This has been happening. Just like you got the idiot African that sits back here and wants to go to the land of the free, home of the brave. Okay,
Yeah.
It happens to women all the time too. So, but why do people get caught like this? Because you're looking for a deal that's too good to be true, and you want to escape a battle that you weren't meant to escape the easy way.
How about we don't want to wait on the Lord? Because what happens is the first thought, you know what? I'm tired of listening to you. I'm tired of listening to you guys.
And I'm tired to be told I gotta do things the hard
I'm tired of you guys pushing my hopes down the street. Every time I have an idea, you're kicking it down. Every time I get my hopes up, you give me a bad news. And you guys are happy for anything that's going on with me. But if it was you and you were in my shoes, you want to. I think, in fact, I think you guys are jealous of me. I think that's where your counselors are motivated out of your jealous for me. So let me separate myself, isolate myself, and do my own thing so I can go ahead and enjoy my life, which isn't the case. But these spirits of distrust jump on people too if you're not clear in the book
Yeah.
and not a proper reader of people. The book gives you clarity and discernment if you read it right. If you're not reading, you're stuck having to kind of just put the puzzle together on your own.
If you don't troubleshoot the idea and you don't have a soundboard to be able to counsel with people about your decision making and say, is this a good decision? Because you don't know all the red flags. All you see is the silver lining. You
Yep.
see the gold. You see the promises that people make.
Yep.
But you don't see behind the scenes. You don't see 5 years from now. You don't see 2 years from now. All you see is opportunity, and it looks great. And if I don't take this chance, it's going to pass me by. As if the Most High can't produce or yield another opportunity or greater opportunity.
And make a poor man rich in an instant.
In a sudden. So if you don't have a soundboard to balance and speak to about these opportunities that are flashy, that are shimmering in your face, that's how fish get caught in a net. You know, they get interested by the bait, not realizing there's a hook in the bait. And that's how you fish bait. That's how you fish people.
Yep.
You just show them a demonstration. You put something that catches their eye, catches their attention, not seeing that there's a hook in it. They don't see what's behind the allure, the amazement of what you're offering. And next thing you know, you look up, and then you're in a foreign country, you're in a foreign state, you're away from your family, you're in a bad place, you're in a bad position, you have no control.
And if you leave, if those guys desert those countries, you're shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be. Listen, are you gonna deal with this battle or die running? What's your option? What's your choice?
You know, I was looking at that documentary about the brother Polite and Dr. Malachi Z. York, his mentor, and how they pulled poor, desperate people out of New York, took them down to Georgia, bought 400 acres of land, and it became a prison for young girls.
Oh my God, you serious?
Yeah. It became a prison. All the little young girls got pregnant. 9 years old, 11 years old.
Nuwabians, right?
It was the Nuwabians.
Remember, brother, I think we both got hit up when we were in Georgia. We got hit up by, I think, a group of those guys that they're just talking about that lifestyle, the Ma'at lifestyle,
Yeah.
the Nuwabian lifestyle.
Yeah, but those are his children that are still there.
That's crazy.
That's still, but he's doing like he's doing 7 lifetimes or something like that in prison.
Light or the other one?
No, the Malachi
Malachi
Z. York.
Z.
Yeah, he's doing like, if he's not dead already, but he's doing like, I think they have convicted him with 7 lifetimes in prison.
Yeah.
But when you look at his story, his pitch, he was an eloquent speaker. He was a great narrator. He had different aspects where he can win people in conversation. He was a powerful orator, and a lot of women said, you know what, this guy is speaking something that I need to hear. Men too. He's saying something that sounds, pro-black, independent. I gotta get there. Let's leave New York. Let's go down to Georgia, and find himself in a compound situation.
And the sad part with that, on top of that, is a lot of these rappers rapped and brought his name in verses. Cameron said Malachi Z. York. Outkast was going into it. A lot of different popular people referenced his name and gave him that much more notoriety.
Yep.
So if you're not tuned in the book, it's easy to get in these lasso situations or these traps, these mind traps,
Yep.
these snares.
Yep. Proverbs chapter 27, verse 6, real quick. Proverbs chapter 27, verse 6.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 6. Faithful are the wounds of a friend.
You know what a friend or somebody really care about you will do? They'll tell you the truth. They'll tell you the truth about what may look good. And they'll tell you the truth that's too good to be true. Or I wouldn't take that option if I was you. That don't sound right coming from that person.
Yeah.
Read on.
But the kisses of an enemy
But what will the enemy do?
are deceitful.
What will the enemy do?
I'm gonna kiss you.
They're going to kiss you. Make you feel good. A kiss makes people feel good. It's a sign of affection.
Yep.
It makes you feel good. But just because somebody make you feel good, it's a sign of affection. Should you trust them? No.
The problem is the Jew wants to be lied to. That's what Isaiah says.
That's what I would go to, because I want, not that point, but close to it, where we're talking about saying when people present you the truth, people flip out. That's the other part of the game. When you tell somebody what's really happening, they blow up.
You hating on me.
People blow up when you tell
You're
them.
just a hater.
You try to tell them the real spiritual angle behind it.
You're a player hater.
You're a play hater. You're a play hater. You're a hater. You don't like me.
You're a baller blocker.
You're a baller blocker. You're jealous.
Yeah.
They got all these dumb terms for
Yeah.
these things out. And then
Trying to block my shine.
you trying to block my shine. Oh,
Yeah,
you
I'm
wish
trying
it
to
was
shine,
you. You
man.
wish
Yeah.
it was you, huh?
You just want to stun on me.
Yeah.
It's all street terms. Stupid street
Stupid
terms.
terms. For somebody trying to preserve your spirit.
Yep.
And
Then
then
what
after
happens
that,
when you let them go and say, okay, go ahead.
go man, go see what's up. Go see what's happening. Go see what happens. I go in your. That's what I tell them. I was like, oh, you okay? All right. Go over there and see what happens. Oh no, I'm not trying to do that. Well, then what are you trying to do? Then they play this. I'm in the middle game. I'm gonna keep one hand on base over here,
Yeah.
counselors, and one hand with the worldly counselors.
Yep.
And they burn themselves out and drain their spiritual battery, and they end up just draining. They end up just drying up in the truth because they never picked a choice. You didn't either trust the world if you want the world, or trust the truth if you want the truth. You got to pick one.
That's what Moses said. He will spit you out if you look one.
Yeah.
Y'all got money?
You know, on that point that I said, it's people, because sometimes people fiend for validation.
All the time. People
So,
think it's validation.
so they
That's a
want,
big issue. Man.
if you make a person feel like they're validated, they win it. They in.
All facts.
I'm
Right,
finna,
good.
I'm finna listen. Yeah, come on. We good.
Okay, so let's go. Ecclesiasticus, we're still there, 12. Where were we at? I think it was verse.
The end of 11.
Let's just read 11 from the top.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 11. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of it. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou had wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away.
The only way you can take good heed with somebody who humbles himself is you can't get all caught up with the deal you're about to get. I can see things clearly when the bribe doesn't move me. The way to see people for who they are is not be looking for nothing. How many women are taken advantage of by men because they're looking for love? If you're looking for love, all a person got to do is tell you the whoop-de-whoop.
They treat you nice.
Oh, he loves me. Because you're looking for that. But if you sit back here and that's not what you're looking for a person who is long-term that you can build with, then you won't get caught up in these little initial wiles that men use to get what they want. And then maybe you can find a good man versus finding a man that's going to hurt you. And then you sit back and say, all men are jacked up because they just take advantage
I was
of me.
love bombed.
Is that it? If you're love bombed, maybe stop trying to look for love. And the bomb won't work. The bomb won't detonate.
I'm in
The
love.
bomb won't detonate if you're not looking for love. Why don't you look for somebody you're trying to build with?
He loved bombing me.
I remember my grandfather told me years ago, he said, listen, man, choose a woman who you can build with,
Yeah.
long term with,
Yeah.
and you can get things done with.
Yeah.
But you know what it does? That kills all the fun and the romance. Oh baby, let's do the baby. I love the baby. All that shit gets thrown out the door. When he said this, you need somebody you can sit back here and choose, and you can do hard ass work together. You know,
That sounds
where's the fun?
That ain't
Listen,
no movie.
Yeah.
What love movie is that? What love movie is that they gonna put on the silver screen? They work hard as hell together.
I choose you. We can sit back and sacrifice together.
And they have, you don't see
We
no,
can suffer together.
you don't see no actors doing that kind of movie.
You go see Halle Berry in that movie.
Yeah, Halle Berry. Oh baby, I'm just working so hard. I'm working so hard too. I just
We are
love
meant
you,
to
man.
be together if we work so hard together. The chemistry and the love that we can sacrifice and lose together is so good.
They don't have that 2-hour movie.
It ain't on Discovery Channel, ain't on Lifetime, ain't on no damn channel, right? But it takes all the fun away. When you're looking for the fun and the feelings, then you get hurt. Then it's men's fault.
Yep.
Is it men's fault or you just make bad choices?
No sucker for love.
Anyway,
Men do it
so
too.
that's the point.
Men go through that too. Right?
Like, listen, what do you think of these guys online say, man, you don't trust none of these women. Or when these women, when you first time you meet this chick, and she's like, if you ain't gonna get me surf and turf, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, look, let's go. Let's leave now. I'll pay for an Uber so you get the hell out of my life right now. Instead of spending money on surf and turf, listen, where you live, I'll shoot this Uber. You're good. Why waste time?
Save me some money.
But the men want the fantasy too,
Yeah.
and they're mad that the model chick don't love them.
Exactly.
The model chick's trying to get the athlete. How about that one?
Sure, what up?
How about the Instagram model is trying to get the athlete? And it's going to use you until somebody else with more money and more clout
To
comes.
posture into position.
What's that girl named? Corinne or something? Corin?
There's a lot of them like that.
Stephen Curry?
I got a good one though.
Stephen Karen?
Cassie was a good one.
Cassie had a man who loved her.
Cassie had an independent artist who was a millionaire who made millions of dollars the right way, Ryan Leslie. And then somehow
I know he's a millionaire.
Yeah, he was a millionaire. He was a millionaire, bro. He was a millionaire off of independent little concerts.
Why leave the millionaire?
Listen, bro.
Because you want a billionaire.
Now
you're mad that the billionaire beats you up.
And the
exploited you.
He comes out this tongue out like, yeah, I think we can have a better lifestyle. He makes it a day. And she jumped ship from Ryan Leslie to the other guy, which obviously is on the internet all the time. I don't want to say it. I'll really change up. We know who it is, right? Bad boy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diddy, yeah.
Yeah. Look, Biggie's boss, right?
Biggie's killer.
Well,
Biggest killer.
Really is killer.
Yeah.
His boss is a white man.
Yeah. Well,
He's an underboss.
Yeah, the underboss to the Greek guy who had his own groves going on. But she jumped ship from the guy that could sustain her to a guy that can financially and opportunities-wise, I can make you a star, Cassie. Because Cassie can have that star.
Sure, you made one album.
Tell me you like
Sure,
it.
he made one album. That was it.
But he didn't want to make no more albums for her. He just
You want to keep control.
exactly. But she chose the bigger deal.
Well, it sounds better. I'm $1 million chick. I'm $1 billion chick.
Yeah. MRB. What kind of
I'm
woman
a boss chick. I'm a boss chick.
I'm a boss chick. I want more. I'm not content with my life. And what happens? The scripture says, contentment with godliness with contentment is great gain.
Yep.
I'll get that real quick. You know what scripture that is?
That's 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 6. Something like
Can
that.
we get that real quick? 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 6.
Probably
Because it's
6 and
important.
10.
This is how people get played. People get played when they're not content. Satan operates off your lack of contentment. I don't think people get that. When you're not happy with your life, when you're not content, when you're not at peace, when you're angry, when you feel like the world shortens you, Satan's going to bring a spirit to you. It's going to tell you exactly what you want to hear and then take you to that spiritual realm of negativity through your personal complaints. And you can blame that person, you can blame the wolf, but really all the wolf did was use what you already had inside you.
Yep.
Got it. 6 and 6.
Yes, sir.
6 and 6. 1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 6. But godliness with contentment is great gain.
Godliness is hard work. Godliness is giving up your time. Godliness is constant reading. Godliness is taking correction, a correction-based lifestyle. Godliness is self-analyzation.
Godliness is I'm okay with where I'm at.
Yep.
Because I'm cool with what I've been given, and if I don't got it, I'm okay with it.
The love bomber wouldn't have leverage over you if you were content.
Yep.
The guy that he just said the right thing, he didn't say the right thing. He read the play.
Yep.
Oh, you want more, you're not happy where you're at. And you say it would be nice. Okay, let's paint the picture she wants to see. I got her on the hook. Is it the player that was the problem? Or the fact that I want to be played? Happens to men, happens to women.
You know, what if it's happening to women? What a guy do it? He's fishing.
Yeah.
A man is fishing,
Yeah.
and a man is gonna throw out whatever sounds good to get your attention.
Yeah.
You know, let's take you shopping.
Yeah.
And if going shopping is important to you, that you're gonna fall for going shopping.
On the hook.
I can make you famous. If being famous is what you want, then you're gonna fall for being made famous.
On the hook.
I'm gonna put some money in your pocket. I'm gonna change your life. You know, I'm gonna take you out the project.
I'm gonna pay your bills. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, the project. That's a major one too.
Yeah.
But why you work so hard, girl? Listen, I had a friend of mine at the mall. Right? He told me this joke. That's a true story. He said he went to this Mexican restaurant. He said, "You're too beautiful. You're working so hard. Why are you working here like this?" And she said, "For real?" And he's like, "Yeah, for real. I'm gonna take you out this restaurant." And they never came back. But she got all caught up into the idea and the notion of just
This is my chance.
He did it just to feel like the baller because he couldn't do it. But she fell for it.
Yep.
And that's us when Satan gives us multiple opportunities, but it always takes us away from our spiritual leverage.
Yep.
Happens to every Israelite, and also happened to Jonathan.
So back on the point. Now this still goes back into Jonathan and them realizing not to trust this deal, because you can't trust a man who's shown for countless times that he doesn't really want to look after you. He's just using you to get back his leverage and power so he can discard you and chew you up and spit you out. Okay? So, I think that's a good lesson for us to learn. Did we finish Ecclesiastes 11? No, we didn't.
12 and 11, yes.
No, 12 and 11. We
Verse
don't.
9. Verse 9. is good.
Well, we did 9 already. We went from 10. Well, we didn't do 9.
Okay, can I read one more chapter?
I just go for it. I just want to try to squeeze this other phase in, but go for it.
It's in and out verse.
We're good, man.
2 Peter 2:18. Really, verse 17 to 18. It goes into those people that, because this, I think it's important to phase here for a small period of time, because people go to work, hear these work Jake conversations, and they come home thinking crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
This happens to people all the time. They go to work and hear these Jake
They get
conversations
jealous of the world.
and get jealous of the world. They go to the barber shop or the salon, and they hear this. That's an old example, but well, people go to the barber shop.
The $40 shop.
Well, I don't know about women getting their hair done. They start hearing these conversations amongst Jake carnal women,
Yeah.
and they start feeling like their life is not that good anymore.
Yes.
In comparison to Jake
Or at
women,
the job, they do the same thing at just regular job.
yeah, a regular it's jobs or just social environments where you have mixed birds, unspiritual people mixed with spiritual people, and this starts to mess people's minds up. Read verse 17.
2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 17.
And this spoils people's contentment. Is my point.
Yeah.
Read.
These are wells without water.
Oh, if you go to a well, you're supposed to go to a well because there's water. But the Most High is saying these situations, scenarios, are places that offer substance or offer benefit, but there's really no benefit. And you will waste 2 to 3 years of your life or make your personal life miserable looking for a situation that doesn't even have a real outcome. There's no well in that water. There's no water. You're looking in, you think it's water, but it's not. It's an illusion. Read.
Clouds that are carried with a tempest.
A cloud is supposed to give you water. So you're hoping that this cloud comes to your plowed land and rains on your plowed land, and then your plants grow. But that cloud is not. It's not a certain cloud. That cloud can go anywhere. It's just a false hope. It's something that you're hoping for. Read.
To whom the midst of darkness is reserved forever.
And darkness is just ignorance and negativity. When you chase false hopes, or when you look for wells without water, or things that are not real substance, read. You end up in ignorance. You end up in negativity. Read.
For when they speak great swelling words of vanity.
And this is people's conversations. People collect multiple people's conversations and hear the perks of their conversations, put it in the back of their head, and they wonder why I wish my life was like this. And they compare their current physical life to this collection of conversations that have these perks that they're not even going to experience. And now their real life is in black and white, and a carnal J person's life is in color. Read.
They allure through the lusts of the flesh.
Because these outside conversations at the job or with your family members or on Facebook, these conversations are to allure your natural lust, your carnal lust, like Jonathan. Looking to allure Jonathan's carnal lust for more wealth, more freedom, more power, more leverage. Read.
Through much wantonness.
Do much what?
Wantonness.
The idea you're going to get what you want. Because in the truth, you get what you need. But in the world, the idea is, let me bait you with what you want. So do you leave the truth for what you want? Or do you find contentment in the truth because you have what you need? Read.
Those that were clean escaped from them who lived in error.
Those that were clean in the mind. I'm content with my life, so I'm clean. I study, so I'm clean. I counsel and I trust my counselors, so I'm clean. I trust my husband, so I'm clean. I trust the Most High, what He's been doing for me in my life, so I'm clean. But if you're not in the spirit of trust or contentment, then you end up following people who live in error. That was the point.
Real quick, let's finish Ecclesiasticus. Just jump to verse 12, 16, 17, and 18. And we'll shut it down from that point. Then we'll go to something else. On the topic.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12 and verse 12. Set him not by thee.
So what Jonathan is realizing, we can't sit back and ally themselves with Demetrius because he's humbling himself just to gain advantage. Read on.
Lest when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand.
So he's saying, when you don't trust him and he's provided works to show that he's not trustworthy, don't do any deals or pacts with somebody you can't trust. You can keep them, that relationship at a distance. But if this person has proven to be not trustworthy, you got to accept a person for what they've shown you. Read on.
Lest he seek to take thy seat,
Mm-hmm.
and thou at the last remember my words,
God. Read on.
and be pricked therewith.
Read. Oh yeah, and then it gets stung because you didn't listen to all the signs that was in your face, because you were being glazed on,
Yeah.
and all you focused on was what you was going to get out the deal. Jump to verse 16.
Verse 16. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips,
Mm-hmm.
but in his heart he imagineth how to overthrow thee into a pit.
Demetrius has been trying to overthrow Jonathan and those men into a pit. Just because there's some nice letters being written out doesn't change the fact that Demetrius got beef with him. Read on.
He will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood.
And that's the point. Once he uses us to fight Alexander Ballas and those men, there will be no need for us, then he discards us. Read on.
If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. And though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee.
Read on.
He will shake his head and clap his hand and whisper much and change his countenance.
All he's saying is you can't trust somebody when he wants something from you. Because once he gets it, he's going to switch up on you. So with this understanding in the world at the time, Jonathan chose to take the precautionary decision and not take the easy and comfortable answer. And it ends up working out for them down the line.
This is a lesson both in war, dealing with enemies, but also picking friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very critical that you know who your friends are, because they can come into disguise and be an enemy in disguise. But if you don't know no better, you've never been taught. You pick relationships and friendships,
Okay.
you don't know what you're dealing with. All that glitter ain't gold.
Right.
All facts. So last verse on this point, Proverbs 25 and 19.
Proverbs chapter 25 and verse 19. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth.
Listen, read that again. It says confidence in an unstable man. Read it again.
Proverbs chapter 25 and verse 19. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint.
It's painful to think that you can rely on somebody who's shown you constantly that they're not to be relied on. And Jonathan and these men would have been fools to trust in a man that tried to wipe them out a year ago and was constantly to eradicate their element, that righteous element, out of Israel. So it doesn't make sense to have confidence in this peace proposal. It's like Russia. When you sit back here and look what the United States is doing, it's laughable that the Russians will sit back and take any deal that the Americans are orchestrating. I told online that Trump, I think 3 weeks ago, had a literal phone conversation with Vladimir Putin. And in the midst of the conversation with Vladimir Putin disclosed that he was at one of his homes in Russia. and they were talking about peace processes. And within an hour, there was like 60 to 80 drones that were sent to his house. And now I'm supposed to sit back and believe. Then the U.S. said, we had nothing to do with that. How? So you're telling me the information that you were on the phone with Putin, and Putin told you where he was? And then all of a sudden there was a swarm of drone bombs going to his house? What do you think they were doing? So now, do you think Russia would ever sit back here and bring Putin right in the face of the United States and talk with him like it's about real peace?
No.
That doesn't make sense. I mean, when you realize that half of the equipment that Ukraine uses needs United States trained operatives to push the buttons. All those Patriot missiles, all those high-end weapons that NATO was giving them, you need United States trained people to actually push the buttons. So it is a U.S.
It's obvious.
One of the things is there are rumors that Putin wasn't even there at that house.
He's smart enough.
That's the point. Listen, he was ex-KGB. He knows game when he sees it. So he knows they're all playing games and they're trying everything they can to kill him. They got to try to assassinate him. That's the game. But once Putin sees that, do you think he's going to sit back here and stick his neck out there and trust these guys again? But that is what Demetrius wants from Jonathan. I've been trying to kill you for 10 years. Now I really care about you. When you see it from that lens, you realize this big deal is really a sucker deal. It's a sucker play, right? So with that being the case, let's close the book on this part and let's continue in Josephus. Book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 3.25 to the end of that chapter, end of that paragraph. We're just going to do we're going to do 3.25 to the end.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 3.
No, it's chapter 2.
Sorry.
Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3.
Let me try and find out exactly where it starts off at to make it easier on you. The word is, it's this greatly grieved Demetrius.
Line 47. Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 3, line 47, page 338. This greatly grieved Demetrius when he heard of it, and made him blame himself for his slowness, that he had not prevented Alexander and got the goodwill of Jonathan, but has given him time so to do. However, he also himself wrote a letter to Jonathan and to the people, the contents whereof are these: King Demetrius to Jonathan and to the nation of the Jews sendeth greeting, since you have preserved your friendship for us, and when you have been tempted by our enemies, you have not joined yourselves to them. I both commend you for this your fidelity, and exhort you to continue in the same disposition, for which you shall be repaid, and receive rewards from us. For I will free you from the greatest part of the tributes and taxes which you formerly paid to the kings my predecessors, and to myself. And I do now set you free from those tributes which ye have ever paid. And besides, I forgive you the tax upon salt, and the value of the crowns which ye used to offer to me. And instead of the third part of the fruits of the field, and of the half of the fruits of the trees, I relinquish my part of them from this day. And as to the poll money, which ought to be given me for every head of the inhabitants of Judea, and of the 3 top archies that adjoin to Judea, Samaria, and Galilee, and Perea, that I relinquish to you for this time, and for all time to come. I will also that the city of Jerusalem be holy and inviolable, and free from the tithe and from the taxes unto its utmost bonds. And I so far receive from my title to the citadel, as permit Jonathan your high priest to possess it, that he may place such a garrison in it as he approves of for fidelity and goodwill to himself, that they may keep it for us. I also make free all those Jews who have been made captives and slaves in my kingdom. I also give order that the beasts of the Jews be not pressed for our service, and let their Sabbaths and all their festivals and 3 days before each of them be free from any imposition. In the same manner, I set free the Jews that are inhabitants in my kingdom, in order that no inquiry be done them. I also give leave to such as them as are willing to list themselves in my army, that they may do it, and those as far as 30,000, which Jewish soldiers, wheresoever they go, shall have the same pay that my own army hath. And some of them I will place in my garrison, and some as guards about my own body, and as rulers of those that are in my court. I will give them leave also to use the laws of their forefathers, and to observe them. And I will that they have power over 3 toparchies that are added to Judea, and it shall be in the power of the high priest to take care that no one Jew shall have any other temple for worship, but only that is in Jerusalem, or at Jerusalem. I bequeath also out of my revenues yearly for the expenses about the sacrifices, 150,000 drachma. And what money is to be spared, I will that it shall be your own. I also release to you those 10,000 drachma, which the king received from the temple, because they appertain to the priests that minister in that temple. And whosoever shall fly to the temple at Jerusalem, or to the places thereto belonging, or who owe the king money, or are there on any other account, let them be set free, and that their goods be in safety. I also give you leave to repair and rebuild your temple, and that all be done at my expenses. I also allow you to build the walls of your city, and to erect high towers, and that they be erected at my charge. And if there be any fortified town that they would be convenient for the Jewish country to have very strong, let it be so built at my expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph 4.
Yeah, read the first sentence of the paragraph 4, and we'll go from there.
Now, this was Demetrius' promise and granted to the Jews.
So this is what Demetrius promised for the Jews. Now, we went into why the Jews chose not to take the deal. But what I want to go into now is kind of taking a rewind just to show the fortunate position that the Most High put us in to even have a decision in the matter. To even have the decision to choose from one option to another was a significant blessing. Just don't forget, just a few months ago, they were sitting back here running for their life, with their life being dangled in front of their eyes. Now they're in a position to make a really strong political decision that can determine their future. That alone is a blessing. And what I want to go into a little bit now is about what it takes to gain the Most High's favor, what it takes to gain the Most High's approval. Because these are real questions we got to always ask ourselves. What does it take for the Most High to put us in a position that's similar to Jonathan? How do you go from zero stress, suffering, to now all of a sudden things are stable, and you're clear enough to you have options now. First of all, we have to understand who brought these options. The Most High brought us options. he brought us the opportunity to choose after giving us no choice but to fight or die. That alone is the Most High's will and grace. First verse we're going to tap into, though, is sorry, trying to get this. Is Proverbs 14 and 35. Just trying to get why my somebody got it?
Huh.
No one.
Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 35. The king's favor is towards a wise servant.
So it says the king's favor is towards a wise servant. So the Most High's got the favor of two kings in behalf of this wise servant, Jonathan. This is how you know you're actually, the Most High is with you. When you start having the people that are in authority of your day-to-day life are looking out for your behalf. Okay, this is a major thing. Now all of a sudden there's a shift. And the good that Jonathan was doing is now being recognized and considered by the people or the powers that be. I don't know who this person is. I don't know if that's the same
This
type
guy,
of spirit.
this guy,
Is that the same guy?
he loses his kids every like week.
This is the same
No,
guy?
every Sabbath. Every Sabbath.
It is a different name though, right?
Yeah, but he has this.
Same guy.
He goes to multiple chat rooms
This guy that's online hitting us up right now.
and he has multiple
Name aliases.
aliases, and he always loses his daughters at the gas station. He says, "Oh my God,
I'm stuck
please
at the
help."
gas station
Who leaves their daughters at the gas station?
Every week.
every week.
So yeah, whoever's hitting y'all up for money on here,
And he's in
don't
Georgia.
follow
He
him.
lives in Georgia.
He lives in Georgia. Listen, this is a hustle and a scam. So John Dalton, get offline because you're why does he keep coming back online doing it when we've already been saying don't follow
he
this
has
guy?
he has like a
Like a box
A
system.
like-
mass.
he
He has
has-
a mass thread.
he has mass threads.
that he pushes out to people. Different camps. It's a hustle, bro.
Don't do it. I reconsider, man.
Yeah.
So let's scratch that out. Back to Proverbs 14 and 35.
They need to delete this guy from the even being able to get on.
I will do that. I will do
He's
that.
losing his daughters.
How many dollars does he have to lose?
We got a class about being responsible, man. You might want to check that class out, man.
It's hilarious.
I left the gas station again. Dang, I'm every time I get gas, my children gotta suffer.
Lose my baby. I'll keep losing my babies.
But we in the car. She in the car. We ain't got no gas.
I'm like, come on,
Bro, then stop getting the car. Maybe you can't afford a car. Maybe you just go on a bus with your
You know,
child.
maybe
Maybe that's a better move.
maybe we need to turn your information to CPS and then tell them to take a look at you a little bit better.
Yeah.
You're not really responsible for them kids.
Just get on the bus. You can't if you can't afford gas, then don't drive a car. A car is luxury.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yes, it is.
It is a luxury item. You can ride the Via or whatever transit district scenario name
Man.
you got for your local municipal city.
Man, get them kids back to their mama.
RTD,
You know what I'm saying?
Via, was that
The martyr.
MARTA,
Marta.
you name it. There's plenty of names for local transits in a community near you.
Find their grandma. Grandma will get them.
they're not doing a
Grandma
good job.
Grandma will get them kids.
Anyway,
You can't do it, man.
listen, it's exactly. So, Proverbs 14 and 35 again. We just explained in this verse that the king starts to favor a wise servant. But who controls the heart of the king? The Most High. So the Most High sits back here and controls the heart of the king to favor you. So it goes back when your boss is tripping on you, that's the Most High. When the boss is sitting back here looking after you, that's the Most High. Never forget that. Never forget if your employee or your conditions are harder, the Most High controls it. But when you operate the right way, He turns that negative into a positive. So let that verse go. We'll go to Psalms 41 and verse Psalms 41. And verse 11 and 12. Psalms 41, 11 and 12.
Psalms 41 and verse 11. By this I know that thou favorest me.
And this is saying, this is how David knows that the Most High is looking after him. Read on.
Because my enemy doth not triumph over me.
Listen, these are the indicators to let you know you might be getting checked. You might be going through difficult situations. But the Most High never destroys me. He never sits back here and leaves you in a hopeless situation. He says, this is how David knew the Most High was still favoring him. And this is how Jonathan knew the Most High was still favoring Jonathan, even though they were in the swamps. They were in the swamps hiding, but at least they had their life, and the Most High kept protecting them. And you have to be able to think this way, even at the most difficult and stressful scenarios. Because when you're having difficult times, when you're having lows in your life, because the Most High takes us through highs and lows and peaks and valleys. A lot of times the valleys are based on our own conduct and our own mistakes. But even when he takes you low, he's still saying, you know what? I'm taking you low, but I haven't destroyed you. And because of that, I still love you. We can't forget that. We get caught up because we're having a difficult time, and we think the Most High has turned his back on us. No, he hasn't.
It bothers us.
He hasn't. He's just having you go through a low time right now. Okay? Read on.
Old folks used to call it low tide.
I don't know.
Some people say low tide. Like, the tide is low. The tide is, whatever.
But just keep this in mind. So while the Most High has you at a low time, but he hasn't destroyed you, read verse 12.
Verse 12.
Because what I want to extract out of that Proverbs 14. It said a wise servant gets the king's favor, right? But we got to explain what that wisdom looks like. How does a person apply wisdom to gain the favor of the king? And we want to read what type of wisdom you must apply. And we're going to tie into Psalms 41 now. The wisdom you're supposed to apply is the knowledge that the Most High is still with you. Even though you're low, have you maintained the knowledge the Most High hasn't forsaken you yet? That's an important concept to hold on even though you're low.
Come.
And once you remember or remind yourself the Most High hasn't forsaken you through this difficult time, read verse 12.
Psalms chapter 41 and verse 12. And as for me, thou holdest me in mine integrity.
So he says, you know what? And because I haven't completely fallen, the Most High keeps me upheld because of what?
My integrity.
The integrity that you hold on to. That's so important. You might be going through difficult times, but he's still there with you, protecting you because you haven't lost your integrity. What is your integrity? What does integrity mean? Never losing your original state. Never losing that spiritual base that keeps you fixated. What the Most High is looking at before he blesses you, before he gives you what you're looking for. Are you doing the right thing regardless of what you're gaining out the deal?
Regardless.
That's what integrity is. You might be being done wrong. You might be suffering something. But he's looking at, I'm upholding you if you maintain your integrity. Are you going to sit back here and your integrity comes and goes with what you're getting out the deal?
Oh, man.
A lot of us are like that.
Yeah.
I'm in order when I get what I want. When I don't get what I want, when I'm being brought down, all of a sudden I'm not studying, I'm not reading, I'm not counseling, I'm not fighting my battle.
It's no different than when David was getting cursed by the Benjamite man. He said his men, his mighty men, want to kill him. And he said, it may be that the Lord have sent this man to curse me, that he may get a blessing.
Yep.
But how was he able to convert a negative to a positive?
He kept his integrity.
He kept his integrity.
So when whether you're going through difficult times or you're winning, your integrity has to be the same. And this is what happened with Jonathan.
And then
whether he was sitting back here.
Because I don't know if you got Job.
Well, Job, what?
Job, how he kept his integrity.
Go there. That gives me a little time.
Yeah. Because it's a great point you're making about keeping integrity, what that looks like. Go to Job chapter 2. And read verse 9.
Job chapter 2 and verse 9.
Read verse 8.
Job chapter 2 and verse 8.
Sorry, read verse 7. I'm sorry. Read verse 7. Sorry.
Job chapter 2.
I'm sorry, read verse.
7.
No, I was just back. I messing with you, dog. I was messing. That I want right there with it, bro. Read verse 7, bro.
Job chapter 2 and verse 7. So went Satan forth from the presence of the Most High, and smote Job with sore boils.
Now, first of all, what these boils are, these are extremely painful blisters on the skin. These are exploding cysts on the body. These cysts are pus-related, infected. They're inflamed. It's when these cysts have opened up on the body. These are lesions on the body. So he says, Satan did what to Job?
It says, so went Satan forth from the presence of the Most High, and smote Job with sore boils from the sole of his foot onto his crown.
Now, if anybody ever had chicken pox, that's just a mild version of what Job is going through.
That's coming up.
If anybody remember chicken pox, you don't really see chicken pox that much anymore. But if you remember in the 80s having chicken pox, or somebody with chicken pox, they have chicken pox from the bottom of their feet until the top of their head, and those are open sores all over the body. And if you've had chicken pox, they're not just sores, they're painful and they itch because they're inflamed. And the more you scratch them, you scratch one chicken pox, it spreads, and now you have 5 chicken pox. Then you scratch those 5, now you got 10. And they just multiply.
Yep.
And that's how they work. But if you've seen that, those are blisters and open sores over the whole body. Painful, uncomfortable, and it takes weeks to go down. And on top of that, because it's fever related, your temperature's 103, 104, 105. Your temperature's pushing through the roof. But Job, that's a mild version of what Job is dealing with. Read on.
Verse 8. And he took him a potsherd to scrape himself withal.
And when you know you have those blisters, they bubble up, and they bubble up, and the only way to get them to go down is to scrape them. That's the only to scratch them is the only way you get some comfort. Read on.
And he sat down among the ashes. Then said his wife unto him, dost thou still retain thine integrity?
Are you still going to keep a positive outlook? Look at you. Look at your condition. Look at you. Why are you still going to keep a pure outlook? Are you not? You've been everything that you own has been taken from you, even your health. And are you still going to maintain a pure outlook? Read on.
Dost thou still retain thine integrity? Curse the Most High and die.
Read.
But he saith unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. What? Shall we receive good at the hand of the Most High? And shall we not receive evil? In all this did not Job sin with his lips.
Because what was his wife trying to get him to do? Curse the Most High. Curse the Most High means to accuse the Most High of having done something falsely. I'm trying to accuse the Most High of damaging me on purpose, or I'm trying to blame the Most High for something. I'm trying to raise up an accusation against the Father. Look at what you put me through. You're not a good leader. He's trying to get her to put the blame on the Most High. But he won't do it. He said, shall we not get the good from the Most High and not the evil? So keeping integrity meaning I'm not going to put the blame on the Most High.
Yep.
I'm not going to blame God for my scenario. It's never the Lord's fault that I'm in the situation that I'm in. Or I start to look for people and try to blame people for my situation. So keeping that integrity is I'm not going to blame anybody.
Yep.
It's a part of life that if I got to suffer, I'll suffer.
Yep.
If I've been chosen to be in this situation, then I'll just stay in this situation until the Lord gets me out. So can I keep my original pure outlook at all times, regardless of the suffering I'm going through?
Yep.
That has a lot to do with keeping your integrity. There's a lot to do with it.
All facts.
That's it.
And we're going to go into more of that as we continue on. So keeping integrity is how I learn how to get favor of the Most High. Can you still do the right thing when it's inconvenient to you? Can you still do the right thing even at the risk of losing something? So let that verse go, and now go to Psalms chapter 30. Did I say Psalms? Yes, it's Psalms 30, verse 1 through 12.
Psalms 30, verse 1. I will exalt thee, O Yahweh, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me.
So even though David was on the run for damn near a decade, what is he rejoicing in? Think about that. What is David rejoicing in, even though he's on the run in complete fear and discomfort for that many years? What's there to be happy about? That's the point. And I'm going to get in a second. The happiness is the fact that the Most High is still there. I'm alive. And the people that are trying to hurt me haven't gotten me. And when you're sitting back here going through your trauma, do you still have a place to live? Do you still have food to eat? Do you have clothing on? Are your children taken care of? There's a lot to be thankful for. Do you maintain that mindset? You have a lot of reasons to keep being in order. You have a lot of reasons to keep being strong. And this is what David is saying. Read verse 1 again.
Verse 1. I will extol thee, O Yahweh, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me.
Well, how about this, sister? It's the Most High's choice to allow us to go through it. How about that? Now, I like going into, I think it's Luke or John chapter 9, right? Mm-hmm. Remember when the disciples asked Christ about this man that was blind from birth?
John chapter 9.
It was John 9. And the question that they had about this person that was blind from birth, he says, who caused this person to be blind from birth? Was it him? Was it his parents? Or was it his parents? Christ said neither. But the fact that they even asked him, how could a person be blinded by birth and it still be their fault? Because we live multiple times. So in our previous life, we might have did something that warranted to get blinded as soon as you come out the womb. Or did he get cursed with blindness because his parents sinned? Which is a real thing also. How we have to sit back and suffer the life we live, partially because of what our parents did. So there's a consequence that the Most High allowed to happen to us. Mm-hmm. Or Christ's answer was no, it was neither. It was this person had to be blinded to get to this point so I can use this as a lesson for you guys. So it is the Most High who allows us to go through this. It's not the devil's fault. It's the Most High. It is the Most High's will. But it's our responsibility not to blame the Most High like we don't deserve to go through adversity.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear with that. Our job is to accept the challenges that are presented in front of us and not blame the Most High like it's his fault. The Most High has everybody go through different things. The Most High talks about how whether you're rich or poor, righteous or unrighteous, time and chance happens to them all. Mm-hmm. And also, and Christ says that the righteous and the wicked gets the rain and they get the sun.
The rain falls on the just and the unjust.
The rain falls on the just and the unjust. So what does that mean? Adversity hits everyone. It's just handcrafted for what you can handle. So the Most High allows all of us to go through these different things. And we have to accept that and not blame the Most High that our perception of the hell we went through is so much worse than everybody else's. What were you going to say, Del? Yeah.
I want to pull three scriptures.
I hope that made sense, huh?
I'll pull three scriptures real quick. Ecclesiastes 15:11. And it's quick, I promise. It's quick.
3 verses ain't quick, but let's just go for it.
It's gonna be quick. My point.
Ecclesiastes chapter 15 and verse 11.
Uh-huh.
My son, according to thy ability, do good to thyself.
No, this is Ecclesiastes 15:11.
Ecclesiastes 15 and 11.
Yeah.
Oh, Salaki, that was 14. Ecclesiastes chapter 15 and verse 11. Say not thou, it is through the Lord that I fell away.
This has to be made a statement, a central statement. People say, if the Most High had not put this person in my life, or the person had not gave me this wife, or the person not gave me this dog that bit me, or the person had not gave me this, if I wasn't born in this damn state, I wouldn't be a Crip right now. Why he put me in this state?
Why was I born in Watts?
Why was I born in Watts, California? Why was I born in Compton? Right? Like, listen, bro, the Most High put you
In Compton, dog. He put you in Compton,
He
huh?
put you in Compton, he put you in Watts. He put you
So
in
just because you're in Watts, you got to sit back and be a gangbanger? You got to sell drugs out?
got
You
to
from
sell
Watts
drugs
out?
out. You got to turn up.
Yeah.
Because you're born in Milwaukee doesn't mean you have to sit here. Now you got to be about the blade life. Because I was around the dope dealers, the pushers, and the pimps.
The addicts and the pushers.
I was around them. So when I saw them, this is who made me who I am.
People
And
say
was
it all-
not for
people
God.
say it all the
The game
time.
was born in me. I was born in the game. And I was from this neighborhood. This is why I'm the way I am.
People say that all the time.
You know, I'm trying to make things better in my life.
Mm-hmm.
People say that, but it's not. The Most High doesn't make us make bad decisions. It's up to us to operate in spiritual virtue and overcome our circumstances. Read on.
Say not thou, it is through the Lord that I fell away.
Uh-huh.
For thou oughtest not to do the things that he hated.
Christ didn't tell you to sin, though.
Yep.
Well, if you don't want me to smoke, why this plant grow off the ground? He didn't tell you to smoke. People say that all the time.
Yeah.
Why he want me to? Why is the marijuana plant there if he didn't want me to smoke? Because it wasn't meant to smoke, bro. It had a different purpose.
Yep.
Yep.
It's putting nitrogen back in the soil. How about that?
How about that one?
Instead of putting nitrogen back in the soil.
How about hemp is good for paper and papyrus back in the day? How about that? How about the people used to sit back and use for paper?
It's good to make.
Let it be paper out. Why you got smoke? Let it be paper to write on.
Because it'd be a waste.
No, wasting that.
Yeah.
Listen.
Why don't you just eat the seed? The seed is healthy for your body. Anyway, keep going.
I want more than that. I want more than that, baby.
Exactly.
Is
that.
this illegal?
That's what I'm saying.
So
It's like poppy seed. You can eat poppy seed. Just don't smoke the dang dope.
It's poppy seeds is really good.
On lemon muffins.
On
It's
muffins.
delicious.
I want more.
It's very
I want to
delicious.
synthesize the poppy.
Nah.
Put it in my veins. Listen, you should not do what the Lord. That's what people do.
Yeah.
Eat the muffin.
Yeah.
But people get in circumstances and they make bad spiritual choices. And they say, "Well, God made me do this." You know?
Say not thou, he hath caused me to err.
Don't say Christ or God made us err. All the bad situation did was reveal what was in me.
Yep.
If you put me on this argumentative person, I would have became this argumentative person. Well, how about I was really an argumentative person the whole time and still have a reason to be an argumentative person? Most I put you next to people to expose what was in you already. Read.
For he had no need of the sinful man.
He does not have need for a sinful person. He didn't put you in a situation to sin. Real fast, James 1:14. Real fast, James 1:14, just to get to this point. I get the logical idea of you're saying it's not God's fault, but the Most High creates all situations. I get that. He creates situations, but to see what are you going to do. So when he gave Adam the garden, it was so he could sin because he made the serpent?
Yep.
I made the serpent, I knew he was going to sin. No, listen, Adam made a choice.
Yeah.
We make choices. James 1:14.
James chapter 1 and verse 14.
Uh-huh.
But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust.
So the Most High creates the environment, but the environment reveals whose lust?
Yours.
Our own lust. And we're accountable for our own lust. Read.
And enticed. Then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin.
Then when lust conceived me, I entertained the poppy seed. Man, this poppy seed, it could be more than just a biscuit.
Yeah.
It could be so much more. Well, that's your lust. Because it wasn't made for that. The woman, she was made for what she's made for. What you add on top of that, that's your conception. That's scripture. 1 Corinthians 10:13. 1 Corinthians 10:13. This is the main point, just to get off the top. But it's a great question.
I got one. I'm listening. Keep going. Keep going.
Right. 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 13. There is no temptation taking you, but such as is common to man.
All men gotta go through some kind of temptation. The Most High makes this world the way it is. But why is the world the way it is? Because man brought his negative into it.
Yeah.
We brought our sin and death into it.
Yeah.
So because we brought sin and death into the world because of our decisions, now we have to deal with bad neighborhoods and be in curses and deal with mental issues and breakdowns in the mind and deal with our sicknesses. Well, now I'm going to see, well, how do you deal with the condition you create?
Yep.
You know?
But the Most High is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able.
He didn't tell you to sin, bro. If you trust him and keep the laws and keep the commandments and follow the mind of Christ and practice the patience and the virtue that the book teaches, it won't be more than you're able. He never gave you a situation that overthrows you. It's just a test to reveal how weak we are, how lustful we are, how negative we are, or what we are. It's to reveal our character. Once it is that not crucible, but what's the word for it? That furnace.
Yeah. And it's the way you said it about how when Adam sinned, he brought death into the world.
Yeah.
The battle started then.
Con.
The battle started with fighting the things inside of you.
Yeah.
And with that being the case, now it's not going to just be light. Now you have to deal with darkness.
Yeah.
Now there's light and there's darkness.
Yeah.
But keep on in your program. We want to drive it back in.
We wanted to be God. We wanted to have knowledge of good and evil.
We want to disobey.
So if you want knowledge of good and evil, because you're curious, because curiosity killed the cat, well now, here's that lust right there.
Consequence.
Here's that person at the job with that negative conversation. Here's the opportunity financially that can pull you from the scripture.
So the question is it the Most High's fault or is it Adam's fault? It's
No,
really
blame-
Adam's fault. It's really Adam's fault that adversity is in the world.
And Adam blamed Eve.
That's why when you sit back here and read in 2nd Ezra, chapter 7,
Yeah.
remember Ezra said, Adam, what hast thou done,
What
Adam?
hast thou done?
Yeah.
You threw us in the trick bag.
Yeah.
The whole world's in the trick bag because of what Adam did. So it's really Adam's fault. And after Adam's fault, everybody now has to make a choice and choose righteousness versus it being inwardly inside of us. Because once again, what did the Most High never do? He never took away that wicked heart of ours. So now because that wicked heart was never taken out, we have to choose every day to fight that negative heart inside of us, to choose the kingdom. And how does that negative heart pop out? Through adversity. When adversity hits us, then that negative heart pops right to the surface. So adversity is actually necessary for that evil to rise to the top, for you to choose not to fuel it. Does that make sense?
Huh?
So, okay, what you got?
Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 3.
Yep.
Deuteronomy chapter 8 and verse 3. And he humbled thee.
And what does the Most High do?
And he humbled thee.
The Most High break us down. Why?
And suffered thee to hunger.
And he make you starve. He make you bring you to the point where you're almost desperate. Read on.
And fed thee with manna.
And then he give you just enough to survive. Manna they complained it was light bread. They complained it wasn't enough. But it was enough to stay alive. Read on.
Which thou knewest not.
Go ahead.
Neither did thy fathers know.
Go ahead.
That he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only.
Read verse 2. I'm sorry. Read verse 2.
Verse 2. And thou shalt remember all the ways which the Lord thy power led thee these 40 years in the wilderness.
Read on.
To humble thee.
Go ahead.
And to prove thee.
A lot of things in life are what?
To prove thee.
Test.
To prove something is to test something. So yes, the Most High does create the conditions. The conditions are created by the Most High. That is a fact. But the conditions are a what? They're a test.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. Every scenario that may seem like, I don't know why am I in this situation, why I grew up in this hell, why I live in this hellhole, or this community, or whatever, so on and so forth. You can't pick your family members.
No.
You gotta deal with them. But whatever it is, it's a what?
Test.
It's a test. Everything in life is a test. He says to prove thee, read on.
To know what was in thine heart.
Because what the Most High wants to know is back to the same point. He wants to know your integrity.
Yep.
Do you have integrity or do you not have integrity? When things get tough, are you going to blame anybody and point the finger and curse the Most High and accuse people falsely for your conditions? Or will you cleave to the Most High, stay faithful to the Most High when things get hard? It's still to check something in you. But to bring back the point, it's an integrity check.
Yep.
It's to check, are you still going to stay loyal?
Because the thing is this. As we go into Psalms 30, he explains that you have to experience the darkness to appreciate the light. You have to go through the suffering, and the pain is only temporary if you maintain the integrity to see it through. And that's the point. Read Psalms 30, verse 1 down.
Psalms 30 and 1. I will extol thee, O Yahweh, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me.
So what he's saying is, despite the fact, he says, my foes, it says, your foes have not rejoiced over me, right? He says, I'm going to praise the Most High because my foes haven't rejoiced over me. But the foes haven't stopped plotting against me either. So my foes are against me still, but I'm going to praise the Most High that these foes are against me. But I'm going to praise the Most High because they haven't destroyed me yet.
Never had a victory.
But you see the positive spin in an obvious, difficult situation? These guys, Saul and his men, are still after me. But I'm still going to choose to extol and praise the Most High because they haven't gotten me yet.
Regardless.
So I'm suffering, but I haven't completely fallen. Do we have the spiritual mindset to maintain that? I'm suffering, but the Most High hasn't removed me off the chessboard. He hasn't destroyed me yet. So let me keep being happy that I'm not destroyed.
It's a great month.
That's how you have to look at adversity. Because his foes haven't gotten what they wanted. But is David going to say, I haven't gotten what I wanted either? You can't focus on that. I can't focus on what I haven't gotten. I have to focus on the fact that the people that hate me haven't gotten what they wanted either.
Gotta succeed.
So you know the Most High is still with me. David had an uncanny ability to see that there was good even though there was despair all around him.
And the Most High wants to know, do you still see the good despite your condition? Or are you a good times Jew? Am I a conditional Jew?
Mm-hmm.
If the car is new, the place is new, God is great.
Yeah.
If the job is tough, my car breaks down, I don't know about this God thing.
Yeah.
What kind of person are you?
That's the point.
This is still a challenge on who we are as people.
So this is the point. In the midst of David looking at things as a possible collapse, he's like, you know, even despite all this pain and this suffering, the Most High hasn't let me down. But read on.
O Yahweh, my power, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me.
So what is happening? He says, David said, I cried to the Most High and he healed me. Did David cry to the Most High and Saul was removed from him immediately?
No.
Saul is still hunting for him, man. There's still a manhunt for David. He's in a cave writing this. And he's like, listen, man, I've cried to the Most High and, you know, he's healed me. But what is the healing all about? He's given me peace of mind, even though I'm still in the midst of my battle. Read on.
O Yahweh, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave.
He says, man, Father, you built up my soul from the bottom,
Great
from the ground. You're still taking care of me. Because, you know, what he's saying is my spirit was dejected. My spirit was dejected and I started to lose hope. But me being conscious of you has resurrected me.
But some people don't have the ability to do that. And the biblical understanding of that is Job's wife, because that's what went to Job. What did she tell Job?
Mm-hmm.
Curse the Lord and what?
Die.
And die.
So what he's saying is the Most High hasn't killed me. They haven't gotten what they wanted. So there's a lot to be thankful for. Can we sit back here in the midst of our sufferings and still find the thankfulness in our circumstance? Because that's how you pull your spirit from the grave. When you can see good, even though there's tons of bad. And can you realize, even though I'm getting punched and I'm getting hit and I'm losing, but you know what? The Most High is still there with me. So I have a lot to be thankful for. And the more I ruminate on the good, the Most High is pulling my spirit from the grave. Now I have hope, and I'm not ready to quit anymore. Read on.
Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit.
This is spiritually and physically. You've kept me alive. I'm one step from death, but at least I'm one step from death and not dead. I'm living every day by the edge.
I'm in the land of living.
I'm living off of the grace and help from others. And then, somebody help me out, then somebody will snitch on me. Then I'll get word to somebody, and I'll leave this town and go to another town, go to another land, go to another wood. But in the midst of his despair, knowing that he could die any moment, he still had the ability to say, man, I thank you, Father, because I'm still alive. How many of us can sit back and be positive and pick my spirit up because I believe the Most High loves me because he hasn't turned his back on me completely? Read on.
Sing unto the Most High.
How many of
O ye
us?
saints of his.
How many of us can sing praise to the Most High when you're one step away from death? The only person that I've read that can pull the littlest of good out of that much bad is Paul. David and Paul were the two guys that had the uncanny ability to extract good where there is very little good to extract. And this is why David was a man after the Most High's heart. I can sing praise unto the Most High and find happiness and joy in living a life that I have no control over if I'm going to live or die the next day. And all I know is that I'm alive now. And because I'm alive now, I know the Most High's got my back. Praise the Most High. This is the mindset we have to attempt to learn.
You only can do that, or at least start to do that, when you can acknowledge that you don't have any power or control over your situation.
Yep.
You can make choices, but as far as changing the situation, the Most High, you have to wait on the Most High to intervene in your life.
Yep.
And so instead of complaining, he chose to praise.
Yep.
That was the choice. That's why Scripture say, do all things without disputing and murmuring. You can murmur, you can dispute, or you can praise, or you can sing.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
And this is the point. Read the beginning of verse 5.
Verse 5.
No. Read verse 4. Finish verse 4.
Okay. Verse 4. Sing unto the Most High, O ye saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness.
So listen, he said you got to give thanks because you remembered how many times the Most High came through for you. That's how you muster up the strength to keep praising his name. Because while David is in the midst of Saul trying to kill him, all he's got are past remembrances when the Most High took care of him. Whether it was with Saul throwing spears at him and he ducked and dodged them. When the Most High sat back here and chose him to be a leader. All these past scenarios when the Most High looked after him.
He didn't forget the good.
He didn't forget that. And that's what you have to hold on in the midst of losses. Read verse 5.
Verse 5. For his anger endureth but a moment.
Then he understands that Most High's anger, this condition, is only for a moment. But the moment was actually like 10 years. And can you accept that the Most High's idea of a moment is way longer than our idea of a moment? And can you sit back here at the same time recognize that the Most High is angry at you, or the Most High is trying you, or the Most High is putting you through adversity, while at the same time in verse 4, he hasn't allowed his foes, your foes, to destroy you? Can you see them both? Can you see both sides? Recognize that the Most High is putting you through significant adversity, and know at the same time, even though he's putting you through this level of adversity, he loves you enough not to have your enemies actually catch you. That balance and that ability, because you can't sit back here and not see what you see. You're catching hell, you're on the run, you could die tomorrow. But while I know these things as solid facts, and I know the Most High is putting me through significant difficulties, I also know the Most High hasn't killed me yet. So the Most High is preserving me. Can you see how he's preserving you while he's punishing you? And can you also realize that even though he's punishing you, it won't be forever. It's only for a period of time.
So the conditions are not permanent.
The conditions aren't permanent. So if I understand the conditions aren't permanent, then I can hold on to the fact that the Most High has been there for me multiple times, and there's hope for me now. Read verse 5.
Verse 5. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning.
He said, in the Most High's favor is life. Can you sit back here and bring it back to the most common denominator? It doesn't matter what you're suffering. Are you still alive? And can you be extremely grateful that despite your suffering, whatever you're suffering, can you be thankful the Most High hasn't just taken you out? If you can find true joy in the fact that you have life, what you're losing doesn't matter at all.
Well, what you're going through shouldn't be.
What you're losing, what you're going through doesn't matter at all because you still got your life. Because everything else is for a moment.
Everything else is minor.
It's minor and it's for a moment. Then it says, weeping may endure for a night. Listen, how could, in that same Job chapter, how are we going to say, he says, you sound like the silly woman or the foolish woman.
Yep.
We're going to sit back here and get blessing and not deal with any kind of evil too? How can you get good and not bad? How can you get blessings and not endure difficulties? We can't think foolishly. And if there's going to be night, can we understand that night won't last forever? Night is temporary.
Yep.
What we're losing is temporary. If we can keep that in perspective, we can continue to praise his name. Because when you're reading books like Psalm or how Paul teaches, he's teaching us how to extract good when everything looks like it's not going to work out. Those are the things we are very poor at managing in our life. Extracting good when it's hard to see good. And that's what we all have to practice working on if we want to learn what cleaving to the Most High is. Because to cleave to the Most High is, I'm cleaving to anything good, even though there's so much bad around here. And understand that the darkness or the pain or the loss is only for a short time. Read on.
Yeah,
Also.
yeah, one scripture. Ecclesiastes 26:4.
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26 and verse 4. Whether a man be rich or poor.
Rich or poor is two states.
Condition of life.
And
Yep.
those are two conditions and states that people live in. You either can be rich and have abundance, or you can be poor and not have enough. And not have enough to function. Read on.
If he have a good heart toward the Lord.
So having integrity, maintaining integrity, is having the ability to have a what?
A good heart toward the Most High.
Do I still have a good heart towards the Most High, regardless of the condition that I'm in? Whether I'm up or down, high or low, whether I got it or I don't have it, can I still look at the Most High the same as being pure, positive, and a wonderful power to praise and sing to? Can I still exalt the Most High and extol the Most High as if there's nothing wrong? So what the Most High does is he's looking for those individuals whose mind doesn't change when their condition changes. Their heart doesn't change and become sour because of what they go through. And that's what integrity is all about.
Done.
Finish that?
And this is. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
He shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance.
He's going to always rejoice because I can always see the good in things.
Yep.
And I'm not hyper-focused when I'm not getting out of it. He's telling you, going back to the beginning of these verses, why Jonathan was in a position for two kings to be vying for his allegiance. It's because the Most High honored Jonathan's wisdom. That was what Proverbs 14 and 35 was about. It was about a wise man will get the favor of the king. But how do you get the favor of the king? You got to have the right outlook.
Yep.
And the Most High will change the heart of the king to benefit your condition. If your outlook towards him is pure. You got more on that?
No, that's it.
Let's go back
I got one more.
to verse. Let me finish this. Let me go verse 5.
Psalm chapter 30 and verse 5. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life.
In your favor is life. Are you still living? Are you still breathing? Then he's with you. So now, once you can acknowledge the Most High is still with you because you're breathing, now it's all about conduct. And realizing as long as I'm alive, I got time to sit back and show the Most High what I'm worth. Because this is what Christ's life and death was about. Why did Christ die? Christ died to give us more time. Because in the past, one sin will bring about death to you. Now he's given us a lifetime to sit back here and work on what's inside of us to get to the kingdom. So for the fact that he hasn't killed you means he loves you and he's still working with you. And you have time to fix it. And that's what you should rejoice about. And to also realize, while I'm hurting, while I'm in pain, this nighttime, this pain is only for a period of time. And I got to fix my outlook and rejoice through the pain. That's the trick. That's the key. While you're in the darkness, can you rejoice? That's what he's looking at in all of us. When you're suffering, when you're losing, can you rejoice in it? Read on.
Weeping may endure for a night.
The sadness is going to endure for a period of time. Read on.
But joy cometh in the morning.
He's telling you the joy is right behind it. So if the joy is coming right behind it, you have to be mentally and spiritually prepared to receive the joy. It's almost like the joy only comes when you've accepted the joy in the darkness.
Yeah.
When you accept the joy in the darkness, then the joy comes in the daytime. Read on.
And in my prosperity I said, I shall never be moved.
Like all of us say, when things go good for us, we feel like $1,000,000. We feel invincible when the Most High blesses us. But what happens after that? After the Most High has come through for us before, we eventually forget.
Yep.
And then read on.
Most High, by thy favor thou hast made my mountain to stand strong.
Now David was able to maintain his victories and stay strong and not forget the Most High. Read on.
Thou didst hide thy face, and I was troubled.
But even he got weak. After he had confidence when the Most High came through for him. And then when the Most High hides his face, what does that mean? He backs away and lets difficulties hit you. So when difficulties start to hit David, all of a sudden what happens? Now he starts to get troubled. Now his faith gets rocked. Now he's dealing with sadness and dejection. And now he's unsure now. He's unsure because of what? Things don't go his way. Like all of us. Because we're forgetful hearers. We remember the Most High comes through for us for a period of time. Then we get shook up when he hides his face for a period of time. He hides his face from all of us for a period of time. Read on.
I cried to thee, O Yahweh, and unto the Most High I made supplication.
So when the Most High hides his face from you, you know what that is? That's your trauma. That's your Deuteronomy 28. That's the baggage you carry into the truth. That's part of the baggage that's irritated in the knowledge. Everything you went through in the past just gets irritated in the world. And gets irritated more in the truth. But that's the curse and the burden you got to carry. And you got to carry that burden and still be at peace. Everybody has a burden to bear. A skeptical outlook. A fearful outlook. The fear of being taken advantage of. The fear of being abandoned. The fear of being let go. All of us have something that you're born with that's a burden to you. That makes your path harder and more difficult to get to the end. Burden, your curse, your Deuteronomy 28 curse, whatever you want to call it. Everybody got it. But when you have it, can you remember how the Most High prospered you in your life? Or are you going to sit back and forget the prosperity? He hides his face, challenges happen, darkness enters your life, and now you're troubled. Read verse 8.
Verse 8. I cried to thee, O Yahweh, and unto the Most High I made supplication.
And when times are difficult, we cry to the Most High. We ask for help. Read on.
What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit?
And then the thought is this. What profit is all the good I'm going through if I keep suffering? What profit? I can't do any good to anybody if I'm in a pit. You don't think he's thinking that? I'm supposed to be the king of Israel. And you're supposed to sit back here and build the nation around me. What good am I to the nation if I'm in the caves?
Exactly.
That's what he's thinking.
That's that thinking where you go, this is stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
Why am I doing this?
Yep.
What's the profit of good works?
Yep. Everybody asked that question. How can I be the leader of the nation if I'm sitting here in the caves of Hebron on the run?
Yep.
I'm like Harrison Ford in that movie. Yeah, when he was sitting back here running, he was running all damn day long. Hiding. What good am I supposed to do for the nation if I can't even be in a position to do what I'm supposed to do?
I can't even do my job. You won't even let me do my job.
How can I do my job if my body's all messed up? Everybody got 1,001 complaints. Read on.
Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth?
Read on.
Hear, O Yahweh, and have mercy upon me. The Most High be thou my helper.
So he's explaining the process of enduring difficulties, of enduring the darkness, and getting to the daytime, getting to the blessing. Read on.
Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing.
The Most High changes the condition as long as you maintain your integrity. Listen, Scripture says, be ye angry but sin not. So you can be down, going through difficulties, be a little dejected, but it can't change your constitution. He's showing all kind of mental ups and downs in this chapter. Highs and lows, ups and downs, second guessing himself, second guessing why is he going through this. But ultimately, at the end, the Most High has him dancing. And the Most High showed that mercy unto David because David showed that even through the adversity, he maintains his integrity. Read on.
Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness.
So he's telling you that sackcloth is only for a short time. Whether you're getting punished for negative or you're being tested to determine what your intentions are, whatever it is, whether it's a literal chastisement because you messed up, or the Most High is just testing where your heart is, it's still only temporary if you handle the correction the right way. Read on.
There's scripture on that
Yeah.
too. Proverbs 12 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 2. A good man obtaineth favor of the Most High.
How do you get the Most High's favor? You got to be what?
Good man.
How do you? But what? You got to be a good man. He said, "A good man obtaineth the favor of the Most High." The word "good," the first definition of good means having strength adequate to its support, not weak or defective. So, what is the Most High trying to find out before you give you His favor? How strong you are.
Done.
That's what the Most High is doing. Before he turns the tide, He tests your strength.
Yep.
Before He turns things in your favor, He wants to see how weak you are, or how strong you are, or if you're defective or not.
But how was your strength even measured? Your strength is measured in how well can you stick to your beliefs. How well can you keep doing good works when you're not getting what you want out the deal?
You know, when you buy clothes, you find a little tag in your pocket that says inspected by number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever number 5 is,
Did he do his job or not?
when you got bad stitching, number 5 didn't do his job.
Yeah.
Number 5 let them pants go through the assembly line.
Irregular.
And it is irregular.
Because nobody looks at those irregular clothes. Who inspected this irregular shirt?
Who caught it? Who didn't catch it?
Who didn't catch it?
You can see all the
Why
flaws.
is it at DJ Maxx? Who screwed the pool shot?
Yeah.
Does that person always bring things to TJ
He went to
Maxx?
the bathroom, Mike, and just kind of went through.
That's gonna be a raw special.
That's
Yeah.
Ross. Ross to TJ Maxx.
TJ Maxx. That's gonna be a special. But the Most High got quality control too, and that's what suffering and affliction is. Okay, when you're approved, he stamps approved, and you get his favor. Then he changed the situation.
And this is the thing. So it was nothing Jonathan physically did, but have obedience. He had obedience, and because he was obedient, Mosai brought the favor of the nations to him. It was how well and how long can he withstand these blows and still have a positive outlook to the Most High. And when he showed the Most High he can withstand blow after blow and still be obedient, the Most High changed how these kings looked at it. The same way how we procure favor by the Most High. Can you endure the darkness, maintain your integrity, still see the Most High in a good light? Can you still be thankful that you're alive and operating even though you're hurting and you're going through things? Whether your body's being touched, whether you're being touched at the job, whether it's difficult at school and in life, are you breathing and living? And can you be happy that you're doing that? Because if you're breathing and you're living, you have enough resources and energy to praise the Most High.
And that's the part of that point where the beginning of class about staying in order.
And this is what I was saying. This is why a lot of times even Christians have the Jew beat. A lot of times Christians can sit back and still praise the Lord, even though things ain't going right in their life. The Christian might not know the law. The Christian might not know all the intricacies of the wisdom. But I've seen Christians that actually have a pure heart towards God. And that will go a lot further than the Jew that got all this knowledge but can't see the good and what the Most High is putting them through. And that's the truth. So we got to make sure with all this wisdom and knowledge, we also learn how to see the Most High in a pure light, regardless of things are benefiting us or not. Or we're going to fall short. Continue. Verse 11, sir. Verse 11. In Psalms.
That's the Psalm. Psalms chapter 30 and verse
11.
Thou hast turned me from my mourning into dance. Thou hast put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness.
Read on.
To the end that my glory might sing praise to thee.
So you know what the thing is? Why do we suffer? Why do we lose? Everything Shamshuan Dawiyat said about being tested, about testing your intentions, all of that is true. But he also puts us through these things so that at the end, our praise to the Most High should increase. When you go through difficult times, at the end of it, does your appreciation and your respect of the Most High get stronger, or does it get weaker? You're supposed to go through darkness so that you can praise the Most High and appreciate Him even longer and better than the last time you went through something. The expectation is when you go through this adversity, I'm expecting you to grow.
You know, in the military, they say there are no atheists in the foxhole.
Hell no, it ain't. Hell no, it ain't.
What does that mean? That means when you got bombs going over your head and bullets flying by you may want to reconsider your lack of belief of God.
Oh, and again, people want to talk smack. Okay, when things go bad, we're gonna see where you at. But it's the truth. Everything he says is perfect. God. Even the hardest of the white man know that.
Yeah.
When you sit back and you hear these bombs, and you hear these Viet Cong running through the damn grass side, you better watch out. Do you believe or not? But anyway, the Most High is telling you all of these adversarial scenarios, the intention the Most High has for you is at the end your praise for the Most High improves and increases. Think about it. Read that verse again, verse 12.
Verse 12. To the end that my glory may sing praise to thee and not be silent.
So he says the purpose of all of this that the Most High had David go through was for at the end, David was supposed to praise the Most High more than before. Do we look at adversarial or losses like that in our life now? Do we look at it and say, man, everything that I'm going through, I have to go through it. So at the end, the Most High, I will have a greater appreciation for what the Most High is putting me through Most people go through adversity and get more bitter after that.
There goes that list of the reasons why I should not have done
This is why I left the
Bible.
Jews, the Israelites. This is why I left the camps.
Yeah.
When in actuality, you're supposed to go through adversity and be happier and cleave more to the Most High because of what you went through. Because if you do it right, He'll get you out of it and you'll grow because of it.
Yeah.
That's a very humbling concept to grasp. All the adversity was created to make you praise and value the Most High even that much more. From there, we go to Proverbs chapter 11 and 27.
Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 27.
Mm-hmm.
He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor.
So he says, when you diligently seeketh good, you procure favor. What does that mean? He's telling you the answer. You have to diligently see the good in what you're going through in order to get the favor of the Most High. So that means, why would a person have to diligently seek good in any arena? Because there's a lot of bad there.
Right.
So really, if you want the favor of the Most High, through difficulties, you have to diligently, that means with painstaking effort, seek the good to get the favor you're looking for.
That means that in every bad situation, you got to find the good.
That's my point. And that's how you gain favor of the Most High. Because you chose to see the good when there wasn't a lot of good there. Can't we see? This was the template that Paul learned from David. When you hear about finding joy in affliction, what the hell does that mean? To find joy in afflictions is how you procure favor of the Most High. How can I positively spin and see the good when there's 95% bad around me? That's how you get the Most High's favor.
Because Paul wanted to have a mind like the Most High. The scripture says David had a mind
Yes.
like a heart like the Most High. Well, why would we want to have the same heart?
But because, Paul, we're into this for the gain. And not realizing the spiritual gain is being skillful in seeing the good through all the bad. Read verse 27 again. Listen, that's why I was trying to rush a little bit. I want to get to this before it got too late. Because this is what hit me heavy last night. Read this, Proverbs 11 and 27.
Proverbs chapter 11 verse 27. He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor. But he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto him.
When you focus on the bad, bad comes to you more.
Yeah.
When you focus on worst case scenarios, more worst case scenarios happen to you. But when you're going, and this is all about when you're going through adversity. When you're going through adversity, are you diligently seeking the good or the lesson in it? Or are you diligently seeking the mischief or the worst of the situation? Because when you're thinking negative in the negative situation, more negative will come to you.
That makes sense.
And you're going to keep suffering until you see the good in the situation. So we're in control of how long we suffer in life. If you want to throw away 25 years of your life, keep seeing the bad and stuff. Keep seeing the worst and keep being Mr. or Mrs. Obvious, seeing the bad in your life. Or choose spirituality and see the good despite the bad in your life, and maybe the Most High, you'll procure favor in the Most High's eyes. That's the bazillion-dollar meaning of life. Can you see the good when there's obvious bad there? Can you see the lesson through the loss? Can you find happiness despite sadness being right in front of you? This is how we all have the opportunity to grow, and we have the opportunity to procure or earn or gain the Most High's favor. Read 27 again from the top.
Proverbs chapter 11 verse 27. He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor.
If you diligently, with painstaking effort, seek the good in the bad times, you'll gain favor of the Most High. Read on.
But he that seeketh mischief,
When you seek the bad and you harp on the bad in the midst of bad, read on.
it shall come unto him.
More mischief will happen in your life. This is the meaning of life, y'all. And this is why Jonathan obviously got blessed. Josephus and Maccabees don't say it, but the end result teaches you this. Jonathan could see the good even though he's in the swamps. He can still have hope and have a positive outlook even though they're public enemy number one in the region.
Yep.
And because he was able to see the good and diligently seek the good, even though he's swatting mosquitoes every damn day long, and all of their goods got stolen, he had to fight to get it back. His brother died, multiple brothers died. He was able to see the good, and it procured favor to him. And this is why kings all of a sudden started reaching out to him. Because the Most High said, okay, you know what? He was able to see the good through all this. Now I'm going to have Demetrius and Alexander fight for his help. Now I'm going to elevate him because he can see the good and bad.
Man.
But that's the lesson for all of us. That blew me away.
There's a scripture on that. Romans chapter 13, verse 14.
Please let me finish this verse. I got one more. It ties in.
It goes with what you just said.
I'll let you go. It goes
with what you said. It's not changing anything.
Concept.
Romans chapter 13, verse 14.
Romans. Okay, I was probably. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was. Like, it's the same verse, man.
Yeah.
No, we're good. We're good. Go for it. What was it again?
Romans chapter 13, verse 14. This is a quick verse.
Man,
Romans chapter 13 and verse 14. But put ye on the Lord Yahushua.
And it should be even easier for us now to look at
Understand what that means?
than it did than Jonathan or David. Because who do we have to our advantage now? We have Christ to our advantage. We have Christ to accessibility.
That's why David said I have more understanding than my teachers. Why? Because you have all these lessons to learn from.
Yep.
Christ's lessons, David's lessons, Paul's lessons, all these lessons to learn from, and we still head tripping.
Yep.
Keep going, I'm sorry.
But look at all the men that had to be tested and they proved to be faithful. It says, but put ye on what?
The Lord Yahushua, and make not provisions for the flesh.
Because we just read in Proverbs 11:27, he says, he that diligently seeketh good, procure favor, but he that seeketh mischief, what is that mischief? The mischief is, you know what? I'm tired of doing things good because I don't see the good in it. So I'm just going to do things my way. I'm going to do things the way I want to do it. That is that mischief that we're reading about in Proverbs 11:27.
Yes.
That mischief is just me going after my flesh.
Because who cares? I might as well do what I want to do anyway.
That's somebody that's causing mischief. I'm just going to go into what makes me happy. Forget about what makes the Most High happy. I'm just going to go to pleasing myself.
I hope Israel listens to this class over and over again now. Because I'm telling you, it's opened so many doors in your life.
Yep.
If you can grasp this and make it yours. Can you practice choosing to see the good? Well, when I say that, I've said it over the years, that's what the diligence is. You have to put painstaking effort, writing, journaling, talking about it, counseling about it. You have to talk about the good you see every day to neutralize the thousands upon thousands of thoughts that tell you, quit and give up, this is all bad. Whatever negative thoughts are bombarding you about seeing the bad in things, you have to counter that with as many or more diligent, painstaking thoughts that have you choose to see the good, even though you want to see the bad.
Yep.
And are you going to go to war with your thoughts until you believe that it's good there? That's the main other question. How much work are you going to put into seeing the good in your life? Seeing the good in what you've given up, what you've sacrificed, what you do every single day, and what you have given up in the past. How many man hours are you going to put into to see the good there? How diligent are you in that will determine if you make the kingdom. I'm sorry, keep going.
Finish that?
And make not provisions for the flesh.
It said, make not provisions for what?
For the flesh.
Read.
To fulfill the lusts thereof.
Because when people stop trying to please the Lord, who do they start pleasing?
Themselves.
That's what when people quit, they say, I'm just going to go for self. Going for self is you putting on mischief and no longer seeking the Lord's approval. or seeking his favor. Neither will you obtain his favor either. So if I'm not diligent in praising the Most High and changing my outlook and my perspective, regardless of what the Most High has put me through, it keeps me from going to say, you know what, screw it.
I'm just gonna do me then.
I'm just gonna do me. I'm just gonna go for self. And the minute you go for self, you're no longer putting on Christ.
Done. With that, let all that go. Jump to Proverbs 13 and 15.
Got to put one scripture?
I gotta hit this. I gotta hit these two verses up. Really three, because we're running out of time. We're already in the 4 hour mark. I gotta hit this. Proverbs 13 and 15.
Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 15.
After these next 2 or 3, then I'll let you finish it out. But keep going.
Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 15. Good understanding giveth favor.
So Proverbs 11:27 said, diligently seeking good procures favor.
Uh-huh.
Proverbs 13 and 15, it says, good understanding gives you favor. What that means is, when you understand what it takes to please the Most High, you'll gain favor. We teach this not to sit back here and get everybody to lock into us. We're trying to hook people onto how to please Christ. Each and every one of us needs to learn and understand how much you have to work on your outlook to gain favor. Everybody has to understand how much commitment to their thoughts, how much commitment to scourging their own thoughts it takes for the Most High to sit back here and start procuring blessings your way. So a person with good understanding ends up getting favor. But I don't want to read the last part because it's not the part. But what is the understanding that we have to come to accept to gain this favor? We understand you have to diligently see the good in what you're going through. That's a fact. You have to put thousands of hours of man hours into seeing the good in bad situations. We get that. We get that. We understand if we look at the worst in things, we get cursed. But what's the understanding of our battle?
We read it earlier.
There's another one to it. I want to go to Psalms 102. Psalms 102, verse 13 through 14. Let me get there too. Psalms 102. Verse 13 and 14.
Psalms 102 and verse 13. Thou shalt arise and have mercy upon Zion.
So this is David saying the Most High is going to eventually have mercy on Israel, the nation of Israel. Read on.
For the time to favor her, yea, the set time is come.
He says the time to favor Israel is about to come. But what is it going to take for us, for the nation, to gain this favor and mercy of the Most High? Read on.
For thy servants take pleasure in her stones.
That's the understanding you got to get to. You have to learn. If you want the Most High's favor, can you take pleasure in her stones? Hold that and go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 6, verse 18 and 21. Ecclesiasticus chapter 6, verse 18 and 21.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 18.
I'm looking for the word stone. I'm trying to tie in the word stone because in Psalms 102, we have to take pleasure in the stones the Most High has us partake in. Read that in Wisdom of Solomon. I'm sorry, Ecclesiasticus 6. 6 and 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 18. My son, gather instruction from thy youth up, so shalt thou find wisdom till thine old age.
So what he's saying is, if you gain instruction, if you look for instruction, you'll gain wisdom. So he's talking about what it takes to gain wisdom, what it takes for the Spirit to really hit you, because gaining wisdom is equivalent to getting the Holy Spirit, or to have the Spirit of wisdom descend upon you. Okay? So read verse 21.
Verse 21. She will lie upon him.
So listen, Who is she? The she is wisdom. The she is the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is going to do what?
She will lie upon him as a mighty stone of triumph.
Listen, so when you first start trying to gain the wisdom and understanding the Spirit of the Most High, following the Spirit of Christ and the Most High is equivalent to carrying a stone of trial, a burden, difficulties, sacrifices, inconvenience, loss, difficulties, adversity. He said when you start getting the wisdom, you're going to be carrying nothing but adversity, trauma, suffering. The question is, do you look at it as trauma, adversity, and suffering? If you take it as this mighty stone of trial or this great burden, you're never going to grow. Read verse 21 again.
Verse 21. She will lie upon him as a mighty stone of triumph.
Wisdom and everything that wisdom accompanies itself with feels like this great burden and this great pressure and all these demands and loss and sacrifice. Read on.
And he will cast her from him ere it be long.
Most people, when they start having to learn the Most High, they don't like the burdens that come from it. The pressure and the responsibility of changing to please the Most High. And what do? They throw that burden off of them. Because they don't want the burden. They don't want the pressure. They don't want to have to keep changing. They don't want to have to keep suffering and losing. Right? That's what most of us endure, and we look at it as this burden that's on our backs that we don't want to have to hold on our backs anymore. But the individuals that gain the favor of the Most High do what? Read Psalms 102 and verse 14.
Psalms 102 and verse 14. For thy servants take pleasure in her stone.
The ones that gain the Most High's favor take pleasure in the sacrifices.
Yep.
They take pleasure in the loss. They accept the darkness. They accept the difficulties. And when they accept it, because they look at the difficulties of the darkness as an opportunity to grow. And the ones that can take adversity and see the good in it, they're the ones that take pleasure in the stones, in the trials. The problem with half of Israel, we hate the idea that we got to keep changing. We have to keep enduring things. We have to keep putting ourselves last. We hate that idea that forever, I'm going to be sacrificing forever. I'm going to be losing forever. I'm putting myself last forever. The ones that get the Most High's favor accept that they're going to be last forever. How about that? They accept the burdens. They don't look at the stone that's on them as an actual burden. Because as we read Ecclesiastes chapter 6, those burdens and all those restraints become your crown of glory. That's what Ecclesiastes 6 talks about. All those things you sacrifice and lost. That's what makes you powerful in the eyes of Christ. That makes you potent. So when you're reading in Psalms 102 that eventually Israel is going to get mercy and favor. But how are we eventually going to get mercy and favor at the end? When we sit back here and take pleasure in her stones. Take pleasure in what you have to lose. Take pleasure in the adversity. Take pleasure in going through the ups and downs of winning a brother, winning a sister. Sacrificing your life for the camp. Sacrificing your life for the work. Do you take pleasure in that? If you do, you will obtain mercy and favor. Read the last part of Psalms 102, verse 14.
And favor the dust.
You have to favor the dust. What is the dust but being in a lower state? You have to prefer being taken down to a lower state than being comfortable and getting what you want. Because that's the only way a person with true understanding, because we just read it about understanding. You have to have good understanding to get favor. You got to understand it in your life. You have to prefer being brought down to the dust. That's the only way you can psychologically handle dealing with so many dark times. Dealing with battle after battle after battle after battle. You have to prefer to be in the battle. You have to prefer to be humble. You have to prefer to take a step back than to take a step forward. And if you can prefer taking a step back more than taking a step forward, you have an opportunity to gain the Most High's favor. But if you're constantly pushing to come up, you won't get the Most High's favor. It can't be about what you want on any level. And when you have that understanding and you can accept that it's never about you, it's always about the lesson, then you'll get the Most High's favor. You got it.
Luke chapter 9, verse 23.
You see why I had to kind of build it up to that point?
No, it's great. It's perfect. Because, you kind of left it hanging in the balance like, okay, how am I going to get this favor? Then you said, you got to take pleasure in the stones. What's the stones? And then you explain what the stones are. The stones is the trials that the Most High put you through that you still got to turn around and still be thankful for.
Yes.
And
see the good in it.
And see the good in it.
And have the diligence to see the good in the stones.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're carrying heavy-ass cinder blocks, and everybody's just smiling with no cinder blocks.
Yeah. And all the while, read Luke chapter 9, verse 23.
Luke chapter 9, verse 23. And he said to them all, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself.
It said, Christ said this is a prerequisite to following Christ. You got to deny yourself. That is a preliminary prerequisite requirement in order to follow Christ. You got to learn how to deny yourself. Read on.
And take up his cross daily.
It said, what is that cross that you got to carry?
That trial, that stone.
Them stones that it takes to get the Most High's favor.
And you got to favor the stones, and you got to favor putting yourself last.
Yeah.
You have to prefer it.
You have to accept it and embrace it.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
And follow me.
And still do what?
Follow me.
So can I use is there any excuse about how hard things are where I can't follow Christ? No, there are no excuses. No matter how heavy the stones are, or the weight is, or how low the dust is, or how comfortable the situation is, there's no excuse.
He won't give you any stone you can't handle.
Right.
How about that? He won't give you anything you can't handle.
He put the rocks on your back.
I know that. So are you gonna?
Yeah.
The only question is, are you gonna see the good in the rocks, or are you gonna throw them off because you don't want that wisdom? Because you denying wisdom is you denying the spirit.
Yep.
And it gets into a malicious spirit.
Wisdom should not enter.
Wisdom won't, or the Holy Spirit won't enter. Because you threw away the opportunity to earn the Holy Spirit.
Yep.
You earn the Spirit by accepting the stones the Most High puts in front of you.
And in order to do that, you got to deny yourself.
And follow Him at the same time.
Yep.
And prefer the dust. Listen, man. I don't know what to say, man. That's clear as day about accepting this battle, and this is what Jonathan did. And because he accepted, he obviously and his men made a decision that we're going to have to be here in this swamp forever, so be it. If we're going to have to fight until we all get Owen grade, then so be it. Because that's the mindset you got to have.
Yep.
Why did Jonathan and them stop fighting after Judas died in the first place? They were like, listen, man, this ain't working. This ain't working. So you know what? Maybe we need to stop fighting. Our leader died. And Most High forced him to fight again for them to make a decision that it doesn't matter if we die or not. We're going to stand strong for the Most High. And once when they were comfortable with the dust and they accepted the sin and they took pleasure in it, then he pulled them out.
Yep.
We always talk about it in classes. Once you accept your condition and stop wanting what you want, then he pulls you out. All the time. But these are the verses to prove it. In the way that it needs to be constructed so that there's no doubt about it in your mind. Because if you can't see it here, I don't know what to say.
I got 3 verses.
Okay.
We gotta go there. I'm just saying.
Give us the 3, man.
There's more. Isaiah 28, verse 16.
Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 16.
Right?
Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 16. Therefore thus saith the Lord Yahweh, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone.
The Most High Himself is laying a stone. And this stone is giving you challenges and trials, tribulations, quote unquote, what we call burdens, whatever you want to call it. Read, a what?
A tried stone.
A tried stone. A what?
A precious cornerstone.
The Most High created a stone, a tried stone, a what?
Precious cornerstone.
And a what?
A sure foundation.
You know what?
He that believeth shall not make
So
haste.
the Most High created this precious cornerstone, this sure foundation, this tried stone. Ephesians 2 and 20. Ephesians 2 and 20. Who is that stone?
Christ the chief.
Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 20.
There you go.
Says, and are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Yahushua himself being the chief cornerstone.
Christ is that precious stone. Christ is that tried stone. Christ is that precious stone that I'm supposed to build my life off of. He's supposed to be the blueprint on how I handle all my adversities. The blueprint on how I handle my thoughts. The blueprint on how I build my house. The blueprint on how I emotionally regulate. The blueprint on how I deal with conflict resolution in my life. The blueprint on how I look at things with perspective, spiritual perspective, not Buddhist perspective. All right, next verse. Matthew 11 and 30.
The funny thing is, I'm just going to bring this one point out, is that what Paul is teaching, what Christ is teaching, all those secrets were in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
People want to act like the old and new are different. They're really the same book.
No.
The New Testament was just a clearer understanding of what the old was talking about. They had a greater grasp of what was being spoken in the beginning. That's why Christ was like, they said he was a figure of what was to come. Or the law was a figure of what was to come, because they just didn't have a greater understanding of what Christ was about. But the Spirit of Christ was being talked about from the beginning.
Well, prove that.
No. Just stick to what you got.
This is here. We're here. It's fast. 1 Corinthians 10 and 4. 1 Corinthians 10 and 4.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 4. And did all drink the same spiritual drink,
Read on.
for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them.
Talking about the wilderness. Read.
And that rock was Christ.
So that spiritual stone, that chief cornerstone the Most High created, that tri-stone, that is the chief cornerstone is Christ. And that rock was what? Christ, that we're supposed to drink from or receive our understanding from. Now go to Matthew 11 and 30.
Matthew chapter 11 and verse 30.
Uh-huh.
For my yoke is easy and my burden is light.
This yoke that you're talking about, this burden that you're talking about at the beginning, that men thrust off of them, it's really light.
It's light if you're not about you. It's a burden if you're selfish.
Yep.
And you're about you. Then it's the trials of Job.
Yep.
But Christ's method and Christ's burden is easy when you remove yourself from the equation.
And that's why it was a stone of stumbling to the Pharisees.
There you go.
They couldn't get past themselves.
They couldn't get past what they're going to lose if they live this way.
Yep.
So with all that, go back to Psalms 102 and 14, and also hold 1 Thessalonians 1 and 6 at the same time. Psalms 102, verse 14. Read that again.
Psalms 102 and verse 14.
Don't forget, verse 13 was talking about the favor and mercy that's going to come once we live like this. Read verse 14.
Verse 14. For thy servants take pleasure in her stone.
Listen, the servants that get the favor and mercy take pleasure in dedicating themselves and putting themselves last and enduring these stones or these trials or these tests or this responsibility of always having to see the good through the bad. Read on.
For thy servants take pleasure in her stones and favor the dust thereof.
And they favor being brought low. They favor being brought low, because when you're brought low, this is when you learn the spiritual lessons. When you get the spiritual lessons, you have greater access to the Holy Spirit. You have greater access to the Spirit of wisdom. So, with that understanding, don't forget when we read in Proverbs and Psalms and Old Testament stuff, the Holy Spirit is phrased with the word wisdom. Wisdom isn't about just intelligence and worldly knowledge. Wisdom is having the Spirit enter you, right? So with that being the case, go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 1 and 6.
1 Thessalonians chapter 1 and verse 6.
Read it.
Come. And ye became followers of us and of the Lord, having received the word in much affliction.
He's telling you.
There you go.
He's telling you. You're going to receive the word in much affliction. But as you're dealing with the afflictions, you're dealing with the trials. And then you eventually learn how to prefer the stones and prefer the
Denying yourself.
the abasement. Right? Read on.
With joy of the Holy Spirit.
Then the Spirit comes to you. The Holy Spirit of wisdom, the Holy Spirit, wisdom, whatever you want to call it, you get awarded the Spirit when you deal with afflictions and loss. And when you put yourself last for the body is when you have access to the Spirit. So this is how you can find joy in affliction. You can find joy in affliction and joy in carrying those trials. Joy in being in the dust, because what are you getting out of return? You're understanding the Spirit. The Spirit starts to work through you. You gain power in Christ for your loss in the carnal. This is the power and the trade-off that you get once you stop fighting about what you're not getting in the flesh. Once you stop making it about the flesh, you gain power in the Spirit of Christ. Does that make sense? That's how when Paul is talking about finding joy in affliction, you find joy in affliction because you're getting stronger. The Holy Spirit is flowing through you on a more potent level. And that's what this is about, gaining access to the Spirit of Christ. That's why, what do you think the Comforter is? And the Holy Spirit that he left down here. Christ died but left and gave us access to his Spirit. But you can't gain access to the Spirit running from battles, running from loss,
or being about yourself,
running from the trials that the Most High puts you through. If you can't learn to see the good in the trials, you don't earn the Spirit. And this is why it's not about a bunch of laws. Because you can have a bunch of laws and still not have access to the Spirit of Christ. So you're just spinning your wheels playing Jew, wearing stringy clothes. And that's the truth. This is why you have all the knowledge in the world. If you don't know how to give or have charity, you have nothing. Because you don't have access to the Spirit. Let that go. Go to Hebrews 11 and 25.
Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 25.
This is talking about Moses. Read on.
God, Hebrews chapter 11 verse 25.
And the funny thing is, we're about to read one of the aspects of why Most High chose Moses. And why the Most High said, I like Moses and I can work with him. Read that.
Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of the Most High than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season.
This is the whole point. Can we sit back here and make the choice to suffer affliction with the people of God until you die versus living a life that's about you? That's the real question that everybody got to ask themselves. What made Moses, in the Most High's eyes, the guy to build with? Because Moses was okay with living in the dust with the sick Jews and to deal with their sufferings and to take losses and setbacks for the rest of your life versus living a life that's going to be more comfortable if you're an individual. It's saying the same thing. Moses preferred the dust. Moses preferred the trials. Moses preferred the loss and the spiritual growth over taking the easy route and living a life for you. Another way of proving it is to go to 2 Corinthians 8, verse 1 through 5.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 1.
Let me get there. Type it up and go there. Read that. 2 Corinthians 8, verse 1.
2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 1.
This is Paul talking about a camp in Macedonia that he felt was really on point and was a strong example for the rest of the churches to follow. Read that.
Moreover, brethren, we do you to wit of the grace of the Most High, bestowed on the churches of Macedonia.
Take a look at the churches of Macedonia and how good they were. Read on.
How that in a great trial of affliction, the abundance of their joy.
He says, in the great trial of the affliction of those brothers and sisters in this camp, in that camp in Macedonia. Look at this. Look at how these people are enduring affliction. But in the midst of their affliction and their loss, you also see the abundance of their what?
Of their joy.
The abundance of their joy. This camp was special because they could see the good even amidst all their affliction. They could see the lesson. They could see how their spirit is growing even though there's nothing but heartache around them. Read on.
And their deep poverty abounded unto the riches of their liberality.
He said this camp was broke and they only had enough to sustain themselves. And through their deep poverty, they really showed how rich they were in the spirit. They showed their richness, not because of their abundance they had, but how they was able to maintain a pure outlook through their poverty, through their affliction, through their loss, and through their suffering. That is the template of how we have to think. Now, it's up to the grace of the Most High to give us what He seems and deems is justified financially or whatever your lifestyle presents. But it's not about the having money thing or the not or not having money thing. It was in the midst of whatever they were going through, whatever their afflictions, they still showed their happiness and their joy despite what they were losing, despite what they were suffering, despite what they're enduring. So the main question is, can you sit back here and see the good in your husband despite what you're not getting? Can you see the good in the camp work you do for the body despite what you're not getting? Can you see the good in the life you live for the Most High despite what you're not getting? Because we're reading it in the New and the Old Testament. The only way to get the Most High's favor is through, are you willing to endure these stones, these losses, these things that aren't comfortable for you? Can you abstain from the things you want and accept that that might not be for you? And can you prefer the dust over what you want and be truly rich in the spirit? Is that really what you want to do for the Most High? Is that the life you choose to live? That's what the Most High is really looking at. None of us can escape the battle the Most High has presented for us. And with that, now we go back to 1 Maccabees chapter 10, verse 47, and we'll go from there. 1 Maccabees 10 and verse 47. Now with all of this, the blessings and opportunities that Jonathan and his men were given because of their abstinence and because of them preferring the dust than getting weak and giving in, because they made the right spiritual choices and they were able to sit back here and diligently see the good in what they were going through. Read on. Verse 47.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 verse 47. For with Alexander they were well pleased, because he was the first that entreated of true peace with them, and they were confederate with him always.
So when everything was said and done, they made the choice to back Alexander Bala and ride with him. And they got the opportunity to make that choice to choose Alexander or Demetrius because of their obedience, because of their outlook, because they accepted to see the good even though there was despair all around them. They chose to sit back here and prefer the dust over their comfort. And the Most High blessed them with power to run the kingdom the right way. Does that make sense? There's a lot of meat there, and I would suggest that y'all sit back here and restudy and until you really understand the different layers that the Most High has presented for us today. There's a lot of meat there, but it's that time. We're going to shut it down. It's almost 5 o'clock. It is about 5 o'clock. So, Amajim, no, it's 5 hours, not 5 o'clock. It's 3:30, but it's 5 hour class. Amajim will point out your Rashomon.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Something can you give me that I'm not feeling real great. Shoot, my body's killing me. Hard to stand for long. I might need you to finish off. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over,
to watch over,
bless,
heal,
protect,
protect,
and make strong,
and make strong
the people of Yahshua.
the people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us, much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. Spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
How shall I come quickly? For indeed, is our hope. Always, forever.
Amen.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. All right, I got some left. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Awar. Lara'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the right to seek.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Ha'ayah. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn called the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayaf. Lamashak. Yasha'Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy
And
name.
to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With a solemn sound.
With a solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad to thy work.
I will triumph
I will triumph
in the works of thy
in
hands.
the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither the fool understands.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked spring as the grass.
and when all the workers of iniquity
And all the works of iniquity
do flourish,
do flourish.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies,
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh,
Yahweh.
for lo thine enemies
For lo thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt,
My horn shall thou exalt.
like the horn of a
Like
unicorn.
the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
on my enemies.
on my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in
He
Lebanon.
shall grow like cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit
They shall still bear fruit
in old age.
in old age.
They shall be fat and
They
flourishing,
shall be fat and flourish.
to show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock.
and there is no righteousness in him.
And there's no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Tama'awa, Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hadad,
Hadad,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawad,
Tawad,
Wama,
Ma,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yakad,
Yakad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawad,
Hatawad,
Ayal,
Ayal,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Ayal,
Ayal,
Hasakwan,
Hasakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayal,
Ayal,
Payah,
Payah,
Madawakiwa,
Madawakiwa,
Katom, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayal, Hararia, Tazawan,
Tazawwan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ath, Habaraka, Kayayan, Ai, Hawalam.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, Bashem, Yahushua. Yahweh, Bashem, Yahushua, Raklanawa, Wasa'ala, Wahabiyat, Sapari, turn. 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 Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua, the one of Yahweh, the one of Yahushua, all love, all mercy, all peace, all wisdom, all knowledge, all understanding, all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. In Yahushua's name we pray. The water, the yad, aman. Men, circle up. Sisters, have a seat. Men, aman, Shabbat. You got it?
Saluting out in heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Procured, Allah, and of Israel, Amazon, Barak.
Yahweh, Bashem, Yahushua,
Kum Yashab,
Kum Yashab,
Kum Yashab,
Kum Yashab,
Kum Yashab.
Kum Yashab. Yad Matah, turn to face sisters. Sisters, please stand. Men, aman, Shabbat.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amazon,
Barak.
Barak. Sorry.
Yahweh, Bashem, Yahushua. Yad Matah, dismissed. Fall out. All right, shalom, Israel. Good to see everybody. We'll see you again on Monday. The water for watching. Shabbat shalom to everybody. Enjoy your Sabbath.
All right.